Happy Monday, and we're going to take that off the screen. Goodbye. And it's an empty Zach Bollinger chair. You could think of that as a Oriole player departing. Is that what's happening? Sorry. Bad joke. We're going to have some chaos today. There already are some rumors and reports. There's already moves that have been made. But welcome on into the Ryan Ripken Show, special edition of the MLB trade deadline. The deadline is tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your butts because I think this is going to only continue to ramp up. We already have some moves that have already happened today. We'll talk about them. There is a move right now that is pending rumors. And we'll talk about what those rumors could be around a certain Orioles catcher who may or may not be on this roster when this day is all said and done. So if you are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show. We're live Monday through Friday, but when it's breaking news, we've been live every day this week, and we'll be with you until 7 p.m. Eastern time tonight. And the whole crew is ready to rock and roll. I can introduce the crew in a second, but guys, the one rumor, do we just start with the newest lead we are following is around Adley Rutschman to Boston. Rock, do we have some more information?
It's really heating up. So Mark Feinsand was the first person on this and said the Red Sox and Orioles are talking about Adley Rutschman per sources, and there is a feeling that the deal could be completed at some point today. John Heyman followed that up with a tweet of his own. I don't see anything official right now, but I mean, when there's, where there's smoke, there's fire, Rip. So this could be a done deal in the next couple of minutes, next couple of hours. We're going to continue to monitor it when that does go live and that update does happen. But just kind of getting your thoughts, and I'll keep an eye on it as far as Nate as well, with what this could mean for the division. We talked about it last night, potentially Adley going to a division rival like the Yankees. Looks like he might be going to the Red Sox. What would this mean for the division, for the Orioles, and then obviously for the Red Sox if they do acquire Adley here officially?
Oh, sugar. I said it last night. I thought it would be a team within the division. And I think if or when he goes, it's going to be to Boston or New York. I don't think there's a third team that's going to slide in here. I think it's the American League East, or it's not going to happen. But it's clearly heating up. Bali, behind the situation, I want you just to look at what prospects the Red Sox would have. And again, there is no report confirming anything. Yeah. But the things that we do know is that the Yankees were in intense talks last night with the Orioles, and today the Red Sox are in deep negotiations to acquire Adley Rutschman. Again, no deal is done. Okay. Yeah. So everyone take a deep breath. It doesn't mean that it won't happen, but it has not happened as we are talking about it right now. And I know a lot of people want to figure out what is going to be the case here. What it means is, Rock, it's all about the value here. It's two feelings, actually. One, Birdland will be pissed off from the sense of the emotional side. There's so many different angles that we can get into on that, mainly because Adley is a fan favorite. 7 years he's been in Baltimore, face of the franchise, or 7 years with the organization, face of the franchise. And for some, they would say you are acknowledging that this is the end of this era and there's frustration. But on the business side, and this is the reality of the situation, baseball is a business. I believe Adley will not be dealt unless it is an absolute haul that the Orioles feel that can help their team this year and moving forward. But gone are the days, guys, of not trading within the division. Back then, screw that. And it doesn't happen too often that you trade within division. But if that is the best deal available, Adley's value is not going to be more next year at the deadline if you wanted to move him. This is probably the most prime to do it. Is it going to sting? You're damn right. But let's see what actually happens here. And Zach, do you have any other situations before I keep going with this?
Yeah, I mean, kind of like you kind of touched on, the feeling right now is across from what is being reported is that something may be done and the Red Sox are waiting on medicals from Adley's wrist. Obviously, that adds to the trade deadline. Let's be honest. A team could get a deal ready. A deal could get confirmed. and I hate to bring this up, but it wouldn't be the first time a medical got in the way of a Baltimore over the last few months. So let's wait till everything is out. But I do want to point out, you brought up, okay, what could the Red Sox offer? This is all speculation on my part. I do not have any information on what is being offered, but judging by reports, we're seeing that the Orioles, the big holdup maybe in the Yankees discussion was they wanted LaGrange. You know, they want a controllable young pitcher to build around. For the Yankees, that would be Anthony Ianson, who is currently the 49th ranked prospect in all of baseball. According to MLB Pipeline, he is a 21-year-old pitcher sitting in Double-A right now. He is projected to be up next season. Doesn't have the same stuff as a LaGrange, who had a 70 rated fastball on a scale of 40 to 60. But it's a guy who is another top prospect. And I would think the Orioles, Brad, I mean, you pointed out last night, if they're going to give up Adley, the only way I see it happening is for controllable young pitching. So I don't see the Red Sox giving up Franklin Arias, who is potentially going to be in updated polls the number one prospect in baseball. And if I'm just looking at their team right now, especially young prospects, we all know they have a great young rotation. I don't know where some of these younger prospect pitchers fit in. So maybe that's what is enticing the Orioles right now. But as of the past, okay, sorry, got an update. As of the past 40 seconds, we do not have an official deal struck.
So, and here's the part. The Red Sox have 3 players in the top 100 according to MLB.com for prospects, right? Everyone has different lists, but the 3 guys that they have, of those 3 prospects, it's the one pitcher that we just mentioned. And Franklin, I might butcher the last name. I'm sorry. The Urias to Arias, Ramon Urias will get me thrown off. This is Franklin Arias, who is their top prospect, number 7 overall in baseball. I don't think, Zach, he's in this deal if it happens. I think that's too sky high for what it is. But of the 3 players, the other one that's in the top 100 is Justin Gonzalez, 80th overall outfielder in high A. Yeah. I don't think that's going to be the appealing. So of their top 2 prospects, who would be involved? I wouldn't be surprised too, Zach, if there is a big leaguer involved in the deal that they already have, or if like that does come into place, because you need guys right on the cusp here. This isn't that you're waiting down the road for what's going on, but we will stay tuned. If you're new to the channel, hold on. Are you okay? You sad?
No, well, so my concern is, hello, everybody. My concern is the trade so far. Like I said last night, it's been a buyer's market, and not a lot of teams have gotten any sort of haul for the players that they've traded. Now, you pointed out that a lot of these have been for rentals. Dean Kramer obviously not being one of those, and he got, well, either the Orioles got peanuts for him. Figuratively speaking, I'm sure that we'll see what this guy looks like in 2030. I'm not sure that's really encouraging for anybody, but that's my only concern. My only concern is that so far this has been a buyer's market, and I don't want to. I'm trying to temper expectations, not just for myself, but for fans too. Me, like, look, if he goes to Boston, just be prepared, and don't go to the warehouse with pitchforks and torches, please.
Here's the thing. I want to point this out. Moving Adley, if you get the haul, as much as this isn't one to be dealt with, that would be the right move for right now. Yeah. Like as far as for your future, for you to win this year, to be determined, it doesn't help that you don't, if Adley Rutschman is on your team for this year. But the Orioles sit 2.5 games out. You're right in this wild card situation. But the value for Adley, you can argue with that no catchers are really available besides Adley and Hunter Goodman, who the Rockies are saying we don't want to trade. So if that's the case, the Red Sox will have to oversell. And the Red Sox right now think that they can win this whole damn thing. Guys, they're 5 games out of the first.
They're on one, that's for sure.
So That's that, Rock. You had something you wanted to add?
Yeah, John Heyman just tweeting out Joe Adell to the Guardians. Moves are continuing to be made. Don't know the logistics or the details with it right now, but just want to kind of let everyone know on this show, a lot of people want to be first with the reports and get on top of things. We're not breaking news here. We're reacting, but we want to be accurate, and we're going to react as we see it come in. I'll do my best not to get fooled by the meme accounts today. It's happened in the past, but yeah, we're going to try to bring you the best and the latest and, live react. But Rip, just Joe Adell to the Guardians, what that means, seeing the Heyman tweet for another team that is looking to battle and just make their mark going forward in the AL here.
Yeah, and Zach, do you mind when we have some of these deals pop up? Can we get the graphic of, like the trade and the tweet so we have it? So Joe Adell, what it means, it's a bat that it's got a lot of juice. The dude can hit some home runs. The part with him trying to make it up through the Angels, just like when you look at a lot of players, there's a lot of upside, but there was a lot of swing and miss. And for Joe Adell, he's having a hard time putting that together. In 2024, he had 20 jacks. Last year had 37 and 98 RBIs. And this year, 16 home runs, 62 RBIs. But here's the kicker with Joe Adell. I mentioned it. A guy that you like the potential. You might have seen earlier this year, he had 3 home run robs against
absolute stud.
That single-handedly won the game.
Yeah, in one game.
In one game, they won the game by 1 run, and he had 3 game-saving home run robs. But here's the thing for him. He has 108 strikeouts already on the season, right? So the swing and miss there, he's hitting 239. He hasn't hit higher in a full season than 236, which was last year. But one thing, Rock, that I think it's a great asset to have is availability. Last year, he played 152 games. So I like seeing that. I think he's a specimen. When you watch him, the upside for the Guardians is this dude takes his offense up here.
Oh my God.
But there is a multitude of outcomes what could be, but I really like the upside move for the Guardians. Do we have the full details of this trade?
Not yet.
Or we don't have the full detail yet?
Not seeing it yet. We'll bring it up when we get to it. But to your point about the best ability being availability, it really is, because you look at the injuries that, bringing it back to the Orioles and what they've dealt with throughout the last couple of seasons, it feels like a lot more than most teams with the pitching staff, with relievers, with infielders, outfielders. It's great to have someone that can be on the field, that's durable, and that can get the job done as well for a guy like Joe Adell. So I think that's a fantastic trade for the Guardians, depending on what that return is. But, have to wait and see there. We'll let you guys know when that comes in. But I like that for them.
Rip, real fast question for you. Joe Adell, obviously, as we're talking, goes to the Guardians. Does this in any way tell you or open up the possibility, because I know it's been talked about before, of a Steven Kwan trade? I know they've been potentially moving off of him. Gold Glove, Platinum Glove level outfielder, not playing his best year. What are kind of your thoughts on that? I know that had been floated out there before.
I would not trade Steven Kwan if I were the Guardians. You just made a move in a wide open Central. Every team has different demands, but when I look at this, you have J-Ram, Jose Ramirez. You have Kwan, who gets on base. You have a guy that has a different role, and now you have Joe Adell that you hope can bring some thump to your lineup on top of it. I don't think that would be the move, Zach, personally, for me. Yeah. But, of course, would teams want a Steven Kwan? Yeah, I think what some teams are starting to realize, you need to fill out your roster. And if you have guys that are good at one thing, do you have guys that are good at another? Case in point, the Phillies made a move earlier to get Luis Ariz, and Ariz is known for not being the power guy, but damn, he's really worked on his second base defense, and the dude puts the ball in play. And that fits a Phillies lineup there, that they have other guys that are boppers, but they need a guy that can pass the baton along a little bit. So that's why Steven Kwan is the catalyst for me in this lineup. I don't think it should happen, but that is the situation here, Zach, that I wanted to address. And also,
we just got breaking
and
news.
Here we go, passing bomb.
Yeah, the Seattle Mariners are acquiring Taylor Ward in a trade from the Baltimore Orioles.
Taylor Ward, first Oriole today, is on the move on his camp day.
Yeah.
Yeah, is he still at Calvert Hall? Is he? You know what? No wonder he wanted to get out.
Shirts and pants. So, guys, of actually all the moves, this is not surprising that it happened.
No, this is the one that everybody was expecting.
So, Taylor Ward to the Mariners. We'll get all the details here in just a moment, but that is the first Oriole on the move for today.
Anything on who the Orioles got
not yet
acquiring? Okay.
So here's the thing with Taylor Ward, guys. As much as people want to get on the offensive side of had the big 30-plus home runs last year, 100 RBIs, that hasn't worked out the way you hoped in Baltimore, but he wasn't put in that role to start. Keep in mind, he was the leadoff guy for the Orioles, and he was walking a lot and getting on base. So he has had a solid year for Baltimore, just not in the way that it was anticipated going into this season. And actually for the Mariners, this kind of makes sense from the standpoint of they also have guys that can drive the baseball. They need a guy to kind of get on base and make some things happen. Now, Taylor Ward goes back to the AL West. He's very familiar with that division, being with the Angels. And for the Mariners, you're in a division that still, you're sitting there going, damn, we could still mess around and win this thing. So I think there's not a lot of moves where I'll say with the team buying that I can make the point of why they won't. Now I'm just curious what the Orioles got back. But for Baltimore fans, what I hope in this situation, I hope that Dylan Beavers now is going to be plugged into playing almost every day. I think this move, you get pieces, but I ultimately think you are focusing on giving your outfield more run, because the biggest question mark for the Baltimore Orioles moving forward is who is going to be your outfield past the 2026 season. And even if Tyler O'Neill comes back next year because of his contract, he's not the long-term answer.
No.
You have two guys in Beavers and Cowser that you're trying to figure out. Beavers' bat obviously has been more consistent this year. Cowser had the big 2024, and he's been struggling to find his rhythm offensively. But, man, does he look like a very solid center fielder right now. You need to sort this out. But Taylor Ward, he's on the move. First Oriole on this domino, and again, on an expiring contract here. So that's why the Orioles are moving him. Brad, what you got?
Just a question. So, like, as we're making some moves here, obviously Taylor Ward was an outfielder. And to your point, Tyler O'Neill isn't the long-term answer. Could there finally be a door that gets opened for Enrique Bradley Jr.? Bradfield Jr.
For Enrique Bradfield Jr., for EBJ, it could. It really could, but I think there's a lot more. I want to see how this all plays out. And also, if EBJ were to get a chance up here to play center, the goal is for him to focus just on defense. And, you know, we talked about in the past of when guys come up and, you know, their bat might not be there. And I know not the same caliber of the prospect, but same concept here. Machado, when he came up, they said, we know what we think you're going to be in 5 to 6 years. You're going to hit a ton of home runs, and we think you could be an all-star and all that stuff. But your primary objective is to play third base well.
Yeah.
Excellent. Above average. Elite. And so that's what Machado's focus was. I think a same approach would be for EBJ. Take away the expectations for him to give you any offensive upside and just have your focus be on being the best outfielder you possibly can be. But again, it goes back to this whole platooning. I don't think EBJ is going to run out and be out there to play center field each day. So I think it's going to be a combination of whoever it is. Cowser will be out there. Tavares will be out there. And then you bring EBJ up, then he would be thrown into the list. I don't believe that Enrique Bradfield Jr. is going to play every day this year down the stretch unless the Orioles are out of it.
Unfortunately, I agree with you. I do also think that, like, man, and I'm just being able to watch that kid play firsthand, the way he steals base. Here's the thing. He gets on base, he's stealing it.
Yep.
You know, like, and it really hard to get that guy out once he is on base. So I think he could be capable of scoring a lot of runs. And then to your point on the defensive side, he just covers real estate like I've never seen before from an outfielder standpoint. I know Zach has also seen him firsthand and could probably speak to that too. I believe, Rocco, you were calling a game in Aberdeen when EBJ was playing out there too. Mm-hmm. So, like, we've all seen this kid play, and he's just got some ridiculous raw talent that I would just love to see in the bigs. And so I'm just wondering if as the day goes on, we start to meet, even in the offseason, if EBJ doesn't get called up this year, fine. But I would love to see some moves get made so that there's room for this kid, because I just would love to see him in the big leagues.
And just so guys, Bolly, Rock, Nate, when we get the information on who the Orioles got back for Taylor Ward, let me know. Just do a little caw or something like or something like that.
I'm not cacawing like a bird. It's not not the time,
then you
Rick.
can tell who hasn't been in studio.
Yeah,
I was going to say
I got
all the
my
crazy
stress
shit
ball.
that you,
Got my stress ball working.
Listen, again, anything for some jewels. I'm
well,
happy
we
with.
got some
We
jewels.
got
that we
some
got
jewels.
addressed yet.
Loot box.
There we go.
1,000.
Love it. Thank you, Mary.
Mary kicking off the trade deadline with 1,000 jewels. And if you know, do you guys know what jewels is? Because we sure as hell don't.
I still don't have a clue what a jewel is, but I know what a other jewel is, but not like the
Like the family
I'm
jewels?
just saying they were big back in like high school and college.
Excuse me?
What, like a jewel, like a vape?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
those
Yeah.
jewels.
Yeah.
I
Oh.
thought we were talking about something
Like
else.
family jewels? No, we're
Family
not
jewels,
talking about
yeah,
that, Rip.
yeah.
Get back to the, talking baseball here, buddy.
We're talking well, that was not baseball that you were talking about, okay? But we are talking baseball. It is MLB trade deadline. We will get to some of the other moves that happened earlier today as well, that happened in division, and one going to a team that just played here in Baltimore, the Philadelphia Phillies. But if you're new to the channel, because we have a lot of people tuning in from all over, goodness, a ton on X, a ton on YouTube and Facebook. New to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Brian Ripken Show. We're live Monday through Friday, and we're going to be live typically at 3 p.m. on those days. When there's big reaction news, we're live for specials like today. But we have long-form videos that we put out. We know that people don't always want to watch the full show. We want you to, but we have long-form videos, short-form. Am I putting up the hands for
Nope.
or just adding things?
Not big news. Just wanted to add something.
Okay, you want to add? Add.
Uncle alert.
Unbelievable.
Come on.
We got more jewels.
Jules!
Hey.
Brad, you like your outfit is something, by the way, today.
Listen, it's one of those days.
Dude, I was gonna wear my jersey in here too. I should have. I would have.
You
If I knew
should
you
have.
were wearing like that. I would.
You should have.
Who do you have for your jersey?
I
And
have
if you
Jackson
s-
Holiday and I
okay.
have Pete Alonso.
Because you said Cal Ripken, I was going to throw you in the harbor. Right.
Dude, I asked you for one.
Yeah, you asked me for one. What was my answer?
No.
You asking for a Cal Ripken or a Ryan Ripken
A
jersey?
Cal.
He asked.
I would've
for
got-
it.
I'll
that's
take a
just
Ryan
not-
Ripken jersey.
No,
a
no,
Norfolk
no,
tie.
You don't get to
You
get. You don't have to get to go. I'll take a Ryan Ripken jersey, dude. The Ryan Ripken Delmarva Shorebirds 35 is going to be hanging in the rafters.
It
here
needs
one
to
day.
be.
Listen,
Yeah,
do you
it will
think-
be.
Do you think
I know.
Ryan has that kind of pull to get you a Cal Ripken jersey?
It's his father.
Dude,
Oh, that's a good
that,
question.
that means absolutely nothing.
All right.
You can tell that Nate is new around
And you
here.
have, you know,
All right.
and you have to earn it. You know,
Rick,
like
we
when you
got
do
the
100
return potentially right
All
here.
right, let's go
For the
back to
Orioles,
baseball.
Matt Wyrick of the Baltimore Sun tweeting that the Orioles will receive Alex Hoppe, Brock Moore, and Harrison Creeling from the Mariners in exchange for Taylor Ward per source. That is evidently the return that the Orioles are going to get back. Zach, anything on?
I am scouring the top.
While you're
I'm-
scouring that, I'll finish my call to action here. Are you ready? Was that, give me the voice. Cool.
That we don't. I don't have anything yet.
Oh, okay. So you don't,
I will
no voice.
call
Got it.
when it is necessary. But
Okay. So again, call to actions. We are live special today, 12 to 7, and we might go a little bit later depending on what moves are trickling in, and a whole lot to cover here. Here's the tweet from Matt Wyrick about the return. Alex Hopp, Brock Moore, Harrison Creeling, and in exchange, the Mariners are getting Taylor Ward. And if you're new to the channel, we're live. We do a lot of baseball, and we'll get to football when it's football time. But today is baseball time. We'll have Jerry Hairston Jr. joining us in about 10 minutes. Longtime Oriole, longtime big leaguer, and now he is a broadcaster out there for the Dodgers, so we can talk to him about Scooble and just his take on the wildness that is this trade deadline. And then Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick will join us at 1:30 to talk about some of these moves that are happening here. So just think of the Ryan Ripken Show on YouTube. We want you to be here for the live. We have long form, short form. And if you're on X, Instagram, Facebook, hit that like, follow button. It's at RIpken Show. We put out a ton of content, and we appreciate you guys. That's my little jingle. Zach, give me the noise.
Yeah, so we got.
No, it's not. It's not the noise.
Caw-caw.
All right, there we go. Zach has some news.
Alex Hop. I'm just looking this up real fast. He is a relief pitcher. He has pitched 24 games this season for Seattle, sporting a 5.79 ERA. Then we go to Brock Moore. None of these guys are in the top 30 for the Mariners prospects, but Brock Moore was drafted by Seattle in the 7th round. He is another pitcher, I believe. So another relief pitcher. He is currently in high A. And then our final guy was Harrison Creeling. I'm just going to copy and paste that name. Not even going to try to spell that off memory. He is another pitcher, and he is currently in rookie ball. So definitely guys that are far away. You get Hoppy back for, I'm assuming Hope Hoppy. He is a relief pitcher that they currently, I assume, put in the bullpen. And then Brock Moore and Harrison Creeling are pitchers that we will not see in Baltimore probably for 2 years or so. So I would assume something they see with Hoppy. He's, in my mind, probably the guy that they liked. Going to go to the always reliable Baseball Savant to see what we got here just on stuff.
And while you're looking that up,
fastball velo. That's it. Yeah.
He's got big velo, right?
Yeah, big velo.
Big velo guy. So I saw some comments in the chat, and we love the chat's humming, and our chat savant Rocco DeSangro will be diving into all that throughout the show. But guys, I saw some things about the discourse of what you're getting. Prospects, the other phrase or motto is, are they prospects or suspects? And even the top prospects, you don't know how good they're going to be until they get up to the big leagues and prove their worth. Over time, you're going to make deals where you have an idea that someone works out, or someone that you didn't think turns out to be the guy that you had, but you weren't banking on. This is all about how it works in baseball. But for Taylor Ward, for those thinking, I saw something about George Kirby. Kirby was not getting dealt for Taylor Ward.
No.
Like Taylor Ward, an outfielder on an expiring contract. He's not, his main value was supposed to be run production this year and being an offensive factor. He's not going to be known for his defense. So in that case, a limited skill set, at least in that regard. And again, I like Taylor Ward a lot. Just as a GM, if you're looking at this, you're going to have to pay him. And there's limited ability with his versatility, how you use him. You're not going to get this huge return back. But I will say this, these are 3 prospects now. If you hope, let's say one of the 3 works out for you, you're very happy. Or those guys, which a lot of the best teams do, you develop your guys, you move on from them. And I want to bring this point back. When the Orioles got Trevor Rogers, Connor Norby was the big piece of that trade. You know who was the throw-in? Was an outfielder that became the 5th or 6th on the depth charts that they weren't sure could hit left-handed pitching in the bigs. And it turned out that Kyle Stowers became the all-star for the Marlins and has been tremendous there ever since. So context there. Kyle Stowers fell out of being a top prospect for the Orioles during that time as well. So that's what I wanted to bring up. New to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button.
We have 250 more jewels from Chantel. Clapping seal. Who wants to take that one? You got to make noise, bud.
Rocco, you addressed it. You have to do the seal.
Hey, we also have.
Was that good?
We also have another 1,000.
Let's go. We got to
from Steven.
That's what I'm talking about.
How about a goat, Rock? Or Nate, you want to try a goat? Yeah. How do you do a goat, Nate? Yes.
This is unbelievable.
Beautiful. The jewels are flowing. The trades are flowing. And the people in the chat are flowing in. Shirts and pants, guys. We appreciate you. Again, hit that like and subscribe button. Hey, look, we know Orioles fans, there's a lot of emotions and opinions. And baseball fans in general, you don't have to be a fan of one team. There's all types of emotions, and we're glad you are choosing to watch with us. So again, hit that like and subscribe. 10 jewels are hiding. Or Zach, why don't you hide real quick? Just drop down. That wasn't.
Oh,
We still
coming in hot, Brooks.
and through all this, the
what we should ask Brooks what you should do, Rob?
no, I don't.
Oh,
want,
yeah,
I don't
we
want
should
Brooks.
ask
I don't
Brooks.
want Brooks making my life decisions for me. It's going to be something weird.
Well, time.
Shout out, Brooks. You the real one.
We will later on the show have Rocco do one thing that Brooks wants him to do.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
That was already decided.
Anyway,
upon.
what I was
Zach,
trying to
what do you
say,
got?
I was
What?
okay.
Or Rocco
first.
first.
Zach.
I'm sorry. No, Rocco, heel. My bad.
I was just saying, like, back to the Adley trade reports to Boston. The only concrete thing I've seen was Jared Carabas reporting that it's a quote done deal pending medical, but nothing has come out officially yet. So if that is the case, they're taking a little bit with the medical. I don't know how long they're going to take, but this is not an official done deal yet. But obviously, would it surprise us if it happens within the next like 10 to 15 minutes? Absolutely not. So
I'm hearing
Not
that
worried about
Adley's pissed off at how far his hotel is from Boston, and he saw a dead guy outside. That's what's happening. It's like it's just Max Crosby. Remember where he was like,
Oh yeah.
"Yeah, they treated me horribly." It's like there was a dead guy outside my hotel. I did want
It's
to.
going to take him 2 hours to get from the airport to Owings Mills. I mean Boston, Fenway Park. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, everyone, welcome to class. We're about to go deep dive into these prospects for a second that the Orioles just acquired. So I did want to point out, someone in the chat already did. A lot of things have happened since then. I'm so sorry that I'm not going to go look for your chat, but shout out to you for pointing it out. And it's true. Alex Hoppe, he's got a very high-end fastball, 93rd percentile, sits at around 97.8 miles an hour. His expected ERA, I understand the ERA 5.79 doesn't look great. Expected ERA sits at a 3.63. Avoids the barrel, very high K percentage, gets a lot of whiffs. So this is a guy that the Orioles seem to kind of love when they are looking at relief pitchers. They seem to really love, and I mean, everyone does these days, strikeout guys that can push it up there when needed. Then you go to Brock Moore, who I understand at 26 years old in high A, maybe it's not the greatest. And actually, I should point out, I believe he was there. He did get called up to Double A where he struggled a little bit. But in 13 games in high A, he did have a 1.13 ERA, has struggled with a 5.56 ERA up in Double A Arkansas. Joe, we're going to need a report from that. Also, we then go to Creeling, who has a 2.8 ERA in the Arizona League. He's in rookie ball, and then in just A ball this year. In one game, he has pitched 2 innings, no runs. So that kind of just a quick overview. Definitely think Alex Hoppe kind of comes in here immediately in the Orioles bullpen. This is a guy the Orioles need bullpen help. Maybe this is someone that they think is going to be, I don't want to say addition by subtraction with Ward, but you got some guys down there, as we've talked about. Ryan, you went over it, all the outfield depth that they have and options they have there, while you also now are adding to an area of need in the bullpen. So we'll see what happens and where everyone is assigned to.
Thank you for that deep dive report, courtesy of @ZachBollinger18. And Rocco gave me he's got something. What do you
No,
got?
not something like crazy. We're just going back to this because that was great. Zach keeps cutting in and out for me. Is that just my computer? Is that
That's just
everybody
you.
right
That's
now?
just you.
All right. Well,
Oh, okay. I was like,
keeping an eye on the jewels in the chat and the trades in the MLB. We got 100 jewels from Jessica. That's a high five right there.
Hey, high five around. Hey, give a high five to Nate real quick.
Bell.
She's one up on her other half there.
Terrible. That's a left. That's with the left.
Hey, Zach, high five, man.
Good Lord,
High
that
five.
was so bad. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
High five, Brad.
Yeah.
High five.
Okay, we got 30 jewels from Kika. I think that's Trippy. I could be wrong. Clutch. Definitely Trippy.
Yeah.
My man.
Definitely
We got
Trippy.
10 more jewels, gold coin, and another 10 more jewels for a gold coin. So Trippy's hooking it up right now.
Oh, money bags over there.
That, yeah. And then as far as I know, we're reacting to all the trades, the moves, not just the Orioles, but like if the Orioles come in with something with the Red Sox other than Taylor Ward right now, we are definitely reacting back to that. One of the more interesting notes I saw came from the NL, and it's just not just because of the Philly ties with the trade for Luis Arraez. I don't know if we talked about it. Maybe we did, but Bryce Harper is going to move to right field from first base.
Really?
And the Phillies are going to shift around their lineup a little bit. So I believe that, let me see if I can pull up the tweet right here. But yeah, Harper's going to move out to the outfield again. I mean, that's where he's been for most of his career. He's gone back. Bryson Stott will play third base. Arraez will play second base. And then Bohm will evidently go to first base. So it's a lot of shifting, moving parts in the infield, outfield for the Phillies. But I thought that was an interesting piece.
Dude, we haven't talked enough about that trade, honestly.
Well, we haven't gotten into it, so we should right meow.
Yeah. That when I saw that come through, I was like, damn. Philly ain't messing around.
Well, and again, when you're trying to fill out your rosters, I know in today's day and age, driving in runs, hitting homers, OPS, all of that is super valuable. And I'm not taking away from that. I think it is. Having said that, you can't have everyone on your team trying to accomplish, I'm going to be a home run guy, I'm the RBI guy. No, you need guys to keep your lineup moving fluidly. That's why back in the day, what was valuable at the top of the order? A true leadoff man, meaning you're getting on base, you're working walks, maybe you're stealing bags. You have other guys that pass the baton along, maybe can get a bunt down, can have a hit and run, etc. Different day and age. Or you just have guys that can flat out hit and be tough outs. And Luis Arraez is a guy, he's not going to be the big bopper. He's got 4 jacks on the year, only 43 RBIs. I shouldn't say only. Solid amount for a guy with only 4 home runs. But guys, has the second best batting average in baseball. He's hitting .324 on the season and on the year as well. In a league where everyone strikes out, Luis Arraez in 420 at-bats has only struck out 21 times on the season. He's walked more than he's struck out. And for me,
that's crazy.
That always plays. That always matters to a lineup. Guys, his strikeout percentage is 5% on the season. So when you're looking at a Phillies lineup, I love the move for who they already have. Schwarber, bopper. Harper, bopper. Bohm in the middle there could do some bopping. And then you have other guys like Stott, and Trey Turner is the hybrid. He's had an up and down year. But then Brandon Marsh, another really good hitter on their team. So I love the move for Philly. I think the reason why they also make that move is how good Arraez has been defensively this year. Like, shout out to him and Mr. Ron Washington for how much they've worked on it, the infield guru, because if they don't do this, Arraez is probably not being traded in this circumstance. Like, it's that big of a move. I am curious about Harper back in the outfield, though. With all the injuries he's dealt with over the years, he can surely handle it. I'm not saying that, but he's not the same Harper he was when he was an outfielder full-time. He moved to first base to try to take a little bit of pressure off of him, and now that's going to be added on in the scenario. So that's what I have with that, and that's one of the traits that we have at this moment.
You want to take a jewel break real quick?
We'll get a jewel break before we bring on our guest.
Yeah, definitely a jewel break before we bring on our guest. We got Chanel, 1,000 jewels with the GOAT trophy.
Hell yeah.
Which is huge. That's what I'm talking about. Nick Notes, 550 jewels. Stay hydrated. If I can pull this up.
Cheers.
Cheers. Drink a little bit of water. And then we have Jessica. We will definitely get to that I will keep an eye on that question that Jessica has afterwards.
Well, let's circle back.
We can get to it now. We can get to it now if you want. Maybe we address it with our guest. What goes through Elias' mind thinking this is a good trade? It's just frustrating to believe in something so hard, then give gold to get plastic. What are your thoughts on that, Rip, real quick? And then we went. Shout out, Jessica. Thank you. That was
is this about the Ward trade?
Just, I think in general.
Again, when you have an expiring contract, there's different parameters, right? And what are you getting? What's the value that you're going to have here? Ward, like I said, offensive bat that has the upside, but doesn't have maybe the versatility outside of what you're hoping he's going to bring with his bat. His run production is down from what it was, but he's been on base a ton this year. Run production, meaning RBIs and then home runs, extra base hits, hasn't been what he's hoped for. Now, playing at Camden Yards now as a righty. It was different than how it used to be when it was a full hitter's park. But Taylor Ward was also asked to lead off. So you needed – this is, in my mind, I don't think the packaging would have been that much higher for Taylor Ward if they go elsewhere. He goes to Seattle. That's how it works. It's like, heck, when you trade for an ace from the Tigers to a powerhouse, you know, you get what the deal's the best on the table because it is a rental at the end of the day. And Jerry, if you're ready, can you hear me behind the scenes? Oh, he's still getting ready. So when Jerry's back, we'll bring him on here because
Got a sick setup, by the way. There he is.
It's a great set.
You just see the setup in the back, and there was no Jerry, and now Jerry's here, and we got the setup as well.
Jerry, if you can hear me, give me a thumbs up if you're ready to rock and roll. Boom. All right. Well, people in Baltimore are on pins and needles, but everyone in LA is just celebrating because why wouldn't you celebrate if you just got the 2-time Cy Young Award winner joining your ball team or your squad of ball players that are just good and great and amazing and Hall of Fame-esque. So let's bring on longtime big leaguer, MLB veteran, broadcaster out there with the Dodgers. Let's bring on Jerry Harrison Jr. Jerry.
Ryan, what's going on, guys? How you guys doing?
We're good. It's a little bit of chaos going on today. But, you know, that's how it goes. Out of all the years, Jerry, I'm curious, do you have any deadline stories of your own through all the years of either being active playing or that you've seen on the other side now?
I'll concern myself being traded?
Or all the above? All the above.
Well, you know, my experience, I've been traded a few times when I was a player. The best experience was in 2009 when I went from the Cincinnati Reds to the New York Yankees. Now, I did not want to be traded. I wanted to stay with that Reds team. I loved the young players that they had at the time, Jay Bruce, Joey Votto, Brandon Phillips, Edison Volquez, Cueto. I knew they had a chance to really, really be good, and I was the veteran guy on that team. So I didn't want to go anywhere. And then they called me, and Dusty Baker called me, and, hey, man, we had to trade you. I was starting to be too expensive for that team at that time, and it was the Yankees. And at that time, they were the best team in the sport, and I was excited to go to that team. And you know, I knew Derek Jeter. I'd playing against him when I was with the Orioles for so many years. We had the same agents as well. And just being on that team, best experience of my playing career. Great team, great group. We had a chance to win the World Series. So that's probably the best experience personally I had. But I've always loved the trade deadline because, especially in our sport, it's extremely special. There's no salary cap. That means teams can get aggressive. Teams go out there and make their clubs better. If they're not in it, they can trade valuable pieces to other teams for prospects. And we've seen teams do incredibly well with prospects. PCA was with the Mets. He went over to the Mets in a trade. Now he's a stud with the Chicago Cubs. We've seen the kid with Tampa. He got traded away as a prospect, and now Caminero is one of the best players in all of baseball for Tampa Bay Rays. So our sport is so unique because there's no cap. Teams can be aggressive at the deadline, go for it, and then their teams that, let's say, aren't in it, they could really do a great job of replenishing their farm system and get so many prospects in return and then be able to make a run in the very near future. So that's what's great about our sport. More so than any sport, the trade deadline in our sport is electric, and it's fun, and it's exciting.
It certainly is. When the NFL has the deadline, and look, we love the NFL, right? Hey, for you, it's go Bears, the Bears, right? For us, it's the Ravens. It's just, it doesn't have the same punch. So I remember last year, it was like breaking news, or 2 years ago, the Ravens have traded for Tre'Davious White, and that was after White had been in the league and battling back from multiple injuries, and that was cool, but that was one of the big moves at the deadline. For here, we're seeing massive names get moved, and there was a massive name that joined the Dodgers here 2 days ago now, or day, I'm losing track, Jerry, but Skubal. Yeah. I want your breakdown on this because I know a lot of people are looking at baseball as a whole and this whole CBA and how people feel. For that move specifically, for what the Dodgers gave up, short term for 2026, if a team wanted Skubal to win this year, they could have given up what the Dodgers have. I think it was beyond in 2027, teams didn't want to give up that much and think they could retain him. That's kind of how I saw it, but I would love your perspective.
Without question, you're dead on that. That said, if you look at the prospects, first of all, the prospects, I know Hope, I know our guys, River Ryan, these young guys are studs. River Ryan is like a Tim Hudson type pitcher. Now, he's a little older, around 27 years old, but really in baseball terms, he's like 22, 23 because he transitioned from a position player to a pitcher. Stud. I mean, this kid is nasty. Tigers did great on him alone. Hope is going to be a difference maker bat. He'll hit second or third in the big leagues, in my opinion. He is going to be a difference maker. So the Tigers did great on that trade. That said, I really thought with that trade, the teams that were in it, especially American League teams, because it's wide open. You get a guy like a Tarek Skubal, you could really run the table. I really thought the Tampa Bay Rays, if they would have got him, they would have ran through the American League. That would have bolstered that clubhouse. You put an ace with their staff already, with their lineup, instantly they become the favorite in the American League. And I think they represent the American League in the World Series. I'm shocked they didn't go after him because even if he's there for 3 months, the asking price really wasn't all that big. I mean, it's reasonable. You got 2 top 100 prospects that the Dodgers didn't give up. The Rays could have done that and still kept their majority of pieces that they have in the farm system because they have a really good farm system. I'm shocked that the Rays didn't go all in, man. Stunned that they didn't. And a team like the Milwaukee Brewers, who have the best farm system in all of baseball, even better than the Dodgers, I'm shocked that they couldn't put a package together or maybe inquire another team and have a 3-team trade to put him with Miz. If they would have had Skubal with Miz, 1-2 punch, they would have given the Dodgers problems. I really think they would have given the Dodgers problems, but don't get mad at the Dodgers for trying to win. I mean, if the Dodgers sitting there and goes, okay, you're not going to go get him, you're not going to get him, we'll take him. Same thing it was with Freddie Freeman. Nobody wanted Freddie Freeman. He got kicked to the curb by the Braves. They signed Olsen and said, Freddie, you can leave. Freddie was a free agent. Nobody signed him. And it wasn't until March till the Dodgers signed Freddie Freeman because everybody thought he was getting old. Good for the Dodgers. They thought he wasn't getting old, and he has thrived in this environment. So, listen, I understand the frustration of some fans, but me more frustrated with the teams that you have aren't being aggressive enough to go out and get the pieces. So the Dodgers have done it the right way. They're the most polarizing team in all of sports right now. You hate them, you love them. I never thought I would see a team that would be hated as much as the late 90s Yankees with Jeet and all those guys because everybody hated them in sports. I think I've seen it now. And like I said, love them or hate the Dodgers. They're the most polarizing team in all of sports. And I think it's incredible for the game of baseball. Baseball is thriving, and baseball is at its best when there's like a Goliath that everybody's trying to hunt. Everybody's trying to kill. And right now, it's the Dodgers.
Yeah. The other part I want to point out, because then this will be good to talk to you about in our next subject, but to close that point out, the Dodgers are loaded. There's no doubt about that. They have all the talent, but it's funny. The hero for the Dodgers in the World Series was not Ohtani. It wasn't Freeman last year. It was Freeman in the first one. It was Miguel Rojas with a swing in the 9th inning and then a play at second base. That is the difference of the Dodgers repeating and not. So for all that, players have to step up. And heck, the Red Sox are the hottest team on the planet. They went into LA and got a huge series win, and they're the hottest team. And the hottest team sometimes will beat the best team because that's how baseball works. Zach, I think we have a quick Adley update. Jerry, hold on. Zach, do you have an update for Adley Rutschman?
Yes. So we just got a report from Buster Olney saying the Red Sox and O's have a deal arranged for Adley Rutschman, prospects and medicals set. Red Sox just need to say yay or nay.
Okay. Well, hey, Jerry, let me ask you this then. The magnitude of a deal for giving up Adley Rutschman. You've been around the game for a long time. The Orioles have been in a funk, but you're giving away a face, the number 1 overall pick just 7 years ago. and it looks like he's going to a division rival. Just kind of your opinion on that from the outside, but also a guy that has seen every which way of this and knows how it can impact the clubhouse.
Well, I think it's going to galvanize the clubhouse for the Red Sox. You know, I know Adley has not had the last couple of years especially, that he has liked. I think maybe a change of scenery will maybe do him some good. Right now, the Red Sox are the best team in baseball. Guys, I just saw the Red Sox come into LA, and it really wasn't close. I mean, I'm a Dodger guy. They came in here and spanked us. Put the ball in play, pitched extremely well. They threw out 3 left-handed arms that were extremely impressive, plus to go along with their bullpen. And they play together. They play hard. They play incredible defense as well. Now you're bringing in Adley into that mix. That's definitely going to bolster that clubhouse. He still, in my opinion, has a lot of talented years left. And I think that may give him a boost because that change your senior can do him some good. So good for the Red Sox, bringing in a guy who's very, very talented. Now on the flip side, the Orioles. The Orioles have not had the season that they would have liked and I thought they could have had, but they got to make some changes. Certainly got to shake things up, and hopefully guys like Gunnar Henderson can have a great second half. Jackson Holiday can have a great second half and have momentum heading into next season. So, like I said earlier, the trade deadline is a time where if you're not in it, you got to make some changes, find some prospects, replenish your farm system, make your organization better. And on the flip side, if you are in it, try to win now and be aggressive. And that's why it's so important for teams to do that, because you can't stand pat this deadline. You got a chance to go for it if you're in it, or make yourself better for the future.
Jerry, on the side then for the Orioles, you lose Adley. You know, in that clubhouse where you're losing the guy, if that is what happens here, and look, I know the answer you're going to say, I believe, so I'll let you say it and not me. But what is that like losing a guy then if you're on the giving side here for Baltimore? Because the human nature of it is this one's going to sting not just the locker room, but it's going to sting a fan base pretty significantly.
Yeah, it is going to sting a fan base, because when the Orioles drafted Adley, you thought he was that cornerstone piece for years to come. He was going to be there for 10, 15 years. And it has not worked out that way. Injuries have played a part. But for that clubhouse, that current clubhouse, I think it's guys like a Gunnar Henderson is going to have to step up and be more of that leader, because you just lost one of your leaders there in that clubhouse. So it's sometimes when you're on a club, and I've been on these clubs, Ryan, you know this, when you're not playing well and you lose your guy, the guy that's been that cornerstone, the guy's been that foundation, the guy's been that rock for that team, that shakes you up a little bit. And it really reminds you that this is a business. And realize that if we're not winning, if we don't do our jobs, if we don't go out there to win, there are going to be changes. And I think that in itself is going to be a shock to a lot of those guys in that clubhouse. So, Ryan, you know this. Gunnar Henderson's been one of my favorite players, man. He's not had the season that he would have liked. I know he hasn't, but I still believe in him. I think he could be that foundational guy the rest of the season and really moving forward. He's just too talented of a guy.
Well, and I'd like to say this with Jerry when it comes to Gunnar. I believe superstar talent, not playing like a superstar, not even playing like a star right now, but it doesn't mean that you lose faith in him. It's been a rough year. It's been a rough year for the Orioles in general. They have the most unearned runs allowed. And if you're having that as a defense, it's hard to win ball games on top of this. So time will tell here. It looks like we're going to see this move. Jerry, man, I wish the Orioles could face the Dodgers at some point in the playoffs, or it would be a World Series. That's been quite some time here, but I don't know where that's on deck for the Orioles. But what is how do I want to word this? What, Rock? You got something to say?
No,
Instead of making fun of me?
Well, no, I mean, listen, here's the thing, and Ryan, you're in it, man. Yeah. Obviously, Dad is the owner there, and you're so invested. All you guys, listen, I came up as an Oriole. I know how much the fans love the Baltimore Orioles. Passionate fan base, and they care, and they want to see a winning product. I think, and you mentioned it, you touched on it, Ryan, when you have the most unearned runs, that's defense. In order to have a great team, you have that foundation first, pitching and defense. That's the most important thing. And I think the Orioles as a whole, as an organization, they need to do a better job, and I think they will, of making sure you have those pitching prospects and those guys that can catch the ball, have those difference makers in your farm system, and really start there. Once you have those foundational pieces that don't miss on some prospects, you can really develop these guys and come in your system as far as having that foundational piece, and do it the right way that way, and then you could start to add on a piece or two or three as you get closer to eventually winning. I think the Orioles will eventually get to that point, but Band-Aid here, Band-Aid here, Band-Aid there, that's not going to get it done. And I know the Dodgers have a lot of money. I get it. They're a big market team, but I'm telling you, I see this team operate every day. They make sure they develop talent. And they're always drafting last in the MLB draft, or second to last in the MLB draft. They never have the number 1 pick. They never have the top 5 pick, top 10, top 15 pick. But they find a way to get guys, they draft correctly, they sign internationally correctly, and they develop them. So they've developed Corey Seager, Cody Bellinger. I know they're on other teams now, but they've developed so much talent, and that is their foundation. And then when they go get a Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, they got those guys because they had the foundation first. So you got to be able to have the foundation first.
Hey, Jerry, to wrap this up then, because next month, or actually it is this month, the Orioles, they're having a promotion, and I know a lot of fans aren't enjoying, if this is true with Adley going to the Red Sox, it's going to be a emotional next 24 to 48 hours. But let's talk about some good times, because later on they're doing a 90s night at Camden Yards, and we're bringing back the mojo and some fun with that. You obviously, I saw we had one comment in here about with you, Jerry, that you were a dog when you were here, that they loved watching you go out and compete, and they loved it. Do you have a story of playing in Baltimore at Camden Yards that you would share as we reminisce moving back to 90s night?
Yes, and I hope your dad does not get mad at me.
Oh, please.
All right, so I was a September call-up in 1998, and we were playing the Yankees. I was up maybe 3 or 4 days. I wasn't playing, so I get out, to the dugout about 25 minutes before first pitch. I'm taking it all in, okay, just taking it all in. We're about to play the New York Yankees. Great team, by the way, at that time. And your dad sits next to me, all right? And he was in the lineup to start, okay? He has a big Coca-Cola cup, right? In that Coca-Cola cup, he goes, "You want to sip?" And I smelled it. It wasn't Coke. It was, I believe it was Miller Lite or Coors Light, whatever your dad drank. I'm sorry, bro, you're drinking before the game? And he goes, "I'm not playing." I'm like, "Get out of here." Right? He had already went into the manager's office and told him, "Hey, you know what? Tonight's the night. I'm going to end it." And Ryan Miner went in and started on his behalf, and that the streak ended that night. But he sat next to me about 25 minutes before first pitch, and he had that cup of beer, and he was going to enjoy that day off. And that was a special moment. I just got called up, and for Cal, your dad, to do that, that was definitely special. And the Yankees gave him a standing ovation, and that record will never be broken. And one thing I will also say, people think, well, Cal never got hurt. He never got hurt. Man, he played injured. He played hurt. He posted every single day, and guys just don't do that anymore. And like I said, it will never be broken, that record.
It certainly won't. And he was the pros pro. I don't like to give him a lot of, all the compliments. Just kidding. For those that know, I defend my dad to the cows come home, but he's my father. So you gotta rib him. But with that, right, Jerry, the professionalism, show up and play when you're expected, and play through everything that people don't know and have to kind of put pieces together. And he wanted to do it as an ultimate team guy. And I'm glad you guys got to share the clubhouse. Full circle moment. Ryan Miner was my manager in the minor leagues as well. And may he rest in peace now. Rhino, tremendous athlete. He was just as shocked that he was playing that day because my dad, just like with you, didn't even get the heads up until very close to game time. But it's one of those moments that you look back in history and go, damn, that was special. And wow, that's never going to be broken. And sometimes the best ability is availability. And when you're also talented, then that's really great. So, Jerry, I appreciate you, man. What are you up to the rest of the week?
The rest of the week, I got some more Dodger games I'm covering, doing the pre and post game show. I got other podcasts I need to jump on. And obviously this Dodger thing with Scooble and everything, it's caught fire. And like I said, I love our sport, man. And I know that I'm a Dodger guy. I get it, but I care for the players. I care for the sports. And it's so fun to watch baseball being talked about everywhere. And like I said earlier, like them, love them, or hate them. With the Dodgers, it's definitely, they are a lightning rod right now in sports. And as long as we get eyes in our great game of baseball, which in my opinion is the best sport in the world, I think it's great.
I'm right there with you, Jerry. Well, we'll have to catch up. I want to hear some more of these 90s stories, but enjoy Scooble, enjoy what's happening with the Dodgers, and I'll try to keep everyone relaxed as much as possible here in Baltimore. But appreciate you as always and look forward to talking to you soon.
Anytime.
Jerry Harrison Jr., everybody. Man, it goes down memory lanes, and Jerry understanding the game, being around. And for those, yes, that was the Jerry Harrison that you thought. I saw a comment going, how does Ryan's with Jerry right now? Yeah, I mean, there's
we're
a
legit,
history
you know?
here. There's a history. But also, I love hearing the part of Jerry's explaining his journey. He was a guy that had to be traded multiple times. And a lot of times for guys, you don't have a say. You go where you go. It doesn't mean that you're not going to enjoy it later on, but it's a part of the process.
Yeah.
Scooble got traded, and you could see the emotions after his press conference so that it happened. Of course, he's going to be happy with the opportunity with the Dodgers. Of course, he's going to be happy with getting paid in the future, but it still stings because it's an end of an era and a moment. I did talk to Dean Kramer the other day, guys. You know this. I'm very close with him. As much as people want to look at the business of it, and it's a business decision, and some people were happy he is gone from Baltimore. He had some fantastic moments here, but above all, he's human. And for the last 5 years, this has been home for Dean.
Yep.
And in an instant, it's gone. And I'm going to tell you, with this Adley situation, it's going to be a similar part. As much as people feel a lot of different ways, these are relationships that are built, and you're human. You're going to feel it, and then it's going to pass, and you got to go play ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's for me, it goes back to the moment where he was came out on his first day and just took it all in that day, right?
Yep.
And it's everybody remembers that moment, and now to see when that moment happened, you kind of was like, all right, this is the guy that's going to be here for life. You know, not that as soon as he comes up on a contract year, he's going to get traded. And so, like, that's the I think the punch in the gut for a lot of fans is just like, man, this sucks. You really thought, and not only that, but the day he came up was a turning point for the O's, by the way. Like, they were awful, and then went on this crazy run where they didn't lose a series until the next year. So it was, or didn't get swept until the next year. So like, it's it definitely is a tough moment for everybody, I think, because of what you thought Adley was going to be to the team for years to come, and it wouldn't be some short-term stint for a one-of-one.
And it was, you talked about it, Brad. It was like years of suffering for this fan base and having some hope that, okay, the rebuild's here. There's going to be light at the end of the tunnel. We're going to win postseason games going forward. And the case in point, unfortunately, is, sorry to be Captain Obvious, but that hasn't happened. And if this happens, it's not like the Orioles haven't traded in division before to the Yankees, done deals with other teams as well. But this is a different magnitude, number one. And it's when it's happening, number two. You talk about liftoff. You talk about, the
Yeah.
rebuild
Yeah.
of everything that's going to happen. And here's the case in point. And I saw Jacob Calvin-Meyer brought up a great point. Mike Elias has sold of six of the last 8 deadlines, or 6 of the 8 deadlines.
Mhm.
He's been a seller. You can't win baseball games if you are going to sell that many times. I know things happen and seasons change, but this team still has not won a postseason game under Mike Elias as things stand. If you're going to rebuild, if you're going to come in and rebuild a team and draft a guy 1-1 as one of the corner pieces of your franchise, you have to do something more than has been done over the last couple of years. And plain and simple, it hasn't happened. Brad, I'm looking at that camera, right? Not that it matters, but I'm just,
You
But
can just keep talking.
No, I want to keep, because I see the frustration, and fans have every right in hell to be frustrated about what's going on right now in the state of Orioles baseball. It's your switch hitting all-star catcher who was supposed to help lead you to the promised land, and while he's injured right now, it's just, this is a gut punch, not only because of when it's happening, but who it's happening with.
Yeah.
And a team that is in division ahead of you in this. It's like you snap their historic losing streak, and then you're going to go out and gift them your all-star catcher and say, here, take him. You guys ride off into the sunset. We're fine with mediocrity right now. That's just what it feels like, and it sucks.
So here's the thing, and I'm going to continue to go into this. If you're new to the channel, we got a lot of people, I think, that might be new to the channel today. And if you are, hit that like and subscribe button, because across everything right now, the concurrence, it's been amazing. And if you're excited about baseball, we're happy to have you here. If you're frustrated about baseball, and I'm sure there's a lot of people, as I see in the chats, we also appreciate you being here. We're the Ryan Ripken Show. We're live Monday through Friday at 3 p.m., but on special days, we react. So we're live today from 12 to 7. We are on all social media platforms. YouTube, X, Instagram, and Facebook are all at Ryan Ripken Show. So follow over there for all up-to-date short-form content. We also have long-form content on here with a lot of exclusive interviews. Just had Jerry Hairston Jr. If you're an Oriole fan, we interviewed Chris Davis and Buck Showalter earlier this week. And we've had legends on here like John Smoltz, Ken Griffey Jr., Will the Thrill Clark, and so many more. And we'll get to football season. But let's talk about baseball.
While you're on that subject, somebody doesn't know who we are.
It's all right.
So
it's Ryan and the gang. It's okay.
So yeah, this is my crew that we've been together, and intern Nate now for the last few months here. Intern Nate, everybody. But our group, we've been doing this since, gosh, it's crazy. 2023 will be
3 years.
September of 2023. We've done this consistently, but it's our first year doing 5 days a week, which, hey, now it's because of all of you.
Almost 3 years to the day since we've had our first show together.
Intern Nate, shout out.
It is. We
hit him up, as he said to Yoni the other day, which is the funniest shit
Also,
I've ever heard.
Ryan Ripken, professional baseball player, former, and the rest of us are just stooges that like sports.
Hey.
You are the stooge. You're the definition of stooge.
I had a cup of tea in professional television before as a washed up sports anchor and reporter.
Again, stooge.
I have some credentials.
There's a spin-off
My
show
takes might
coming from
suck,
this
but
called The
it
Rocco
is what
Show.
it is.
Rocco was actually a sports anchor, and that's actually how we met.
Zach Bollinger is a degenerate.
Might have given Rip his start in media, but he can thank me later.
I will thank you later, because right now I got to address the people here that are freaking out about the reports that Buster Olney says a deal is in place, waiting medicals, and for the Red Sox to say yay or nay. So I want to talk about this whole thing on the Orioles side, because I've seen a lot of the comments, and we will get to our jewel break here in just a moment. It's important. We'll get to that. But I want to address the fans and all the comments, and there are a ton. And I do understand what is going on and why people feel this way. So there's two sides to this. Rocco, you mentioned the emotional side. The emotional side is this was the number 1 overall pick that you felt was going to take you to places you haven't been in 43 years. That was back to the World Series and ultimately bringing a World Series championship back to the great city of Baltimore. And in this process, it felt like the second half of 2022, you were on your way. And 23 was a magical year that was cut short in the postseason, smacked in the face. You went, damn, that one stung. Now, the Rangers did go on to win the World Series, but nonetheless, you lose. You don't win a game in that series against the Rangers, where you are the number 1 seed. Then to 2024, you couldn't have asked for a better start. You trade for Corbin Burns, too, a guy that was a rental, and you go out there and you're the best team in the American League. And then we know what happened the second half of 24. And they still snuck into the playoffs. And the pitching actually held up. It was the offense that didn't deliver, and the Orioles lose both games against the Royals, and the season's over yet again. Then it's a disaster in 2025. And then you're sitting here going, we got a new manager. We're setting things up. We're going to be back in 26. And the crazy thing is they're not out of it in 26, but they're not where they hoped to have been. And what the hope was to be where the Red Sox, the Yankees, and the Rays currently are, right in the thick of playoff positioning, right on the verge of feeling that you are the top team in the American League. Oh, and then above all, today would be the day you are aggressive in getting the final pieces to help you win, not give away pieces to see what the future could hold. So there's that emotional side. And guys, we know with this business, at some point things are going to have to change. And the reality of this part, the players are responsible for how they go out there and execute, and they haven't executed. That's number one. But then number two, the Orioles front office hasn't done a good enough job developing the players and haven't done a good enough job of getting the Orioles to the next spot, and that is winning. That's just a fact. It's objective. So I don't want to sit here and say that when you're saying, oh, Elias needs to go and all these things, it's a combination effort. But as losing continues, there's going to be harder conversations that the organization is going to have to address.
But my thing is, Rip, like Elias has to, or there's got to be a guy to answer for it all, right? Like, and Elias is that guy that should be answering for it all. Is that not an accurate statement?
No, and that's also why, from what I understand and what I've seen, they have said we've messed up things. We need to change even how we go about the analytics versus the baseball feel. And some of that won't come into fruition for how we see the minor league development for the next couple of years. But above all, we got to see this year play out, see where it goes, and see where it goes in the next year. Because the crazy thing is, there's still 2.5 games out of this, which is nuts because the American League is just bad. It's just bad because as much as Oriole fans are saying this, I've heard the Mariners fans say the same thing about their situation, that why aren't we buying more? We've been in this situation. The Mariners have never been to a World Series in the history of their organization. The Guardians are still battling. The White Sox are battling. The Twins sold a ton of pieces, and yet now they still think they got a shot because this American League has been so bad. So I feel for fans on this, but also for the points that you want to be upset for fans on one side, you got to go out and play. And for the Orioles, defensively, unearned runs, the most in baseball. Whoever you want to say, the players have a certain extent to that. They're not executing enough on that front. You want to get mad about with the bad for Mike Elias, you can't then look at the side of they extended Basayo, they extended Bradish, and they extended Boz. And they signed Pete Alonso. And all four of those pieces are really good. Shane Boz and Kyle Bradish have a sub-4 ERA. Bradish, Boz, and Brandon Young, who the Orioles signed, that trio has a sub-4 ERA, and they've been the second best starting ERA since May. Now, you want to talk about all the other issues? By all means, they have made a mess of the outfield, and that is a Mike Elias problem that they have to solve. They have made a mess of that. But you traded for Bradish, you landed him. Everyone loves Blaze Alexander. They traded Cade Stroud to get Blaze Alexander. You signed Pete Alonso. You signed Sam Basayo for a long extension. There's good and bad. But at the end of the day, you're right, Brad. The Orioles, there is a clock here where something has to be sorted out. You fired Hyde last year, brought in a new staff, and you're giving them more reign. I want to see this year play out before we start jumping to everything else. But here's the business side now. That was the emotional side. The business side is if Adley does not want to be here long term, which from what I've heard for things, they can't figure out an extension.
Yeah, I mean, they've made him offers.
So that's my point. So as much as people want to get mad at the front office, and the same thing with Gunnar, there's reports out there that Gunnar was offered a shit ton of money.
Massive.
A shit ton of money. And he said no. So when you're a front office, and this is the part out here, what do you do with that? So with Adley, You signed Basayo already. If Adley and the Orioles can't get to a decision, this is the most value he is ever going to have for you at this point of his career.
Yep.
And if the Red Sox or the Yankees, or if it's going to be Boston, if they're willing to overpay for him and you already have your future catcher here, you have to listen to this offer. And you have to make the business move. And it sucks. But you would be more upset if you don't trade Adley and he walks.
Well, if you get nothing for him, absolutely. But it just at this point in time, what is the return going to be? What is the haul going to be?
That's the big.
Is it going to help you win now, or are you looking for a 3-year down the line future plan again that this fan base can't deal with right now because it's been years and years and years and years of losing and losing and losing and losing, and hope in that little span where it's like win the AL East, win 101 games. Next year you go to the wild card, and it's just been like a downwards shit slide from there. And it's
still
like
can't win a playoff game.
Got to find a way to get back to the postseason. Winning cures all, absolutely. But when you're not winning, this is the reaction you get. Rightfully so,
100%.
Understandable, and it sucks right now.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about business decisions. You want to find a perfect way to get fans not to show up to games. You do something like this. You trade a guy to a division rival. I would be shocked if there's a remotely full stadium with Orioles fans.
With
the rest of the season.
Ryan, I have a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, Zach.
We talk about just obviously the kind of thought process going into this deadline. When Elias was talking was, hey, we're open to everything. We are not going to commit to buying or selling. And we thought that so far, I'm not going to include an Adley trade in this. It looks like it's done. All of that. I get that, but haven't, fat lady ain't sing yet. So it's not done. Taylor Ward felt like a guy that was going to get moved. We all said, I said I would be floored if he was an Oriole at 6:01 tonight. Do you still think that they are going to do this buy and sell, where they're looking forward to this year and the future, but also trying to see, hey, what value he can get? Or do you think with how they've kind of been moving, where, hey, they're taking offers on Adley, it looks like that could be done. Obviously, Taylor Ward. Do you think they're committing to selling over buying? Or in your mind, do you think there's still a potential that we see them make a move for a major league player that can help the team in 2026?
I think the way it's going right now, they're the only way that they buy something that's a major league ready player that isn't this deal has to be a controllable arm. So Reed Detmers, is there any information on him yet right now? There's nothing really there.
No, I've just seen that they are asking for more than they got for Soriano.
So my point is with that, I don't see them going and overpaying for someone else out there. I think that this would be it, and you rock with what you have. And so it's going to be a sell. Like, it's going to end up being a sell there. This whole situation, and I want to go back to this, and I want to make this clear. While I'm saying you have to figure out what you're going to do as an organization moving forward, if you trade Adley, which looks like it's going to happen, it's because you failed.
Yep.
You failed because this wasn't a part of the plan. Right? Like, you failed because the Baltimore Orioles were supposed to win with him, not win without him.
I mean, it's 0 playoff wins. That's what sucks.
Yeah, and that's the emotional side of this. But now we're here. And so I see people in the chat of going, what does it mean? Here's the crazy freaking thing. The Orioles could go on a bender and still make the playoffs this year because of this AL. Like, that's the crazy thing here. You have to figure out what team you're going to be moving forward. But right now, if trading Adley is because you guys have regressed to a point and haven't figured it out. There are some good pieces that you liked, but also in the process, you didn't figure out which one of your prospects are going to be your guys. And one thing you have to live with is that some of your prospects that you ended up trading away, you have to prioritize. And the Orioles still haven't prioritized the outfield situation. So you have a huge hole there. The infield, and it sucks that Westy's out. Westberg, stud. Gunnar, I believe, will bounce back, but I do think for whatever the reasons, you can say whatever the results are, he ain't playing well. So the infield, though, you feel really good about. Outfield, you don't know, and starting pitching, you finally feel. But the reality is you still failed to do it with the guy that you hope to have for years to come. So the other angle here is, and this is why I think it's a hard conversation and fans don't want to deal with this, how long is Adley Rutschman going to be behind the plate? And I've said this before. The injuries are concerning to teams. It's concerning to the Orioles. And you signed Pete Alonso. Guys, guess who's playing first base for the Orioles moving forward in the next 4 years?
Yeah.
It's going to be Pete Alonso. So you can't put Adley over there. There is serious concern of how long you get Adley playing catcher, because a switch hitting catcher has more value than a catcher that will play a little bit behind the dish, but is going to have to move to DH or first. So that's the whole situation. And I know our next guest, because I know he's got some opinions on it.
Oh, yeah.
And he'll talk about it. So before we do that, let's do our house cleaning here. If you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Guys, we have over 1,400 just on YouTube alone right now in the chat.
We got over 350 in the chat and Twitter right now as well. So if you are not following, also give a follow to the Ryan Ripken Show. You can view it on Twitter as well.
And then go to Instagram and Facebook and do it.
We're live
Ryan
everywhere.
Ripken Show. Yep. Everywhere. And also, Rocco, let's get our super chats and a jewel count. Let's go back to that real quick
I
before
was
we
just
welcome our
signaling
guest.
to you that I can't hear shit because I ripped my AirPods out because I was having connectivity issues.
That's fine,
And
but you can hear me.
I can
yelling
hear
at
you
right
loud
now.
and clear.
Right. So can we get a jewel count?
We can get a jewel count. Brad, have you starred them in the chat? Can you bring them back or no?
They are
starting
starting
in
chat.
myself. This is like going to be.
There's a crap ton. Hold on.
There's a lot.
Oh, I got it.
We got Steve.
Pop them up. Jewel break.
Steve.
Need to get Jerry back to the O's for broadcasting. Well, Jerry's enjoying his time out there. I got to say he's got a pretty good gig out there. But we do love Jerry Hairston Jr.
I don't know if we caught Jorn on this
We
one,
did
but
not.
I got eight. Nate, can we get a Baja?
Bah.
There we go. I got it. I got the other ones. Adley already sits multiple days a week. You have to trade him. With that said, this front office is a joke. They have to go. That's the emotion that we're talking about. And I get it. A lot of people are going to have that type of feeling, but we appreciate it, Christian. I got King Lando for some jewels here. Jamming. We're jamming here.
we'll get the air horn out for that one.
Hey,
too.
high fives here all around, though. We have more high
Oh,
fives.
yeah, there
High
we
fives
go.
around, guys. High fives around.
Wait, I'm bringing
I gotta
Kevin on
ask.
to give me a high
Someone
five.
insults one.
Kevin.
Oh, Kevin. Yeah,
Kevin.
Kevin.
High five, everybody.
I got to ask, guys, if someone insults one of us and pays like $5 to do it, we got to bring it up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good. I'm just making sure.
I don't know what press F means, but
That press F means F's in the chat.
F's in the
Never
chat.
heard that.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
it's like tough.
You're like 7 years old now. Probably not.
yeah, it's that's after my time.
Yeah. Certainly is. Well,
Bordy knows what that's like.
yeah. Well, let's Bordy is I think he's ready. Bordy, if you're ready, give me a thumbs up behind the screen there. Oh, he's ready to rock and roll. Well, he's had some opinions. He always does. But he's also a guy that's been around the game for so long, understands it, and has a great pulse, not just on the game of baseball, but the city and community of Baltimore, because he has been so involved with it since his playing days here with the Orioles. Let's bring on Orioles Hall of Famer. And my friend and colleague with Baltimore Baseball Tonight on 105.7 The Fan. Let's bring on Mike Bordick. Bordy.
What's going on, Ryan? How are you, man?
I'm doing. I love the League of Dreams, by the way, in the background.
Yeah,
Before we talk some ball, for those that don't know about League of Dreams, could you tell our audience?
Yeah, I'd love to. Thank you so much. Yeah, so the League of Dreams was started about 25 years ago right here in Catonsville, Maryland. Frank Kolarek, his son is Adam Kolarek, who played on that World Series championship team with the Dodgers a few years ago, and a Maryland guy himself, University of Maryland. Anyway, he started the League of Dreams to give special needs kids opportunities to play baseball and softball. We've all of a sudden merged into other sports. So we do all sports right now. We've broken off into STEM as well, science, technology, engineering, and math. And this backdrop right here represents the new podcast that we just started with the League of Dreams called Rocks to Pearls. So Frank and I interview some people in the community, some people that have helped the League of Dreams. We're going to talk to, players and celebrities that have experiences with special needs kids and their family, things like that. So just inspiring stories, and hopefully that takes us somewhere as well.
Well, and where is that out right now, Bordy?
The Rockster Pearls podcast is out. This is going to be, we actually had a little bit of a library a couple years ago. I interviewed some guys. I was thinking about starting a podcast, interviewed Brooks Robinson and Jim Palmer and some old classic Orioles, of course. And that's in our library. So we had started it a couple years ago with, hopes and aspirations to get it more consistent. And Frank and I have started, we relaunched it. Frank was our first episode. Kelly Spino, who is one of our special needs superheroes. She teaches special needs. She knows all about STEM. She does our STEM training. She was interviewed. So yeah, pretty exciting time for the League of Dreams, and hopefully make it bigger and better and give more special needs kids opportunities to experience sports, and of course the great game of baseball that kind of put us on the map.
It truly is the League of Dreams. It's a great organization. Frank, tremendous.
Yeah.
We're having people rated on the 1 to 10 scale. Frank's an 11 out of 10 guy that wants to continue to have impact. Bordy, you're not too bad yourself.
Well, I know I'm blessed to be with Frank in the League of Dreams. That's for sure.
That is for sure. And we appreciate that. You're staying busy too. You and Jerry Coleman as well. And then today's a busy day, Mike.
Man.
We knew Taylor Ward would probably be on the move at some point. He's being traded to the Mariners. And now Buster Olney's tweeted out that the deal is in place for Adley Rutschman, the face of the franchise, the 1-1 in 2019, is on the verge of being traded to Boston. So I just want your opinion now in the moment, how you feel, what this means, and try to wrap together how we got here. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, I feel sick. Honestly, listen, Adley Rutschman, in my opinion, has just been the cornerstone and really what was supposed to turn everything around for the Orioles, the Oriole fan base. Obviously, Mike Elias is 1-1 pick to really kind of set the standard. And I think the standard was set because I think there were a lot of really great young men that are in the Orioles organization right now. But unfortunately, they've all just kind of underachieved. Now, I know Adley is 3-time All-Star. And I'll be the first to admit, man, I didn't think there was any way they were going to trade him, because now it's just going to be more speculation. There's just going to be more piling on the Mike Elias and what happened and this and that. So I just think from an Orioles standpoint and as a fan that you hope that this organization starts to build the right way now so that we can have sustainable success, a team that we're definitely talking about in the postseason picture. If the rumors are true, and I don't know if it's really locked in right now, but if Adley Rutschman goes to the Red Sox for sure, in the division, it just makes me sick, man. And I know it's not like it used to be in the old days when you're playing them so many times, but man, oh man, if it comes down, now we got Baker down there saving games for the Rays. We got Adley possibly up at Fenway Park. I just hate it. It just doesn't feel good to me. But hopefully we get some good prospects in return. That's got to be the catch right there, the hook. If you're going to trade Adley Rutschman, you better get something in return, and it better be big and really help this organization kind of spearhead and hopefully a successful campaign for years to come.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, just put it bluntly, it's been ugly. It's been ugly for what the expectations were going into this year. The AL is down, but the Orioles weren't expected to be in this position that they are. And Zach, if you can come on the screen real quick, because you got some other reports that are flying around now.
The usual reports are going out there, and we've got two kind of updates. I don't know. This is just very much the rumor mill right now, but it's from people who have gotten sources and stuff right throughout this. Orioles GM Mike Elias is actively shopping Trevor Rogers. The Braves, Padres, Cubs, and D-backs have all shown interest. And then a little different one is sources are saying the Padres and Orioles have been going back and forth on what a potential deal would look like to send second baseman Jackson Holliday to San Diego.
Wow.
I guess this is very much seems like at the beginning parts of discussions. Don't know if this is just a phone call of what would it take for Jackson Holiday. Would take this. Can't do that. Both sides hang up. But it does seem like at least those rumors and reports, I've gotten a few texts about it as well, that is out there right
so
now.
Bordy, with that being said, of this, the Adley thing, if you're not going to extend him, if this is, it takes two to tango, and that's a whole other of the business side. The value right now would be the most, whether people like the emotional side of losing him. They are where they at because they failed to have the success, and now they are left with the choice. The Jackson one, though, that to me, the Adley one irritates me. I'd be pretty frustrated if Jackson gets traded, unless
that's a nice way to put it.
But
right?
like in that mind, is it Mason Miller going to, like, if that was the case, is Mason Miller coming back to Baltimore in that? Because I don't see why you'd want to trade a 22-year-old with the way Jackson's swinging the bat, right?
Why would we want Mason Miller to save games on a below 500 team? You know what I mean?
I'm with you, boy.
I mean, so we're going to give up our top prospect? I mean, I don't know, man. It doesn't make much sense to me. Listen, I like the fact that the Orioles are entertaining, the idea, but it just blows me away. So if Jackson Holiday doesn't get traded, yet his name was thrown out there, are we just going to keep messing with these young players' minds with everything that gets thrown around? They bring them up too soon. All of a sudden their careers are just a roller coaster ride. Nobody's got any stability. They move them from position to position. And now all of a sudden they're putting Jackson Holiday, who's had the best month for the Orioles, out on the trade market. Even to speculate and talk about it drives me crazy, because this is all these kids listen to now, social media and stuff. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't make much sense to me. Here we are. Are we in the midst of another rebuild again, right before our eyes, just like last year? I know it was considered a retool, but you're thinking about getting rid of all your young guys now too? I don't know what we've become. It's unfortunate though that those kind of things are being entertained right now, because I think we're seeing glimmers of what Jackson Holiday could really be, and that's what our whole hope was, to be around all kinds of young players that show so much great promise. And obviously it hasn't worked out that way, but if you trade those kind of guys, what is the organization? What is it? What has it truly become? Are they just another team looking, every year, changing players around, changing rosters? Makes no sense to me.
So Bordy, with that said, the part with business, you want to take the best deal wherever it is, but make no mistake, Adley to a division rival and the Red Sox go and win, and the Orioles haven't won in 43 years, that's going to piss a lot of people off, right? That's just how it is. Business-wise, take the best deal. Optics-wise, your rival gets the glory that you've been chasing. That's the worst case. But we won't go to the what if until that's officially set in stone. What we do know, Taylor Ward is gone. That is set. You're talking about moving guys around. Now that this case, I don't see the Orioles bringing in an outfielder. And you talk about moving guys to different positions. I'm in the camp. I want to see Beavers out there consistently. I think Kowser's your best center fielder defensively right now. But if the Orioles don't make any other moves and you have this group of outfielders, don't you think this is the time to let those young guys run and see what you have? Because I think that there is, of all of this going into 27, you have an indication if you don't change anything. Westberg, Gunnar, Jackson, Pete, and Sammy behind the dish. Bordy, I don't know who any of the three starting outfielders are at the moment going into 27. So could you maybe give your take, your thought of what you would expect or what you want to see the last months of the season?
Man, I just wish they'd let the young guys play and quit trying to platoon these guys and figure out truly. I know it seems like they've all had their opportunities. The Orioles have been a land of opportunities to see how inconsistent young players can be without proper development. That's for sure. And I will harp on that till the bitter end. These young guys were not properly developed coming up through. They were rushed, and they just did not get the detail and the nuance that it takes. And unfortunately, Albert has got to try to control that. We've seen that with Basayo early, and it just happens on a daily basis, I got to believe, with so many young players. That said, let the young guys play, please. I mean, you can see every young guy, every opportunity they get now, again, lefty on lefty, guys are fighting their butts off to try to have good at bats. They are hungry to be out there, and you really have to make decisions that should have been truly made in the minor leagues, and for them to all of a sudden get up here and be labeled as platoon type players, that can't happen, man. Not with your top dogs. You got to let them run, see what they can do. I hope Kowser plays every day in center field. I hope Beavers does too, because I like how he takes his at bats. Listen, there are question marks with everybody, but they need repetitions, consistent at that.
The consistency is key. I had Buck Showalter on board last week, and it was actually during the extra inning comeback. And Jackson came in and got 2 hits in that game. And the second one was against the lefty. I believe Kowser's game-winning hit in extra innings was against the lefty.
Yeah, right.
and Buck was laughing about it, going like, well, he got a hit right there. And here was my part. If Skubal doesn't get taken out in the 7th inning, I don't think Jackson Holiday gets the pinch hit for Trump. I think that it might have just stayed with Trump facing Skubal, and this whole miraculous comeback and feeling is for nothing, right? That's how close it was.
Right. Yeah, I know. Listen, I don't want to bash or anything, but I get a kick sometimes. Benzo rolled out about Alvarez, talking about pushing the right buttons. Well, the right button should have been pushed with the starting lineup, and Jackson Holiday should have been in there from the beginning, from jump, man. I mean, that's what these guys do. That's why they are 1-1s. That's why they are the best in the country when they get drafted top, for the Baltimore Orioles, because they can handle this stuff and they know how to make the adjustments when they have to. So, I'm a little disappointed that a guy like Holiday, gets on a roll and has to come off the bench. Those kind of things are head scratchers to me. I know a lot of people too. We want to see our young guys go. We really do, because I think they all have the capability of doing some really good things.
Well, and they got to figure out how good they can be at the big league level. And, one thing that I've noticed, and what I also believe, when you keep a lot of prospects, which the Orioles have, I have no problem with that as long as you prioritize. And you got to prioritize guys to play. If not, you have to trade them. And there's probably some guys that waited too long to make that decision, but then guys that they brought up didn't get that run when they needed to. And now you're in this figure it out mode, and you need to try to figure that out to try to best address it going into 27. Bordy, you've been around a lot of deadlines as a player. For all the chaos that goes on, do you have any personal stories that you can relate to, or what it's like in a locker room being on the buying side and the selling side that you can give that insight to our audience?
Yeah, man, it sucks. It really does, because I think when every player goes into spring training, unless they're out and out just upset at the front office for not getting a deal done, or you just never know what goes on behind closed doors. But I think, to a guy, when you go into a locker room, when you go into spring training, you're all on the same page, man, with one common goal, and that's to try to make it to the postseason and hopefully hoist a trophy. And I'm talking about whether you're in single A, double A, triple A, it just doesn't matter. There's that kind of camaraderie. So when trades happen, and they happen at every level, it's kind of disheartening, right? To the fact, we weren't able to kind of do what we had to do, or we're here, we need one more extra piece, to get over the hump. Now, I've been on very interesting trade situations. I was part of the Oakland A's when Jose Canseco got traded to the Texas Rangers. And that deal was shocking to the world. I mean, Jose was the Oakland A's, right? I mean, he had just done 40-40. So the best player in baseball, he was the Shohei Ohtani of that era, no doubt about it. But the move was made by Sandy Alderson, and they were really tight with Tony La Russa and ownership, and they got back Bobby Witt and Jeff Russell and Ruben Sierra, and the underachieving 1992 Oakland A's ended up making it in the postseason, and we got beat, by the Toronto Blue Jays, who went on a little bit of a dynasty run themselves in 92 and 93. But it's those kind of moves that also either help teams or not. You remember, Ryan, in 2000 when the Orioles got traded, right? And so I remember coming to the clubhouse every day and Mike Hargrove saying, listen, man, you're not getting traded. You're not getting traded. And then, the New York Mets, all of a sudden, the last minute said, listen, we need a shortstop. Ray Ordonez broke his wrist. And they ended up making a big deal that brought Melvin Mora over. I mean, the Orioles wouldn't have had Melvin Mora, Oriole Hall of Famer, 10-year, just incredible run here. And I got traded up to the Mets and had an opportunity to go to the World Series. Now, initially, I was heartbroken, man, because I fell in love with Baltimore. I had some of my best years with Baltimore. My family was here. We were established, started doing some things with nonprofits and helping the community. And all of a sudden now you're not part of it. And you got to try to make a home in another league and a new team and try to get on the same page. I'll say this, man, when you go into a clubhouse that has a mission and to make it to the postseason, and the Mets did that year, it makes it a lot easier, a lot more fun, man. Everybody's going the same direction. Everybody welcomes you. Let's go. This is what we got to do. And that's what happened to the Mets. Ended up going to the Subway Series. It was an incredible experience. But in that same year, man, some of my best friends, Will Clark gets traded. Charles Johnson gets traded. BJ Surhoff, that just ripped my heart right out of my soul. You talk about maybe I felt like I was close to Baltimore. I mean, BJ is Baltimore, and everything that he's gone through in his career, and that just ripped my heart out. Is really, you see the human side of things, man, because players, it's your life. You really give your heart and soul to the game, to your teammates, and then when it starts getting pulled apart, it hurts, and you got to find a way to overcome and move forward and really be a pro. But it's tough, man, and I empathize with a lot of the guys in the Orioles locker room right now because things are happening fast and furious. They got an off day. It's going to be hard to communicate with everybody. Listen, man, Dean Kramer, I loved Dean Kramer, what he meant to the Orioles, what he did for this organization. And I don't know, I think we move so fast in this game with numbers and things like that. We forget how important he was to this organization and how many guys he impacted in this organization, just his presence. You know what I mean? So it's a kind of a moving time. And I know we look at it kind of black and white with, they're going to help this team. They're going to help this team. But there's a lot that goes on, man, behind the scenes, the emotions that are hard, a hard part of this game to understand and really overcome that the professionals have to deal with.
Brad, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, Bordy, I just first of all, thanks for coming on the show. I wanted to address the other half of this equation because there's a lot of things to be frustrated about when it comes to the front office, and we've addressed those, but there's also this component of, hey, Adley's been made offers and he didn't take them. And so now it's gotten to a point where the front office has been forced into a decision of, hey, do we keep him here in hopes that we can get something done, or do we trade him at potentially his highest value right now? So like, I understand that fans are probably frustrated with the front office, but I think there should be some of that directed towards Adley himself. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I hear you there. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think you look at a couple different ways. Was Adley offered a deal early in his career? After he made a couple all-star teams, did they really make him a true, honest offer? Yeah, we don't know about that. And I agree. I mean, it just seemed like Adley wasn't going to resign anyway with the Orioles, whether or not, they had enough to make that kind of offer. And the fact that they signed Basayo kind of, I don't know if it's a slap in the face to Adley Rutschman or really how to look at that. But yeah, it just seemed like, okay, now Adley's kind of expendable because Basayo is going to be the number one guy. Well, we'll see if Basayo is going to be the number one guy. Listen, though, for years, I think most of the Orioles prospects have all been kind of scrutinized because of their inconsistencies at the highest level. Sam Basayo's only caught like 60 games in the minor leagues, and we expect him to be a major league number one right now. So that's why I thought they were going to hang on to Adley, let Basayo learn a little bit more. I know he's done some great things, and his bat has just unbelievable potential. But we've seen how that potential goes up and down. It's a roller coaster ride. So, I guess in these all these situations, right? Listen, when I ended up signing with the Orioles, I wasn't traded to the Orioles, but the Oakland A's had made no indication that they wanted to sign me. And you know what I mean? So even when we approached them, they were like, well, this and that. Okay, well, if you don't want me, I guess I'm going to sign with somebody else. And sometimes that's how it goes. And I don't know if that indeed is what happened with, Adley, or not. But for one reason or another, And sometimes things come out in the wash. He just didn't want to re-sign here. Maybe he didn't think that there was that window of winning opportunity, because when push comes to shove, every player, by the heart of hearts, should be to win, period. I want to be on a winner, period. And hopefully that's his driving motivation. And I don't know. It's scary if he didn't see it here in Baltimore, though. That's for sure.
And to close that, Bordy, of what you've just alluded to and talked about with teams, and that's one of the things I always worry about. You know, and I love the city, you know, love the team. You know, it's the relationships that you build, right? And I've gotten to know you since I was the little guy running around the clubhouse to now being the adult that, you know, wish you had more hair and then it was blonde back then. I wish I had those traits. But what you learn in the process here is how much the people care about their team. You also know how much work goes in a clubhouse, and business is business. But also one thing that you touched on that is so important that you can't quantify with data is how do you create a culture that you are dependable and that you win by any means, that you are there and that people can rely on you. You mentioned why BJ Surhoff, why it hurt BJ so much. He loved being here. He loved the guys in the locker room, and he felt a part of the city. And then when he's removed from that, it hurt. I can tell it wholeheartedly. That's how Dean Kramer felt. Yeah. As much as people wanted to be mad, that hurt Dean. Yeah. And he's not upset about what the next phase is going to be, but Dean wanted to be here. He wanted to help this team win. And
yeah. Maybe not after they sent him out after spring training. That's my call. That Dean, because I feel the same way about Dean, man. Yeah. Everything he did, and then when they sent him down, you know, I was like, wait, that just did not feel right. It would not surprise me one bit if Dean Kramer called his agent and said, you better make a trade, because obviously they don't want me to be part of this right now. And you know how that's another thing. You talk about, you know, that mental game in baseball and those kind of things. How an organization actually treats you and make you feel, you know, did they make him feel like a number one guy, part of the rotation? Well, I know they didn't when they sent him down. That's for sure. So that was another thing that might have hurt.
Yeah. And for that though, right. It's this, we know you got to keep out the emotion with the player in the front office where you got to make things work. But it's, again, those teams, when things go well, everyone will tell you, there's this camaraderie, there's this connectiveness, and you stick together and go through it. And Chris Davis being in town here, so many Orioles came back. Why? That team had this connective energy and group, and they also did have a great run. And there's something to be said about that. I hope that that's something that we see here in Baltimore Bordy in the future. But for right now, I was just hoping in August of 2026, we were talking about, just like we saw a few years back, man, the Orioles are about to do this and ascend. And right now we're wondering who's going to be a part of the plan moving forward. We know Bradish and Boz and Alonso and Basayo are 4 names, but who else is going to be a part of bringing back that Orioles magic that I know this fan base is dying to see? It's just because they care so much, Bordy, and you know that better than anyone. But before I let you get out here, you are doing a lot of work, obviously, with the League of Dreams, but
yeah, man.
You and Jerry are staying busy over there. Can you tell people all about what you guys are up to on the pod?
Yeah, man, the Be More Sports Pod. Check it out. We're doing some good things. You mentioned Buster Olney. He's going to be on the show tomorrow, man. We're going to be talking about, you know, all the trades and how it's impacted, you know, baseball, because here we are talking about just trade stuff, but other people are looking at the trade world now and how it might impact, you know, the offseason with the collective bargaining agreement. You know, the Dodgers, oh my gosh, now they're the evil empire and things like that because they got Scooble. But, you know, everybody else had an opportunity to trade away some prospects. The Dodgers went and did it. So, yeah, they are the odds-on favor. But, yeah, we'll be talking with Buster Olney. We've had a nice run with some great guests here recently. So having fun doing that. Check out that Rocks to Pearls podcast on the League of Dreams as well. And appreciate you letting me bring that up too, Ryan.
Well, we appreciate you, Bordy, and all the things that you do. And I know we'll be talking soon after this. And I got to have you on maybe in a week or so, if it's cool with you, because we're looking back at the 90s at Camden Yard. So could you join us in a week or so and talk about 90s at the Yard?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, man. It was rocking back then. You know that every
Hell
night.
yeah. All right. So Bordy, we'll see you on in a week plus. Appreciate you as always and everything you do. And I can speak for everyone with Birdland. They always love what you're doing to support the community. So thank you again.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Ryan. Thanks a lot, guys.
Mike Bordick, everybody.
Hey.
And Bordy's such a good dude. And you can hear it in his heart about how much things matter. And he's exactly right with all those moves. And we'll get into all of those other conversations here in just a second. So if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show. It is a flurry. And I thought, guys, we're going to ease into this, not on a trade deadline like today. New to the channel, it helps us a lot if you hit that like and subscribe. The Ryan Ripken Show is live Monday through Friday at 3 p.m. We do talk football in the fall, but we are a big baseball group. Today is the biggest baseball day during the season when it comes to moves. And follow us on all the social media platforms, Instagram, X, Facebook, TikTok, you name it, at Ryan Ripken Show for more. Rock, you had something you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, a couple of rumors and one report. So John Heyman saying the Padres are trying to land Robbie Ray in a deal with the Giants. And then this just coming in from Jeff Passan. The Rays are acquiring catcher Liam Hicks in a trade with the Miami Marlins. No clue who the Marlins are sending back or the Rays are sending back, but we're going to keep everyone updated there. But just wanted to get your thoughts on that, Rip. And this is like waiting for the Adley trade to become official or not official. This is just like bullshit.
We have more work.
It sucks. Like this sucks. It's just like, is it going to happen? When is it going to happen? Can we talk about it happening? It's like, all right, like
I'll tell you this. The last media, Michael Elias addressing the media. I got the sense that it was going to go. They were going to be buyers and sellers, and right now it just feels like it's all selling. Am I off base on that? Anybody?
No. Nope, not at all. I think that you are spot on for how things have changed so far. And there's the tweet from Buster Olney.
Well, no,
the Red Sox,
we have
the Orioles.
Tweet. We have an update. Jim Bowden says they're going through medicals now, and they are waiting on John Henry to allow Craig Breslow to pull the trigger. So it seems like players are agreed on. Deal is set. And we are just going to be waiting for, I guess, John Henry, the owner of the Red Sox, to let them know if he's got the okay to give the
green light.
Yep. So that's what seems to be what we are waiting on for the Red Sox. And then, yes, a few other trades have come through. I've now seen from Passan that Robbie Ray to the Padres is official.
Interesting.
So at least Bob Nightingale reported it and credited that the deal is finalized per Passan. So I'm assuming that's going to go through, as Rocco said. But yeah, I mean, it seems as if I think the Liam Hicks trade, that's a big one.
That's a big trade.
The AL East. That's a big trade in the AL East. Like I love Adley, all that. What Liam Hicks has been doing this year in Miami should not be undersold.
This is a bit uncharacteristic of the Rays to be this aggressive.
And you know what?
I'm not mad about it.
Oh,
I'm
no,
just,
for sure.
Just saying, it's kind of refreshing to see the Rays being like, "Hey, we're going to be all in on this."
And here's the thing, and Jerry brought it up. They could have gotten Scooble, and I know that long term you're like, well, we're giving up some names, and that would hurt. But how do you value winning a championship this year, right? In 2026, being a champion, how do you value it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The Rays could have made that move for Scooble. The Brewers could have made that move for Scooble. But it's not about 26. It's about beyond 26. Can you retain him? And the Dodgers, they have really good players. I want to reemphasize that. The Dodgers system is extremely good. But they could have done that. But this move, Zach, to your point, Liam Hicks, for you guys that don't know, if we're saying Adley's getting a lot of buzz, Liam Hicks is having a fantastic year for the Marlins, hitting 282, 14 jacks, 62 RBIs. and now he's joining a Rays team that is best in the AL.
Yep.
I love the move for Tampa. Freaking love this move for them. They understand that they need to keep leveling up, and that's a move there. And the Red Sox, I think with that move happening, guys, I'm going to be shocked if John Henry says no. If this is true, the Red Sox are the hottest team in baseball. The Rays are still the best team in the American League.
Yes, I will say just real fast about Brad, what you were saying, and Ryan, you kind of touched on it, where having seen the Rays just this aggressive, I think the Rays see the writing on the wall of like, hey, I don't think they really thought they were going to be in this position, but because of how bad the AL is, they're like, this is our year where us finally not really caring about selling, tickets or the revenue and, spending money. They're like, if there's ever a year for us to go for this, it's now. Do I think they go and win it all? I don't know, but they sure as hell have as good a chance as anyone in the American League right now. So I'm all in for the Rays. I love that they're being aggressive.
Well, if that's adding to the list for the American League East at the moment, Liam Hicks, Freddie Peralta, two big names that are Tampa Bay Rays. The Yankees added Luis Garcia Jr. You know that the rumors are out there and the reports that they do want Mason Miller, but that deal was rejected. But I think the Yankees didn't want to give up what the asking price was. Boston is yet to make the big splash. Is this the big splash here? Right there? Is it? Where Adley Rutschman is going to head to Boston. Apparently, we're waiting on the approval of ownership for the Red Sox if Adley Rutschman is going to depart the Baltimore Orioles for the rival Boston Red Sox up there that are having one hell of a run at this moment in time. Again, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. RIpken Show live Monday through Friday. This has been a tremendous turnout here so far on all the platforms. We appreciate you guys. Rock, you did say about Robbie Ray that was official.
I didn't see it was official yet, but it was very close. John Heyman 2 minutes ago tweeting that the Ray deal is close with the Padres. So it's getting there. If it's not there yet, it's like right there on the horizon. But I'm tired of the deals are close. I know like beat reporters, they do a hell of a job with their sources and whatnot. You got to tweet it out or you don't have to tweet it out because that means you're first on it. But I'm like, sucks because you see it and then you're waiting and then you're waiting and then you're waiting and you're like,
Rocker's like, stop edging me.
Brad, it's a PG show, buddy.
Says who?
It's
unbelievable.
Who the hell said it was a PG show?
I don't know.
Also, and again, back in the day, a wild Kevin Ostreicher was like, Brad is the most mature on here. Kevin, you want to take with that?
We have little Kevin on the show. Like we have children here and Nate as well. Like we have to keep it PG, guys. What are we doing?
Yeah,
Rocco, you're an idiot.
Kevin, how you doing, by the way?
It's been a whirlwind, man. This is one of my favorite days of the year.
Shortest guy on the show,
Dude, it's our Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's huge. I shaved for the occasion, Brad. I did this. I did this for you. So
what?
He looked his best for you.
Yes, because you don't like the facial hair.
Oh no, just the way that you had your facial hair. Just the Orlando Bloom facial hair you had going on. But no, I do appreciate that.
Yeah, but no, it's been, look, I mean, it's an emotional day for everybody, I feel like. And I think y'all have made really good points. I've been listening along. It's, the fact that the Orioles are in this position, I mean, they have to do what's best for their franchise, but it's the fact that they're in this position in the first place, which is the tough part, right? Where all the expectations and the fact that you are now in a position where the best move for your franchise is that trading even the conversations about is trading Adley Rutschman away best for your franchise, trading Jackson Holliday, which I do not think is best for the franchise, even if they are in contention or not here. But I think this does signal to me, guys, and I'm not sure if you've talked about this yet. I've been kind of in and out, but the fact that despite the fact that they are still in the AL race, they're still just a couple of games out of the wild card. If the Adley deal goes through, and again, once the clock hits 6, because there are still 4 hours to go, so we don't know the official who's gone, who's coming in situation. But if this does end up being they're just trading away guys and not really bringing much in, I mean, it tells you exactly how they feel about the current team that they have, despite still being in a playoff race. And I think that tells you a lot.
I think also, Kev, I'm going to still live with this. This team, whatever happens here, because it's baseball. You get hot and you play well enough down the stretch, you can make the postseason because you're close enough. But this is more deeper of, is this the best offer and possibility that we have? And you're already acknowledging that he's not a part of your future. And I still think if this deal falls through, it's still an awkward conversation now moving forward. You know, you're in this place now that you've already acknowledged to the rest of baseball that you aren't sold on having him long term. It's kind of like the same thing with Max Crosby with the Raiders to the Ravens. Yeah, he went back and you can make amends, but you're still going, how is this going to continue to fit? And that's even a lesser extent. I think for this, the Orioles, it won't answer the question that they want to keep him or not keep him if he doesn't get traded. It's already all out there now that if this deal doesn't go through, it's because Red Sox ownership says no. That's what we're seeing right now. So if that's the case, time will tell here. And a lot of thoughts and opinions here as we move closer and closer. And like you said, Kevin, deadline is at 6 p.m. tonight Eastern time. So we will have all of those answers trickling in until then, but already been a massive day. And to recap you on what we do know on deals that went down today, Jose Soriano went to the Blue Jays after they just traded away Kevin Gausman to the Cubs. Soriano, controllable arm, having a great year for the Angels, who are here in town playing the Orioles tomorrow. Soriano now will join the AL East. Another move that was big, Luis Ariz to the Phillies. That was a move that is set in stone. And Bryce Harper now will go to the outfield. Alec Boehm to first, Ariz at second, and Stott will move over to third base. And then, well, Taylor Ward is gone to the Seattle Mariners. That's another move that we have eyed and have talked about. We went through the prospects that they got back. And now, guys, all eyes go back to this with Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox. We did touch on, if you just were here 5 minutes ago, but I'll say it again, Liam Hicks to the Rays. That to me right now, huge move. Huge move.
And the Rays only had to give up their number 16 prospect for that, by the way.
I really like the move for the Rays.
Yeah.
Really like the move for the Rays.
And 26 and 27. So they did give up 3 top 30 guys.
3 top 30 prospects.
Okay. Yeah. But
still really like the move.
Braden Taylor was their 2023 first round pick. So yes, he's hitting well. And I believe I just saw it is in AA. He's batting .284, a .513 slug, has just below a 900 OPS at 897. So definitely a guy. He's got 17 home runs on the season. He's got some pop. Definitely feels like a Marlins type of move, to be honest.
It certainly is. Well, if you guys, again, new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Brian RIpken Show. We are sitting here waiting on what the next type of moves can be. But while we are waiting, let's do some housekeeping and let's get our jewels and new member count. I think I have it here, guys, so I will do it. Will had it when Bordy was on. Thank you, Will, for the super.
Thanks, Will.
Saying amen to that about Mike Bordick, saying you need to protect the lineup order. You need to, or amen to that, Mike. You protect by the lineup order. And then I got to say, thank you, Richard. We got a new member alert.
Hey, Richard.
Welcome aboard, Richard. Appreciate it. Appreciate that. And then we have 200 more jewels.
Flow state.
Flow state.
Very nice. I feel like a lot of people will need that right now after today ends.
Yeah,
my heart rate's up, and this is like it's had nothing to eat, water and coffee, and it's 2:13. So I can't even imagine what it's going to be like in the next couple of hours. Might be like Zach when the O's came back against the Tigers when his heart rate was at 100. He claims, which I can't even hear you,
well
Zach.
above
so, yeah, whatever you say, I'm just gonna nod and laughing.
Yeah, the DoorDash charge on the company card later today, Rip, will be legit. Just so you know.
That's great to hear.
Ryan Ripken doesn't feed me for anyone here.
No, I notoriously do it by accident.
What?
By DoorDash with Ryan's card.
Oh no, I was just saying Ryan doesn't feed us,
Oh,
Yeah,
which is
you
a
accidentally-
bold-faced lie, but
it is.
Yeah, now I feel like yesterday's brunch that I had for you was kind of fucked up.
I was gonna say, I had beers and everything.
Yeah, I was
do-
gonna. You're
I do
you're
appreciate
acting
that.
like that wasn't covered for the Ripken Media expense. And
anyway, we got more jewels, 2 jewels, 100. Really appreciate you.
You're such a
10 jewels
dick.
from Fat O's fan, who is on his way to being Skinny O's fan, he tells us, which is great. Happy poop. Nice. Love that.
Oh yeah.
Clap, Ryan. Okay. And
Meadows fan, I appreciate you.
another 10 jewels for a happy poop. Happy poop. Who doesn't love a happy poop? Love a happy poop.
You know, you are a happy poop now, and you also are.
You
a
want
little-
your jewels jamming. Sorry to cut you off again, Ryan, but when the jewels come in, we're going to keep it rolling. Love pissing this guy off. It's the best.
You are a little shit. Next time,
I'm a happy poop.
Yeah.
you're a happy poop, but a little shit. The reality is, with this whole situation, we're with all these emotions, and that's okay, and that's all right. And guys, there's still 4 hours and 45 minutes left of our stream.
84 years.
Passing just dropped a
Yeah.
nice little passing bomb. The Dodgers are acquiring left-hander Chris Bubik in a trade with the Kansas City Royals. Sources tell ESPN.
Bubich is a
Bubich.
stud.
Bubich is on his way. How about that?
Is he having a good year this year?
He's got a little bit down. He's got 4.11 ERA. Let me see what the expected number.
That's still not a bad arm to have.
Yeah.
Bradley, Zach, how could you smile right now? It's so freaking funny.
Last year, by the way, for context,
I'm laughing so I can't cry. I am just every time something happens, I just laugh. I'm like,
Yeah.
this is just of course. But Boots has been actually exactly his ERA plus is at 100, so he is exactly league average this year. Haven't seen the expected numbers though.
and I mean, last 2 years, ERA wise, extremely good. In 24, out of the pen, had a 2.67 ERA as a starter last year in 20 games. He had a 2.55 over 116 innings, and then this year, 4.11, like you said, Zach, and 50 innings pitched. And he has 51 strikeouts to 26 walks, so roughly around a 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. It's another arm that they're adding here, you know?
I wish.
Yeah. Also saw Ramey down at Pickles.
Oh,
And talk about being a clean shaven, Kev. I hadn't seen Ramey clean shaven. It was just like you. It's a whole different look when
he looks like a child
Nice. Shout out.
he's a good kid.
Shout out.
You
because
guys,
Kevin looks like a child when he shaves.
Randy's such a
It's-
great
it's-
guy.
It's very true.
I'm the same way, bro. I mean, I'm with you.
well,
Yeah,
guys.
it's tough.
Well, guys, also, we're going to get back to more of this baseball talk, but it is a Monday. And also for our partners that we have, we appreciate them. I think it is a good time to just say, Zach, that we appreciate you all and
We appreciate CQ.
And you can bank on it.
our friends over at CQ. A quick reminder here. They are having their CQ Maryland Foundation Golf Charity event this fall, September 28th. We will be there. Brad and I were part of the group last year that won the whole damn thing, but it's not all about winning,
False.
even though we want to win.
Yeah.
It's actually about helping out the state of Maryland and help give back, because with this golf event, it's to help give out scholarships and raise money to scholarships all across the state. It's for a great cause, but if you're a golf lover, you will enjoy that. Or if you just love to have fun, because there is going to be breakfast, lunch, and a cocktail reception included, plus a Bloody Mary bar mixed into that whole equation. And then on top of it, there's giveaways, there's raffles, more ways to win. And if you are interested in being a part of it, you can go to cqmdfoundation.org/ I think it was golf. I just had the thing right here. Sorry. .org/golf-classic to register. I'll put it down here for just a moment on the ticker. There it is. Appreciate our friends over there at CQ. They are a proud sponsor of the Ryan Ripken Show. Guys, deep breath. How are we feeling right now? Nate, is this everything you thought it would be?
Definitely nerve-wracking. My heart's been racing this entire stream. I'm kind of just waiting on the Rutschman trade to be finalized right now.
Aren't we all? Aren't we
I
all?
have my stuff ready to go. But
By the way, in case anyone was wondering, I am in fact taller than Nate. I didn't know if that was a
yeah, he is.
you know,
I don't know about
controversial.
Kevin.
Why don't
I
you
mean,
stand
Kevin-
up?
Is there picture
Nate
proof
not?
of this? Do we have a
Yeah,
back?
well, they're gonna stand up,
Can we
Kev.
do get back to back
Yeah,
right now?
Rocco,
Can we
stand
do
up.
I
it?
want to distract from the important.
Yes,
No,
we do.
this is the important.
This is
thing.
healthy.
Yeah,
Okay.
then just stand next to each other.
Just go back to back. Just go back to back. Oh,
Go
wow.
back to back.
Oh,
Yes, we do. Yes, we
Yes,
do. Yeah,
yes,
we do.
yes.
Thank you.
well, no, they gotta. Okay.
Not that much taller than the NBA GM.
So we have 5'5"
Wow.
and 5'7".
5'9.25".
Dude, I'm 5'6".
Ripken.
I'm not 5'5".
I know,
I'm
the-
5'6". I don't want to.
You know, well, hey, Ryan's 6'5". How about that?
That O's fan wants me to show the picture of us three from Saturday, and we're supposed to have some sort of quad off today. You and I, from that.
Okay.
I think Rock.
Yeah, well, who has the picture from
I
Saturday?
have it. I'll pop it up right here.
Hey, while we're also in this mood of just resetting here, Nate, I thought you were nervous. You're yawning.
I'm sorry. I'm
Maybe
nervous
we
and
need to
I'm
go
tired.
run a lap here.
I'm nervous and I'm tired. I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
I'm locked in. I'm ready.
Well, while you're getting ready, Jonathan, welcome to the club here. Welcome to the membership. We appreciate it, guys. We appreciate you joining. And if you're just tuning in, it is deadline day. And moves also that happened yesterday that we should make people aware of if you weren't in the loop. Yesterday, the Yankees did make a move. They acquired Luis Garcia Jr. from the Nationals, a power bat this year where he has already passed his career highs in home runs and RBIs. Does it make sense from a roster construction standpoint for the Yankees? Not really, because he will play first in DH, but it seems like they will find a way between him, Paul Goldschmidt, and Ben Rice on how they're going to utilize that moving forward. But I do believe the Yankees guys are a team that we haven't heard a lot of today, but I don't think that they are done by any means. Meanwhile, the Rays, they did acquire Liam Hicks today, but they acquired Freddie Peralta yesterday, which was a big move for them. And Freddie Peralta, just like a lot of people on the Mets, woof, not a great year for the Mets. I still really like the move because if the Rays like you and the Rays want you, they seem to find a way to get you back on track. And going from a losing team to a winning team can also reset how you feel. Another arm that was on the move that was lost in the shuffle, same thing, trying to find his footing. Luis Castillo went to the White Sox. That was kind of under the radar. He is there right now in an AL Central that is wide open. Speaking of moves then in the AL Central, the Guardians acquired Joe Adell as well from the Los Angeles Angels. So they are bolstering their lineup to try to make a run. And then the Twins in the previous days acquired AJ Minter and Orioles former starting pitcher Dean Kramer, who is now going to be helping the Twins try to make a playoff push. Rock, you have your finger up.
I have the photos first and foremost, but second of all, I have a question just
That is
about
not-
No. I have something related to the trade deadline and the Orioles, but let me pop up those photos first because in life, I just wish I had someone that looked at me the way Ryan looked at a Coors Light. Nope, that's not it. So
Okay.
did someone else pop that up? Did
Nope.
Zach pop that up?
Nope.
Did I pop that up?
You got
There you go.
There he is.
See, I didn't do that. That wasn't me. That was a technical difficulty right there. So someone else must have done that.
It's always someone else's fault.
It-
But
it
look
was
at that. That
absolutely someone
Coors Light
else's
looked
fault.
good.
And here's the picture of the Three Stooges. I'm not that small. Find a new slant when it pops up. This is
You are
clearly
the way to-
altered by AI. because there's no way that Ryan and Brad are both that much taller than me.
Yeah, they're
So
they're
it's
actually
like, I
they're
look like
actually
someone's son
crouching
right there.
down.
Yeah, we
to
are
reach you.
crouching.
We are
down.
crouching.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Kevin.
The only thing that would make this even better was if Zach was there.
Yeah, it would have looked so much worse for you, Rock.
Yeah, if we can see right now, I'm leaning in, trying to reach down to wrap my arms around Rocco. Same with Brad right there. It's a little bit lower, but it's obvious.
Wrap your arms around me.
Yeah.
Nice.
Around your shoulder.
Oh yeah. No,
I
that's-
literally just said that.
well,
Does anyone
like,
still have
put
that
your arm on my
picture of-
shoulder? Wrapping around would be like have a whole different meaning. But,
No, it has
A
no
little
other
bit.
meaning than
Yeah.
what I just said.
Anyway.
Remember when we were doing a
Gonna
breakdown?
Definitely remove that picture from the screen now and get back to my question about the Orioles.
Hold
Red
on. Kevin had a
Sox.
follow-up since you brought
Yeah.
that up. Kevin,
All right.
what do you have
Yeah.
real quick? 'Cause
Remember when-
Rocco's
when-
being rude.
I know when you were doing a breakdown. Do you remember when you had us three, meaning you, Zach, and I, stand in front of the camera,
Oh yeah.
Yes.
and it looked like I was the child? And does anyone have that picture?
We'll
I
have to find that one. Zach will find that one for us.
Okay.
And then
But,
we'll
continue.
we'll compare who looks really small. Rocco in that picture looked very small. But now, Rock, you can have a question.
So my question is about the potential Adley to the Red Sox trade that hasn't been finalized for like 84 years, it seems, right now. Does that affect how the Orioles approach the rest of the deadline now? Like what, I don't know, like what if this thing doesn't go through? I know we're playing the hypothetical here, but what does everyone's favorite person to talk about right now, Mike Elias, do if that's not the case and the Red Sox kind of pull the rug out from under the Orioles and what they're trying to do, and John Henry doesn't approve this trade? Like, does that affect how the Orioles are and should be approaching the rest of the deadline? Because if you have a deal in place, an agreement, you're going to get whoever you get back from the Red Sox, and you think that these pieces are coming to Baltimore. Like, I don't know a situation of really what that does, Rip. Maybe you can enlighten us and give some insight on that.
So the thing that's going to be here, if this trade fell through and Adley stays an Oriole through the deadline, that's going to be very interesting questions.
Awkward.
Who I feel bad for is Adley.
Yeah.
Is it he got asked all those questions at the All-Star game. Hey, walk us through. And he'll probably be like, no comment, or it was fine. But paraphrasing, he'll go, well, that kind of sucked. Like, no one wants to be in this limbo situation, Rock, to answer like your question on this.
Of course.
But if it doesn't go through, well, then you get a player that's going to help you win right now. Like, it doesn't change the circumstance here. The reality of it is for Baltimore, they still can go on a run. Now, whether you believe they go on a run, completely understand if you go, they got no shot because they haven't proven it yet. But they are still right there, and you have 2 months left in this season to get there. And every team has been saying the same thing. Every team, minus the Yankees and the Rays, have been in good position all year. The Red Sox were 13 games under 500 before they went on this absolute bender that they've been on. So two teams can say that, yeah, we were very confident about where we were. The rest weren't. So I don't think it will make a big deal for the short-term, Rock, but it doesn't then eliminate what do you do for the future. That's mainly the thing.
And I appreciate the insight, and I know I give you a lot of shit all the time, but you actually do know what you're talking about to an extent. So thank you for enlightening me there. And you know,
to an extent, dude.
The second thing I had, so we talked about, you know, the reports being that the Orioles had offered Adley, you know, contracts in the past, and he potentially turned them down. I want to know, and I think I know the answer here, but why it's so difficult for the Orioles at times to extend the young, like they were able to do it with Basayo, fair, but not lock up Adley. Like when did these talks happen? How early on in the career? Was there an opportunity that they could have locked him up right after they, like, that's kind of what I want to know, because it seems like you watch some teams from the outside looking in and you see them extend their young guys right off the bat. Maybe Adley was, you know, coming out of college and he's like, I want to take a chance on myself. But it seems like at times the Orioles, Boris guys aside, because Adley Rutschman is not a Boris guy, but the Gunners of the world, the Jackson Holidays of the world, the Jordan Westbergs of the world are, and it's difficult to sometimes get a deal done there. But long question short, sorry, I get a little long-winded sometimes. Why do you think that was kind of the case, Rip, kind of throughout.
Well, of course, and I appreciate you're new to the whole media side, so I understand.
Oh, thanks.
it
Yeah,
taking time.
first
So-
time, long time.
Well, and that's what Zach, our viewer from a few weeks ago said Rock was a little green. So we're working through it, and I appreciate your question, champ. So
Don't chant me, dude. Come on. It's like calling me buddy or your guy. Like that South Park episode.
So let's take a class for a second. Let's go to Classa de Rip.
Off
here.
your phone, Nate. We're listening.
Thank you, Nate.
There you go.
Wow.
Let's take a class here, because when we want to look at how deals are made and how things go, each player and each organization is going to have different priorities of what they want. Okay. So some organizations, when you look at that are budget or are on a smaller market or smaller payroll, you're looking at which players do you want to identify and how much is the allotment of money that you want to have going out, right? So does that make sense so far? So
Yep.
Smaller teams, you have X players that you like, but you have a threshold that you are willing to extend them. And if it goes over, you usually trade them. AKA the Rays have done this for a while. They traded Tyler Glasnow, they traded Chris Archer, and they traded other players for that specific reason. Okay. That's number one. Number two, the players of where they are at in their careers in their life. Do they want to take the money that's offered then? And it might not be the big deal, but it gives you security. So example, the Braves did a lot of those contracts. Ozzie Albies, Michael Harris had another one. Then they extended Austin Riley early. They extended Ronald Acuna early.
That was a big one too.
So you choose it because you're taking the stability of now. When it comes now to Adley, let's look at the Orioles. They're in the middle of this situation of when Elias took over, it was an organization that did not want to spend as much. So you're limited on what you could offer at the time. So it could have been an early extension for less money. And if Adley's camp and how he was playing in 22 and 23, why would you take an earlier extension if you think your value is only going to go up? And now, flash forward, ownership has changed. They are spending more money for extensions. But Adley's value wasn't the same that it was a few years ago from an extension standpoint. Adley understands, or his agent understands, you are going to get one big crack at this for a contract. And it's not being greedy, it's just your worth. So for Adley, what do you want it to be? You're a free agent next year. So you want to feel that it's going to be, the juice is worth the squeeze. But being a switch hitting catcher has a huge value, but now you don't know how long you're at a catch compared to playing another position. If he was going to catch for the next 5 years and the Orioles were comfortable, I'd say that number is going to be pretty high. But if there's doubts about it, which I think there is, there's going to be, you're stuck. So now let's flash forward to what the Orioles have done with Sam Basayo. Sammy was offered a lot of money for a 21-year-old kid. He and his agency decided to take it because it got asked, hey, right now you're going to get all this money. So if you don't pan out, this is yours. But it probably is going to cap your upside for the short term. Are you okay with not being a free agent and not making more money later on? And Sammy was cool with that. You know who was also cool with that? Bobby Witt Jr. Bobby said, I am cool with that. I got the stability. It's a lot of money. I'm cool with it. The agent is making the deal, but the player has to sign off on it as well. Mm-hmm. And so that's the difference of the guys. Kyle Bradish signing, Bradish had a number in his head. Hey, you get me here, we'll do it. And Bradish is cool. If he goes out and pitches to a 3.5 ERA or below this year on the market, Ronher Suarez got what, 30 mil a year? Was that the number? Something like that, Zach?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Orioles are going to win on that because Kyle's average annual value is $18 million a year for the next 5 years, if you look at it that way. So, but Bradish goes, I'm not caring about the big money. This takes care of me and my family. Now we're set. So if that answers this lesson of how GMs have to work, they have numbers that they're comfortable with. They're willing to go to a certain level if you have more flexibility. But then ultimately the players got to sit there and go, is this what I want? Trevor Rogers is in that camp as Adley. This is his one big crack. Does the deal make sense? And if it doesn't make sense, you're going to bet on yourself because there's probably not a huge difference from what the Orioles are offering you right now.
It's just, it's a shame if this does happen when, like, again, I keep saying when, but if John Henry ever wants to make a decision, that'd be great for just everybody. Like, okay, you're going to sign off on it or not. But the reason being, Rip, and we talked about this a little bit earlier in the stream, is, again, you take him 1-1, and he was the player, the guy that when he came up to Baltimore, the excitement level was just through the roof. And then you surrounded him with Gunnar Henderson. You didn't take Gunnar with the sole purpose of, but like it just, everything fell into place. You take Gunnar, you bring Gunnar up. You get Holiday, you bring Holiday up. You surround him with talent and good play, and you want, like, the expectation was this team was going to win a postseason game, not sit and wait. And I saw someone say, like, it's been like purgatory for O's fans. It's exactly what I feel like it feels like, because they haven't won a postseason game since 2014. Happy by Pharrell Williams was the number one song. That's how long it's been out. They've suffered for years and years and years. And I think the attachment to Adley is he came up and he was a part of something new. And you talk about liftoff and you talk about that good feeling. And not to mention, he's a hell of a player. He's like, not by any means, like, he doesn't suck at baseball. Like, he's a great player. So just to see this and to see kind of everything pan out the way it has today, it sucks. Again, people have a right to be upset. They have a right to be angry. They have a right to say everything they're saying right now, because it's frustrating to bring someone up like that and to not have won a postseason game with this group that you have. It's really inexcusable, and it's just sucks to see.
And here's the part: if you're tuning in to the Adley conversation and wondering why or where we're at, it's still stuck on the tweet from Buster Olney that a deal is in place and it is waiting final approval from Red Sox ownership. And if the Red Sox ownership is changed, Brad, you mind changing it back to me real quick?
Sorry. Yep.
Thank you. If Red Sox ownership has changed or has said, nope, we're not going to do it, that's the only way this deal doesn't seem like it's going to not get done here. So we will see. I will say this. I love Adley. He was my teammate in 21. He's a good dude. When you're looking at what he was 2 years ago to now, are you convinced you're getting everything that you're hoping to get out of him for the next 4 years if you sign him to that type of deal? Because I do get the low point of not extending your 1-1. And for me, it hurts because he was the blueprint and the face of what was going to be some golden years. Mm-hmm. So for that alone, that imaging is going to sit with fans, and they're going to be mad because this was the promise with this guy. Mm-hmm. And even a month ago, it was, we want him here forever. So if you move it, I don't blame the business decision to move, but it is going to really alienate a fan base because they're frustrated. But you know what takes that away, guys? If you fucking win ball games.
Yeah.
Because the Boston Red Sox fired their entire staff.
Yep.
And they said, and they literally, earmuffs to some that need earmuffs, but right here they said, fuck you, fuck this organization, fuck management, fuck everything. And you know what happened? The Red Sox went on a heater.
Yeah.
The Red Sox are the hottest team in baseball. And you know what everyone's saying? We're winning the whole fucking thing. And just how quickly that changed in 2 to 3 months. So at the end of the day,
baseball, man,
you win, you alleviate your problems. You lose, it adds to frustration and stress. And for the Orioles, that's where it all stems from. This team won 101 games in 2023. Amazing. 2024, you had the best record here in the first half, and you still were a playoff team, and you had a better record against the AL East that year, by the way. So think about that. If the Orioles win that series against the Royals and they face the Yankees, there's a good chance they could have gone to the ALCS. Mm-hmm. The reality is they didn't. And then last year was bad. This year has been underwhelming. So it's 2 years of frustrations that overall have led to this exact moment where you have to make a franchise-altering decision on August 3rd that is going to leave people mad, but also you got here, and it might be the right move, but you got here because you didn't do what you hoped you were going to accomplish, and that is win with Adley Rutschman being the leader of it. Rock, you got to follow up?
Yeah. I just had a follow up because I'm seeing a lot of people retweet this throughout Birdland, and it was it was like you used to pray for times like this. Like this was what Orioles fans and like what the hope was and what they were banking on. And Passon tweeted this out in I don't know what year off the top of my head because I'm an idiot, but in the last year, the Orioles have promoted Adley Rutschman, Gunnar Henderson, Grayson Rodriguez, Jordan Westberg, and now Colton Cowser to the big leagues.
2023.
And they still got Jackson Holiday, Kobe Mayo, Heston Kjerstad, Samuel Basayo, and more coming. A ridiculous system. It hurts to read that right now because it's the what could have been.
Well,
but what's that, Brad?
I was gonna say there was another one that he put out at the beginning, right around winter meetings. I want to say when they signed Pete Alonso about all the studs and that Albernaz had like all this talent and firepower at his disposal, and it hasn't really amounted to much.
Stuff.
Passing putting down bombs and didn't even know they were bombs.
But Rip, I appreciate your passion. I did cover my ears because you're scaring us, lady. So it was
no, that was great.
Well, yeah, it was passionate.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
Did you see that?
Yeah,
You okay?
I don't know if it's real or not.
that one I'm gonna call just because I've been
because nothing else has been put out.
I've been told by some people that player was on the no list, so I don't believe that report. But I do have guys. You want this trade deadline to get weirder? Joel Sherman just tweeted something out that would make it a whole lot weirder. So Joel Sherman just put out that teams were calling the Angels on Jose Soriano. And while they haven't stopped, now they are calling the Blue Jays about Jose Soriano. Talk about something that could go. Do you flip Soriano you just gave up a top 50 prospect for him? How do you get better than that? I mean, I don't think this is anything that happens, but would this not just take this deadline day to the weirdest possible way? Soriano's traded twice. Exactly. I'm speechless too.
I don't understand.
I don't get this. Like,
Not after trading that.
Like, that's just I don't know if I've ever heard that teams then just switch teams or like, hey, we were talking to the Angels. What you guys want for him?
It's like a three-teamer.
It would, I guess, would have to be.
Yeah, that's weird.
Guys, it's tough. The Soriano thing, by the way, the only way they trade him is if they get more back for what they did. Yeah. And some teams will get desperate. Like this is why the deadline's fun, is because if you're buying typically on today, you are willing to go to a place that makes you uncomfortable. And you say, screw it. I'm doing it.
Yeah.
The Padres have done that in the past. A lot of teams that have been in this position, you got to go to a place that you haven't gone to yet. And there's the tweet from Joel Sherman.
We also did just get more confirmation.
Yeah, there's another on Jackson.
Yeah, a second reporter, Francis Romero, has tweeted out that the Padres have in fact checked in on Jackson Holiday. So, I mean, checked in and discussions very different, but would love to know what that return would have to look like.
Yeah, that'd be so crazy.
Well,
I'm turning off baseball for the rest of the season if that happens.
if you are new to the channel,
What's that?
I said I'm turning off
If
baseball
what happens, I can't hear shit.
if Jackson Holiday gets traded.
Oh yeah,
are you not
Just got
listening?
his
You're right
jersey.
here. You're not listening to him right here.
I know. Jesus,
I can
Christ.
hear him.
That's what we're just saying.
That's
that
what
he's
I
talking.
just said. I said the whole thing like right in front of your
He
face.
just said what he was talking about right to you.
No, he couldn't hear what Zach and I were saying about.
No. He was responding to Brad's comments.
Yeah.
And they thought you guys were talking, and it was Brad talking.
Oh, yeah. Then all right, he's just
talking to
dumb
me?
If you guys are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. More housekeeping, by the way, guys. We have some new members that joined. Matt. Did it pop up?
Nope.
No.
Oh, because my computer, I think, wants to explode.
Oh.
Can you? So we have
Which
Matt
one do I bring
Ship. Welcome aboard.
Hey.
You guys could add. I can't. My computer's
Yeah,
gone.
I'll do it. I'll do it this one.
And who else is added on here, Kev?
Aaron,
Hey.
new member.
Go ahead.
And then
Pop
we
up.
want to.
No, I
We
feel
got
Pop a light out or something like that.
No, you're
like-
good.
You're fine.
Hey.
Cacaw, what's the cacaw?
Jeff Passenbaum breaking the Boston Red Sox are acquiring three-time All-Star catcher Adley
There it
Rutschman
is.
in a trade for the
Oh
Baltimore
my God.
Orioles.
There
It
it is.
happened.
There it is.
There it
Yeah.
is. It is official.
Wow.
Oh,
All right.
That's
okay. Everyone stay calm. No one freak out.
Nate, you know what to do, buddy.
Yep. Tell me what you need.
I can't believe it's real.
It is officially done.
Let's wait on the return.
Adley Rutschman, his time in Baltimore is over. The moment has finally happened. Jeff Passan confirms it. We'll get the tweet up here in a second. But guys, instant reaction here. If you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. RIpken Show. Live Monday through Friday, but this is our deadline special. We're usually live at 3. We are live from 12 to 7 p.m. But it is true. It has come to fruition. Adley Rutschman will be a Boston Red Sox, as Jeff Passan just tweeted out. It is done. We will get the packaging here in just a few moments. And guys, everything we've talked about, now that we're saying it out loud, you just go, shit, this is real.
Yeah.
This isn't a fairy tale. This is real. Adley is gone. What this means in the short term, he's going to the hottest team in the American League. So if you're Adley Rutschman, it's a bittersweet, which I'll get to the emotional side here in a moment. But for Adley, you are going to the hottest team and you are going to have a chance to make a postseason run with the Boston Red Sox. And you're going to see the Baltimore Orioles here next month. Holy hell, guys. Think about that. Adley will be coming back to play the Orioles next month here when the Red Sox come to town. So that's what it means on this time. What it means for the Orioles, we have to see what the return is, because this will really indicate where we are at and what the deal was worth, and we can fully react to that. Now, here's the emotion side. That image that everyone talks about in 2022 of Adley Rutschman taking in the scenes at Camden Yards, it's an iconic moment, not just for Oriole fans, but any kid that has a dream to play in the big leagues. And Adley Rutschman was seeing his dream come to life with the Baltimore Orioles. But then with the fan base, Adley Rutschman was this beacon of hope that he was going to be the one that helped the Orioles get back to places that Birdland had been dreaming of since 1983, the World Series. And in 2022, the Orioles went on a run where they almost snuck into the postseason. But in 23, they had a magical year and won 101 games, were the best team in come from behind victories, and were excellent in one-run games. And a big reason was their star catcher, Adley Rutschman. So you felt like you were there. And then 2024, half the year, it felt like you were on the verge. Then Adley was banged up and things started to go a little bit downhill. 2025 was a train wreck, and Adley Rutschman was on the DL multiple times. But it felt like the resurgence was there, and the Orioles had moments, but unfortunately the Orioles were stuck in the mud, and Adley landed on the IL 3 more times. And now it's August 3rd, and even 2 weeks ago it felt that this guy's still going to be here. It's not going to change. Mike Elias, even a month ago, said we want him here forever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, forever truly has a set date on it. And forever for the Orioles was August 3rd. The deal is done. The emotion for the Orioles fan base, there's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of anger because the anchor of your team is no longer here. And it's because this Orioles team has failed. They have failed up until this point. And I hate that for them. It doesn't mean that this 2026 Orioles team is done. They're not. But this chapter of Adley Rutschman is gone. And because of the Orioles' lack of results and winning has led to the former number 1 overall pick joining your rival. So right now, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. We'll wait for what the final predictions or
the haul is.
All the
We don't know what the haul is yet.
we will figure out what the call-in or the haul will be as we wait for the final calls on this deal. But it is done. It has happened here in Baltimore. Adley Rutschman is no longer a Baltimore Oriole. One thing on the business side, guys, and again, it goes back to this. You're in this position because your team hasn't played well. You're also in this position because you hadn't extended them. And you're also in this position because how you probably felt about him has changed. That's where it was. And I want to ask this for the chat and for any of you here that has an opinion. Orioles keep Adley and they don't go to the playoffs. Next year, the season goes and he's not playing up to a caliber and the Orioles are stuck and you don't get that prime value. How do you feel?
I mean, I still think that you have the opportunity to trade him in the offseason to somebody other than the Red Sox. To me, I think that there's still an option there and there's still plenty of value for Adley to trade him to somewhere else. If you truly feel like you're not going to be able to extend him. I mean, to me, it's like I said earlier at the beginning of the show, you want to make a business decision. Well, the business decision you just made right now is to no longer have butts in the seats for the rest of the season because it's not going to be pretty at Camden Yards for the next 2 months unless somehow they miraculously turn it around and pull a Red Sox-like winning streak out of their ass because that's the only thing that's going to actually bring the seats back or put butts back into the seats even remotely for the rest of the season.
And signing Basayo to the extension put this even more of a bind. But even till that point, guys, I thought that there was going to be a double barrel action. I thought it was.
Yeah.
Clearly that changed in the last 2 weeks, even from what I heard. 2 weeks, no, this isn't going to happen to, well, damn. So does that mean that you felt you couldn't get an extension long-term with him? Do you feel that's the only reason I look at it? But for right now, this is a very unpopular move in Baltimore, and rightfully so. Now, you hope that these prospects or whoever they get back are big parts of your future, but this is a part I had a conversation with someone on, and this is what's going to piss off Birdland. From a business-wise, you take the best deal you can, right? That's like the motto out there. Having said that, if the Orioles do not win a World Series in the next 5 years and Adley goes to Boston and wins one this year or next year, you are sitting here and you are going to be seething because you allowed a division rival to do this. Now, again, you got to take the emotion out of business, but the optics are the guy that was supposed to help you win, you gave him away and he helps the Red Sox win. Like that to me would be a nail in the coffin for a lot of Orioles fans. Now, if Adley goes there and it doesn't pan out and they don't win and these prospects are studs, people will calm down. But it's truly how this is going to be viewed is if the Red Sox go on a run because of they added Adley Rutschman, we're going to sit here and go, damn. The Orioles had a huge play in this, and that's going to hurt a lot of people here in Baltimore.
Here's my thing, man. It's a tough time for O's fans right now. I don't know if it would have softened the blow at all if he got traded to a team outside of the division. I'm sure it wouldn't have just because of the player and the person Adley Rutschman is. But just looking at the moves over the years, it sucks to say that this is the biggest move that Mike Elias has made during his time as GM of the Baltimore Orioles. If there were, the Corbin Burns trade was great for the year, but it was a rental at the end of the day and the O's couldn't re-sign him. And I know Corbin Burns isn't, his Cy Young self in Arizona and he's dealt with injuries, but this is that move right now. And it sucks because you're getting rid of, again, a cornerstone, the face of your franchise, a player that brought winning back to Baltimore. You don't go to the postseason back-to-back years without Adley Rutschman, correct? Yes or no? No.
Correct.
You don't. So it hurts in that sense, but it also hurts that, again, it's to a team that people are born in Baltimore and they grow up hating as children. You're giving an all-star switch-hitting catcher to your division rival that is currently sitting ahead of you in the American League East standings. That's where I think a lot of the sting comes from as well. And on top of that, again, not to beat a dead horse, but I feel like you have to at this point, going back to liftoff. Liftoff didn't happen with Adley Rutschman, with the team they had. And I'm not blaming Adley Rutschman for that, but it didn't happen. And that's, again, where a lot of the pissed off fans are coming from right now. And again, I don't blame them. You're entitled to your own opinion with that. And see, the majority of people are unhappy with this trade, and rightfully so.
And we really need to get an update on what the prospects are going to be.
Yeah, still nothing yet on that.
And if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show. We're live Monday through Friday right here on YouTube, X, and Facebook. You guys know how I roll. I also, everyone how they feel, you have every right to feel whatever is going through your mind right now. Right? I want to preface that, and I want to continue to say that because there's so much passion with the Birdland and the fan base and the community that this is a seismic move that changes quite a lot. And also, the Orioles in the clubhouse, those guys, I guarantee you they're going, shit, we actually did this. And I know some of them are probably going to sit here. Kev, you got it?
Yep. Red Sox #2 prospect. The pitcher, Zach, you said was on the no-no list, is part of the return for Adley Rutschman, Andy Koska. Andy Enyenson is reportedly part of the return. #2 prospect for the Boston Red Sox.
Yep.
So that is the starts, at least.
So that had to be a non-negotiable,
yeah.
and it's in. So I'm not saying this is not going to make Birdland feel good right now, but at least for the business side, that had to be in place. It's in place. And this guy is a stud. And I think overall in MLB's top 100, Zach, sorry,
49.
pronunciation, because I can't hear you.
He's 49 overall.
Ianson,
49th overall prospect in all of baseball, in AA, young arm. We'll give you the scouting report on him in just a few moments here to kind of break down all of what he has. Or Zach, if you have that on top of it, I can let you run with it for right now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we just know the one guy, Ianson, in the deal right now. He was somebody that, from what I was being texted from people, kind of was the holdup. He was not expected to be a part of it. In fact, I believed him so much that when Kevin sent me something about it, I was like, that's wrong. I was like, I was heard he was an absolute no. This is a start. Ianson is a guy who at 21 years old, he's expected to be up in the majors in 2027. So this is a guy that, like I have said ad nauseum, if you were going to trade really anybody, it had to be somebody that was going to help the Orioles either in 2026 or be a part of the 2027 team. I mean, listen, it still stings. I'm not saying that this is not going to help the Orioles. We will not see. I mean, we don't know the full.
It won't help this year's Orioles.
Yeah, it won't help this year's, at least from what we've seen right now. From what the package currently is with just him being announced. But this is a guy, he very much, I mean, first best pitch at least is his slider. He's a slider fastball guy. He's got a funky changeup, I believe, that used at LSU. I mean, he's got stuff. This is a guy that definitely he's a top 50 prospect for a reason. He was the 3rd round pick last season. out of LSU, and he's a guy that was rising up fast in the Red Sox system. But like I said, this is not a guy that is going to help the 2026 Orioles. And I think that's something that people are going to rightfully be upset about. You know, you are 2.5 games out of a playoff spot with 50 games to go. And you're telling your fans that in some ways, you're like, hey, if it happens, it happens, but we're not going into it. And once again, it's now, I see people in the chat talking about it. I agree. It is another now lottery ticket. You know, it's like that whole Peter Griffin Family Guy meme. It's like, yeah, Adley Rutschman is a face of the franchise, all-star that, sells tickets and can be the glue of your franchise. But this prospect could be anything. Could even be a multi-time all-star that becomes the face of your franchise and sells tickets. It's more prospects. It's more prospects. And that's kind of been the MO for Mike Elias, is it's prospects, and whether or not they're going to work out, whether you think some guys have or not, I think is up for opinion. But this is definitely not a fun trade if you're an Oriole fan, especially if you're an Oriole fan who was promised throughout the multiple 100-loss seasons that it was flailed in front of you like the shiny keys to a baby. It was like, hey, Adley's coming up. He's the face of the franchise. Hey, Adley's this perennial all-star. He's going to change the course. And he did. And he did. When he came up, it is very much the turning point in this franchise. And then they gave up. And then whatever happened between then and now is what it is. But this was the poster child for staying patient. This was the poster child for, hey, stick with us in the rebuild. We got these guys coming. And now you give them to the Red Sox, a team that you are directly competing with in your division. Rightfully so, I understand why people are upset. I think you have every right to be upset. You have every right to feel lied to, because you were in your face. You were lied to. And you have every right to feel disappointed in that. It's more prospects. So we get.
Well, there is another piece, Zach. Carlos Narvaez is coming back, catcher in the deal, from what Ken Rosenthal reported. And here's the reality. You're right, Zach. And this is why fans are upset with this situation. Winning cures a lot. You don't win, people will be pissed. And so when the promise was we're building up and we're about to do it, I said it before with how they managed the prospects. They didn't manage it well because you didn't get the answers on guys whether to hold on or trade them. And then you got stuck in this mud here that you got to try to fix. And again, baseball is a weird game where if you can have a group come together and figure it out and win ball games, then the Orioles can go on a run, but they're going to do it in spite of getting help because they're not going to go out and buy. They're not going to go out and get other people. That I would be shocked down the stretch here. And I got to say this, while they're extending players, this is going to piss off a lot of players in the Orioles organization because they were hoping he would be a part of the solution. This is a friend that they're very close with. You're talking about guys moving forward. Yeah, that's gonna leave a mark. And the other one, like with a guy like Kramer, I know different situations. The thing that hurts me with a guy like Kramer, Dean was really liked in the clubhouse. Throw out the Pete Alonso situation because it's such a blown out bullshit thing. Dean wanted to be here. He wanted to be here to help win. And I know Adley felt that way too. I don't know what the money was or what things would have been for an extension. You want people that want to see Baltimore win. Kyle Braddis said, this is my number. You hit it. I'm here. Because Braddis says, I want to win in Baltimore.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I think that matters, Brad. I think that matters a lot. And the one thing I hate here, Kev, I'll get to you right in a second. I hate that is still something that is undervalued.
Yeah.
You want people to want to win for this city. And I think for the Orioles, that has been missed here the last couple years, but also if you're selling that your prospects and your farm are going to be it, then give them the full option to become what you hope that they become. And that hasn't been fully answered yet either.
The thing is too, like and Zach, you know, I know that you mentioned about being lied to and stuff like that. I mean, this is less than a week ago. And look, I'm not trying to bash the guy. And I'm talking about Mike here, Elias. But like we were legitimately told less than a week ago that the Orioles were going to be buying and selling.
Yeah.
This is a massive sell. So I don't know who the hell the buying would be, what that would look like, but what are we buying for? And so like you want to talk about feeling deceived or feeling like you're being lied to, that happened less than a week ago. So for me, that's I don't know how you recover from that as a fan. You know, if you just look at the fan, you know, from a PR standpoint, from a fan standpoint, like how do you think that you are going to recover in the fans' eyes after you straight up kind of lied to them less than a week ago, and then you pull something like this? That would be the question that I would try to get in.
I do want to talk about this real fast because Jacob Calvin-Meyer just gave us the full return. Assuming this is what they got, I do have to say, pardon my French, what a fucking haul. This is the Red Sox number 2 prospect, number 4 prospect, number 5 prospect, plus Narvaez, who is a great, fantastic defensive catcher. And then Rivas is...
I think he's 17.
17. So you get a top 50 player in all of baseball for prospect. You get their 4th and 5th, who Kyson Witherspoon is a 21-year-old right-handed pitcher in high A. You then have Endy Azokar is a 19-year-old outfielder, also in high A. Witherspoon projected to be in the majors as early as next season. Azokar as early as 2028. And then you go to Rivas, who is an 18-year-old outfielder in rookie ball. So on top of the number 49 prospect in all of baseball, and Carlos Narvaez, who is a defensive catcher. When you look at his baseball savant, he is in 83rd percentile in blocks above average and the 84th percentile in framing. Not the best hitter, but it is his defense as a value. Listen, it sucks that the Orioles gave up Adley Rutschman. I'm not happy about it. My opinion doesn't change. I don't like prospects. There's a lot of good lottery tickets in here.
Yeah. Here's the reality of this haul to me. I believe that Boston has high reservations for extending Adley. You know, like that this is a lot to give up. I think that their plan is they're going to try to make him a long-term option, which they should. They should. Yeah. Now, to your point, adding another backstop, this will help the Orioles situation of the revolving door of who's playing catcher when it's not Sam Basayo. And you're exactly right on that side, Zach. So short term for this, the Orioles, it's going to come down to who they have in their offense. And I don't like during this period, Adley's been out since Houston, right? Yeah. So can you navigate when Sam comes back to win games to get back into this? Sure. They needed to have a big package in order to trade Adley. They got a big package in order to trade Adley, but none of it will matter if some of these guys don't hit.
We're actually getting conflicting reports on the
That's
return.
Great.
Apparently, according to Andy Koska, Harold Rivas is not a part of the deal.
Okay, so it was just, Jacob Calvin-Meyer just put that out. So they're number 6, the least of the guys. So
number 17 is not.
Okay, so regardless, it's still for the your top ones that you got.
Switch out the tweet.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, let me just
the 2nd, 4th, and 5th prospects for them you got in return. So again, you got what you were supposed to get in order to try to get this move done. It's not going to take away the feelings of Orioles fans, but from a business side of this, business-wise, to make a deal like this, you're not scratching your head on the side of, oh, okay, well, the Orioles gave him up for nothing. They gave him up for their top pitching guy and 2 other prospects that are valued high over there. But where it's going to piss people off, we're 2.5 out. You feel we're closer to not being a team to contend than
Yeah.
closer to being a contending team.
It's a here we go again situation.
And that's it. And I completely get that. 100% get that. And that's why people are angry. Don't be angry at the business of those players coming in, because I do like the haul that they got.
Yeah.
You can be upset with the process of how we got here. I think that is very fair. The process that we got here led to them having to make this decision. But when you have to make this choice, it's a good list. But again, for the team, for the guys in that locker room, we're going to find out one way or another how they feel. If this could galvanize the group, and they say, screw it, we're going to go out and win, and we're in this together, or it's going to deflate them, and then the Orioles fall off down the stretch. We're going to find that out really quickly. They play the Yankees and the Rays for 10 consecutive games here in the month of August. That's going to be the make or break for this Baltimore Orioles in this season. Rock, you got something?
Yeah, I just have a question as to how many MLB games these guys have played as a collective.
0.
No,
Well, actually,
Navarez
no.
has.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Navarez has, but for the other guys, it's 0. It's not a matter of who you got back. It's a matter of how you develop them when they're within the Orioles organization. These guys could, I mean, knock on wood, obviously, you're hoping for the best, but it's all a matter of how they come up through the system, because I saw someone make a solid point. There was once upon a time, twice upon a time, I think 3 times upon a time, where the Orioles had the top farm system in baseball with the prospects they had. So obviously that all depends. You're taking a chance. You did get a haul back, but there's a chance these guys turn out to be nothing. That's where it sucks, because again, you have to wait a little bit before.
And because of the results. If the Orioles had won one playoff series, if the Orioles went to the ALCS the year in 23 and lost, or they beat the Royals, had a hell of a series against the Yankees, this moment of where it's been the last 2 years would make people have a belief that they're going to get on track. It's because that they haven't done that is why people are worried about it. If the Orioles had won those games, everyone's going, damn, this sucks. End of this part. Thank you, Adley. All right, let's see if these guys can develop the right way. The problem is that you haven't had the guys develop so far the way that you've wanted to. Brandon Young is the one guy right now, Orioles pitcher, that you developed through your system that looks fantastic. There are some guys in the minors that look great, but to your point, they got to do it at the big league level.
Yep.
Brandon Young's doing it at the big league level now, so you're going, damn, that's awesome. Kyle Bradish, they traded for. He looks great. Damn. All right. Extended. Boz has looked really great.
Yep.
There are really good pieces, but it's your farm system that you're trying to hang your hat on. So that's what has to be identified here as we move forward.
Hey, Luke Weaver is going to the Pirates.
Hell
Luke
yeah,
Weaver,
Pirates.
Good for Luke.
And within all this too, the Reed Detmers
now,
trade is
Brandon.
no longer happening.
I was just saying,
Yeah.
it just broke.
Jobs,
So
man.
it just broke. That's a big deal.
Yeah, and I'm gonna.
Big deal for the Pirates.
It is a big deal for the Pirates, and I hate for myself. I got to leave here in a few minutes, guys, because you guys know I had an event today actually with the Ravens and the Orioles to talk about. It's a mental health training camp, so I got to leave you guys for a little bit of time. Our group is rolling here because there's a lot of moves that are going, but
We're staying.
But you guys are staying. I will be back to do it. But the other part of this isn't on the soapbox with this, but I do think this is important. The next generation of athletes, the kids, coaches, how do you help those players as individuals, and how do you help them as being their mentors in the process? That means a lot to me. And with the Ravens and the Orioles, we're having a little seminar today to talk about the mental health. How do you work on the stresses, the pressures as a player, as a kid, from dealing from pressures from parents? How do you deal with internal pressures? And also, how can you help continue to be coached even better when you're put in uncomfortable circumstances? So it was an event, just like with Taylor Ward having his camp today. When you started and you have the time, obviously it's deadline day, but this is something for me that it goes beyond just the X's and O's of the trade deadline and making major league rosters better. This is something that I care a lot about in this community. And so I will step out for that. I'll be back. And you guys know we love our community here. So we appreciate every one of you that's tuning in right now. Guys, we have over, just under now 2,000 people on YouTube alone tuning in, over 12,000 on X. And I can't forget my friends over on Facebook. We appreciate all you guys. Hit that like and subscribe button. RIpken Show. We are live Monday through Friday right here on YouTube, X, and Facebook. What do you got, Nate?
The Cubs just got Braxton Garrett.
So Braxton Garrett, and then was Reed Detmers acquired?
No. He was, and then he wasn't.
That fell through.
So it was a Joe Ryan situation again.
What was, Zach, I don't know if you can provide an insight, because I saw that, I think it was Heyman put it out that Detmers, that report wasn't true and that he didn't get traded yet. Is that the case still?
Yes, all reporters have now backtracked on that. Yes. Rocco can't hear me, but Rocco, if you're looking, giving you a thumbs up because
it did happen.
No. You were correct.
You were correct.
I see the miscommunication there.
Oh, I was correct with my reporting.
Yeah.
Sorry. Nice.
Here's one more thing I wanted to run through real quick, Rocco.
What?
Thank you.
One more thing I wanted to run through real quickly was this. This is, I think, a very good point by John on Facebook. From a business standpoint, it looks great about the haul for Adley Rutschman. If you're tuning in, Adley Rutschman is a Boston Red Sox now. It looks great from a business standpoint. It's a haul. But from a fan's view, it sucks because Adley was the heart and soul of the new regime. This is bullshit. And that's a fair understanding and feeling because of what's gone down.
Yeah.
So thank you, John, for your point. Thank you all for your points. And this is the end of the Adley Rutschman era in Baltimore here. And now you're moving forward to see what can happen. But guys, we are still not at the trade deadline yet.
There's still more action to be had.
6 p.m. Eastern time, it will end, but we will still be live through the deadline. I will be back. I'll actually, guys, maybe I can hop while I'm in the car. I can listen in while I'm doing it, but I will be back doing it over at Raven Stadium here today. Appreciate you guys. Sorry to be the ones to say in this decision, but the reports are true. Adley Rutschman will be a Boston Red Sox moving forward, and the Orioles get prospects back in return that you hope can help this team moving forward, but it does not help the short-term goal in 2026 of getting to the postseason.
Hey, I think right now is actually a great time to just take a small break. We'll be back probably about 5 to 10 minutes, but we're going to actually play a previous interview that we did on the show. So if you guys are new to the channel, we do all kinds of great interviews with athletes and celebrities, and this one is none other than the great Chris Berman. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Maybe
not. We might just
maybe not.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, and also, Brad, Zach can keep going if
I can if you want to.
I just have
Yeah, we can.
You can't find it.
We can keep going.
Yeah.
Because they're actually apparently there's another. So apparently in this deal, according to Jim Bowden, there's a player to be named later as well. So that doesn't sound like a huge deal, but like.
All right. Well, you guys,
news still coming in.
You guys, I'll see you in a little bit. Appreciate you guys. See you in a little bit, Zach.
We'll take over.
Take it over from here.
Awesome. Yeah. Welcome into Kevin and Zach React, everyone. What's up, Kevin? What you got?
There are still more details coming out. Jake Rogers is going to the Red Sox in this deal for Adley Rutschman, according to Tyler of Section 10. So this is coming from Alex, the Boston Globe reporter, Alex Spear. So full trade details now look like Adley Rutschman and Jake Rogers going to the Red Sox, and then the 2nd, 5th, 6th prospects for the Red Sox and Carlos Narvaez.
All right. So, yeah, I mean.
And a player to be named later going to the Orioles, apparently, as well. Rogers and cash. I see Benjamin putting that in there.
Yeah. So
this trade has been like 5 times.
Yeah. I mean, Kevin, first off, new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. RIpken Show. Everyone, the whole crew will be back in just a few moments. But I'm going to shamelessly plug this as well. If you are an Oriole fan, after every single Orioles game, win or lose, Kevin and I react over on Kevin and Zach React channel. So go check that out if you want to watch reactions to every single Oriole game. We'll also be on live, the two of us, later today as well. But Kevin, let's continue to talk about this because
I do just want to say, people are freaking out about it. Yes, it is Jake Rogers, not Trevor Rogers.
Yes,
I've seen some people talk. It is Jake, because the Red Sox traded Nervais to the Orioles, so they're getting back another catcher for them. So they're getting 2 catchers. The Orioles getting 1. But look, I wanted to say this, Zach. I think that Ianson. Thank you, Pocket Watch. I think that Ianson, hot take, now becomes the most important player in the Orioles organization.
1,000,000%. That's not a hot
it's who everybody's going to be watching.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to define this Adley Rutschman trade. And, the other guys obviously will have their impacts too, but he automatically becomes the most important player in the organization right now.
Without a doubt. And I don't think that's an understatement at all. This is a guy, for better or for worse, who will be under a microscope. Kevin, what happened when Trevor Rogers was sucking and suddenly Kyle Stowers takes off? The microscope was all under, Trevor Rogers. Now it's going to be exactly like you said. Ianson has to pan out. Or, Kevin, is this a situation where you then flip him for a player maybe this offseason? You obviously have that potential as well. Brewers, as I'm seeing, are looking at they're looking for different players. But no, Kevin, I completely agree with you.
Yeah, and look, this is, again, like, it's super upsetting to see Adley traded. Like, we're all going through a bunch of emotions right now when it comes to this. The Orioles felt like they have made a decision that is best for their franchise at this current moment. The problem is that this is a decision they feel like is best for their franchise in this current moment. It's you should not be here right now if you're the Baltimore Orioles. After what you guys talked about with the promises that were given to us, with the prospects that we were waiting on. I mean, going through those 100-loss seasons back to back and all this different stuff. And it's like, well, just wait. We have these prospects in the minor leagues. And then these guys come up and you finally get to taste some level of success in 2023. I know it didn't result in any playoff success, but you see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I just think it's been a bunch of mismanagement since then. I thought the Corbin Burns move was awesome for them. I thought that was great. You gave yourself insurance by having essentially 3 guys who could be number ones for you. And yeah, injuries have played a part, but at the same time, they have not made the necessary moves over the course of these last few years, and coaching and other players just not living up to potential. It's been a perfect hellstorm, for lack of a better word, to get to this point. The Orioles should be where the Red Sox are right now. Yep. They should be acquiring a superstar talent to push themselves over. But again, 2.5 out of the AL wild card, and you are moving off of Adley. You're moving off of Taylor Ward. It tells me all I need to know about how this organization feels about where their team is right now. They do not feel like their team, with everybody who they accumulated, were serious contenders, despite only being a couple of games out. And yeah, we saw the cracks. The defense is terrible. The starting rotation has been awesome, but the offense has been inconsistent. The bullpen has had flashes here and there, but they never really felt like they were in it. And especially even when they were making their run here to get back to 2.5 and clawing, they get to like 2 games under, and then they just have miserable showings. They just cannot be consistent, and it has led them to trading a guy that gave a lot of this fan base hope. Because over the last handful of seasons, you have traded away or just let go of either franchise faces or leaders. I mean, Anthony Santander, a leader in that clubhouse, no longer there. Cedric Mullins, who was a face of this franchise during those rebuild years, he's no longer. Now Adley, a guy that like sparked the turnaround for them. And now you have to essentially go through that and sell the vision again, which we have been sold here in Baltimore far too many times, of just wait a few more years.
Yep.
And these guys will come up. Well, didn't we just go through that? Didn't we just go through that? And now we're being asked to believe it again. Again, I'm not saying the Hall is bad. The Hall is great for a guy like Adley. But there's more to it than just this. It's where the Orioles now are, and the promises that were told to us that have just fallen flat on their faces. And I mean, if this does not work out for them, I mean, this deal to me is more important than the Manny trade. I think the return is hopefully going to be better than the Manny trade. But we were all talking about Yusniel Diaz as, oh, well, they got him for Manny, and he's going to come up and be great for them and help contribute to hopefully a World Series. Dean will help them win a World Series. I mean, Dean was really solid for them for years, but again, 0 playoff wins to show for the Adley Rutschman, take flight, lift off, all that stuff. It is pretty embarrassing, and you do what's best for your franchise, and trading him to a division rival is an absolute gut punch. And I hate every single thought that I've had about him and every Photoshop that I've seen of Adley in a Red Sox jersey. The haul is great, but the fact that you're even in a position right now where after all of this promise and all of these years of rebuilding to get to this point, so now you're trading away the guys who you promised were going to help lead this team to a World Series because your team is not good enough again, after having high expectations again, it's just not acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, and it's all that you nailed it, Kevin. It is, once again, they are asking you to just be patient. Once again, they are asking you, hey, I know this isn't what you wanted. Hey, I know it's difficult. Hey, I understand that in the 8 years that we have been under team control, that we have been overseeing this, you have suffered far more than you have ever celebrated. Kevin, they are once again asking you to have faith in a product that they have given you no reason to have faith in. They are telling you to have faith in a process that has not produced anything but a year and a half, 2 years, if you want to count the back end of 22 to the front end of 24, that has given nothing but disappointment. And Kevin, it's poetic how this is happening. And I'm not talking about in a good way. It is poetic that after everything, after they went out there, 2024, they trade for Corbin Burns. They quote unquote go for it. Then all of a sudden they go out there, and for the first time ever, Kevin, under the Mike Elias regime, they go out and they trade, or they acquire Pete Alonso. They signed Pete Alonso 5 years, $150 million. And you're going, this is what it's about. This is the start. This is when you sit there and go, got it. They're going for it. They want big time players around this core. And then they went and they sold you this fake bag of goods that they were going to go for it. And Kevin, 2.5 games out of a playoff spot, they waved the white flag with the centerpiece of the rebuild. The guy that they promised was the savior. Listen, I get it. He's injured. He's had his ups and downs, all of that. Adley Rutschman is like Jordan Westbrook when you talk about the glue. That guy is the glue of this team. And they sit there and you want to act like things aren't going to change. Like that locker room vibe isn't going to be atrocious as their team leader just got traded out the back door. Oh, by the way, to the division rival.
Well, and this is the other thing, and I see people talking about it. Like, what was the vision that was sold to Pete Alonso when he signed in Baltimore?
I feel so bad for him.
It was, hey, we're going to contend. Probably, I mean, they didn't say, hey, we're going to rebuild this year. No, I'm sure they said to him, we are going to contend with you. You are the missing piece in our lineup. You're going to help us win playoff games and be in contention for World Series. Like, less than 6 months later or whatever, I don't even know the months anymore, but less than a year later, I guess, like 9 months, whatever it is, you're trading away your cornerstone catcher. And again, we're still 2.5 hours away from the deadline. Maybe more happens. I don't know with the Orioles, but like, what does this do for future when like you're selling these big time free agents? Because the Orioles like finally got one, right? It's like they finally got a big name. They finally spent the money on a free agent and actually got a guy. They're throwing out offers to all these pitchers, and they're choosing to go elsewhere, or the Orioles aren't giving enough and all that stuff. And then you finally get a guy, and I'm sure you sold him on the vision of, hey, you're the missing piece. Come help us win a World Series. We have all this offensive talent. Come help us. And now you're sitting in a place where you're essentially telling him and the rest of your team that, yeah, we don't think you guys are really good enough. Like that to me is another problem here that I think when you start to like peel back the layers of what this could mean, it's just tough. And then again, like, I don't think the Red Sox give up this haul if they're not going to extend Adley.
Yeah, he
right?
is.
If this is a 1.5 year situation, there's no way the Orioles get this package. There is like probably motivation within there's no way that Adley is not playing in Boston for at least the next like 5 years, right? Like that he is going to be there. And you are essentially saying to Adley, yeah, we think that we don't need you, first of all. We don't think that you are a guy that is going to be a long-term piece for us. And we think that it's okay to trade you to a division rival because even though the haul is great, they understand they're going to have to play him. They understand that he's going to be a guy they're going to face, and they feel comfortable enough trading him over there. I mean, that's probably a motivating factor for Adley in itself. So again, you're getting these lottery tickets. That's what they are. And again, lottery tickets can hit, lottery tickets can miss. The whole Machado trade missed for the Orioles outside of Dean, who was solid. I mean, he wasn't like a top of the rotation pitcher by any stretch, but that was really all you got for Manny Machado. Now, that was a rental situation, right? There's still another year of control for Adley for the Red Sox before you have to sign him. But I can't believe that we're here. I mean, I truly thought that, look, this team is not perfect. I don't think this team makes any noise in the postseason if they try to soft buy, which I thought was what they were going to do. But selling to me just underscores so many other deeper issues. And when they're talking about liftoff and all this, what did they do to lift off and take flight, Zach? I mean, they signed Pete Alonso, but their other moves were signing Charlie Morton, signing Chris Bassett. And, you made a move for Shane Baz. You tried to get aggressive, but it's like the money's either being spent in the wrong places. They're not doing enough homework on certain guys. Yes, injuries have played a factor, but guess what? All teams go through injuries. All teams deal with it. And whether it's lack of like depth or whatever it may be, I don't know. It feels bad. It just feels bad.
So I do want to put out there, I obviously am biased, and we are biased about Adley, about this situation and all that. So I'm not sure if you know Giraffe Neck Mark. He's YouTuber, also very big on just social media on X, Twitter, but I think he has, gosh, how many subscribers does he have? Not that it matters, but he's got about 300,000 subscribers. So I messaged him. We follow each other, and I straight up said, I said, hey, I need an unbiased opinion on this. I was like, what are your thoughts on this Adley trade? And the reaction, what they got back. And I'll just read you his thing. He said, dude, you guys absolutely crushed it. Insane package, in my opinion. Ianson is a top 25 prospect for me, and Azokar and Witherspoon are borderline top 100. So from the outside, and this is me, I'm not saying that this is all worth it. Listen, this is not me saying I am still very upset with this. I think they got it right with getting a haul. I think they got a good package. But taking a step back, this is a good package. Kevin, good packages are important on one day and one day alone, the day you make the trade. After this, nobody cares. It's about how you produce. It's like it doesn't matter.
Sure.
Just every trade for prospects. It's like when guys get the, in the NFL, when you trade for a first round pick, it's like the best day, the most value it has is the day you got it. It's the truth. All these prospects, this is, it's awesome. They got a haul. What a haul. All these prospects. Great. Kevin, it's like if you had $1,000 and I said, Kevin, if you give me that $1,000, I will give you $500 worth of lottery tickets right here. They might have $0 on it, might be $750 on it. It could be $2 million. But would you take that? And the Orioles said, yeah. They said, we'll take $500 worth of lottery tickets. And they're hoping it works out. And that's the risk you take. But I did want to give kind of the unbiased opinion there. I did go to Mark just because, I liked his opinion.
Sure. I mean, again, like the haul in itself, when you take every single emotion out of it, every other storyline, and just look at Adley Rutschman for the prospects that they got in the haul that they got. I mean, it's an incredible group of prospects. But again, like you've mentioned, like these guys can be awesome, and they certainly seem to be on the track for doing that. But there are also situations where top prospects and other guys don't pan out. So you're taking that risk and trading a guy who is established. Injuries have been a concern for Adley. We know that. But again, I just think when you bring in all the emotions of how we got here today on August 3rd at 3:30 p.m. and Adley Rutschman no longer an Oriole and on a division rival. I mean, if you told me that even a week ago, I would have called you crazy. I mean, even with the way that they were playing. So obviously we know it's a huge vote of confidence in Sam Basayo, who becomes your full-time catcher. There were always going to be questions about, especially after Pete signed, like Ryan was talking about. Pete's your first baseman. You're not putting Adley out there. So where was the fit for all three of those guys to coexist? Well, you signed Pete to a huge deal. You signed Basayo to a huge deal. And, Adley's kind of the guy. You could have had a 1-2 powerhouse, like Ryan said, and that could have been impossible. But I mean, you're in this situation now because of your failures over the previous seasons. And if they were able to either land a big star or two more or re-sign a Corbin Burns, which really was never happening, but just those types of moves, maybe we're having a different conversation. And you know what, Zach? Maybe if the Orioles just figured out how to win close games or not blow leads or not wait until the 7th inning to have a big inning to win, we could be talking about a team instead of 4 games under or whatever they are right now. They could have been maybe 5 over or 4 over, and maybe we're having a different conversation, and maybe they're still not good enough, but maybe there would have been a little more hope. But the reality is there is nothing right now to me because, look, your star player in Gunnar Henderson is having a terrible year. We all thought that Craig Albornaz, or maybe not all, but at least we thought that Craig Albornaz could have maybe had a little bit more pull in his first year as manager. It's kind of not been great for Craig, all things considered, his first year. And there's obviously context to it, but I just think the problem is that, when you talk about Mike Elias and his comments that he made, it was clear he didn't believe. But like you guys mentioned, Brandon Hyde is gone, right? Brandon Hyde is a thing of the past. I mean, that feels like forever ago that Brandon Hyde was the manager of this team.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, oh, Brandon has the problem. Get rid of Brandon Hyde and everything will turn around. And that shield is the same thing with Harbaugh and DaCosta in Baltimore. If you're a Ravens fan, everyone's talking about Harbaugh. Oh, now the shield is removed. And Eric DaCosta now becomes the one in the spotlight. It's been the same thing with Elias, where Brandon Hyde, that shield was removed. Get rid of Brandon Hyde. Get rid of Brandon Hyde. It's pretty clear Brandon Hyde was not the biggest problem in Baltimore. Was he the right manager for them? I mean, probably not. But at the same time, there are so many other deep-rooted issues within this organization that they have to figure out. Because in a year back-to-back where you've had incredibly high expectations, hey, they're going to bounce back after a poor 2025. In 2025 was, hey, they had a rough end of their 2024, but they'll be able to do it in 2025. Again, that we talked about it all the time here, whether it was on RIpken show, on Kevin and Zach React. When is it time to start having a conversation about the core? And clearly that the Orioles felt like the time was now. But the fact that you're in this position, it's a big slap in the face to everybody who believed in the promises. And, it's essentially starting it's soft launching, or maybe hard launching, a new era of Orioles baseball. So,
Kevin, I have, and this has been floated to me by a few different people. Do you believe in any sort of way that the Orioles are tearing it down and starting over and without Mike Elias? Do you think that they kind of told Mike, hey, dude, don't buy. We're done. You gotta, is it almost like, hey, dude, you did what you could. This era isn't working. It's time for you to move on. And I could be totally off. Listen, but I wouldn't be surprised maybe if they also sat there, and it's going to be tough for them to sell. Can you imagine all this happens? I'm assuming they probably have an under 500 record now over the next few weeks. If they're under 500 at the end of this, after you sell, can you bring Mike Elias back And not only that, like I get like physically, yes, you can. Like you can, and they might. But Kevin, how do you look the fan base in the eyes and say this is working?
Sorry, yeah. This is the problem. It is something I talked about, and you and I, Zach, both talked about extensively on Kevin and Zach React. And we've been having these trade deadline conversations because we just talk trades on Kevin and Zach React because we do all the time.
If you want it, once again, even after losses, we'll talk about anything. Go over to Kevin and Zach React after this too.
It's awful because like I'm trying to smile through the pain, but it's very hard.
Yeah,
and it's wow because we were talking about trading Adley as a joke after game 2 of last season, and now here we are just a little over a year later, and he actually is traded. But to your point, here's what I want to make clear about the Mike Elias situation. Whatever it was, if the Orioles went into this and either told Mike Elias or had an idea that Mike Elias was not going to like be a part of this after the trade deadline, you shouldn't have him handle the trade deadline here in the first place.
Yeah.
Like it shouldn't be his call on these moves, which is why, when you're talking about this move and him still handling it, I mean, and all of the support that we saw from David Rubenstein to Mike Elias, I mean, again, I don't think Mike Elias is the right GM for this team. I mean, I think we've both been pretty clear on that. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Like I think, I've been pretty clear on that, Zach, that I believe that Mike Elias should have probably been gone a little bit ago.
Yeah.
But
I do real fast because this is new information and then that's not new information, but it's information. I didn't realize that Witherspoon was the 15th overall pick last year, who they just got.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and he was regarded as the most polished college arm coming out of the draft last year.
They're great. They're all great prospects. It's just, the fact it is a full culmination of who this Oriole. What'd you say?
I said prospects.
Oh yeah. But that's the point, right? It is prospects. But with Elias, like you can't say, hey, we're done with this after this year and then hand him the keys and say, do whatever you want. Right. Like that to me. So maybe there was something from the organization about, hey, don't buy. We don't want to buy, but do your thing and we'll revisit it next year. But it just feels like you're kicking the can down the road. And it's just like, what else do you have to do if you're Mike Elias? Because look, I will say it, people have been fired for less.
Yeah.
Right. People, especially with the expectations, no playoff success. And like you guys were talking about, if they had an ALCS appearance and had made a run in 2023 or had at least one playoff win to show for anything, it's probably a much different conversation, right? But you haven't won a series, let alone even won a playoff game. And all this culminates into you trading away one of your thought to be franchise cornerstone. So again, I don't necessarily read too much into what guys say publicly because like Ryan and you guys talked about with Adley, I mean, the messaging on Adley was very different a week ago than it was today where they traded him. So Rubenstein can say, oh, we believe, but again, it's essentially like, what do you want him to say when it comes to Rubenstein? Where it's like, he can say, we believe in all this and that. And again, like some accountability in certain situations like that would definitely be nice. But if you were going to say to Elias, sell, and then we're firing you, which I don't think would happen in the first place, you can't hand him the keys there. But this is the problem with these Mike Elias built teams is you don't fire him. You give him the keys to the draft. You give him the keys to the trade deadline. If there was a vision for the Orioles without Mike Elias, I think we would have seen him be fired already. And maybe it happens in the offseason. I don't know, but I think it'd be pretty foolish of them to hand him the keys to the trade deadline while already knowing he's not going to be the GM next year or the decision maker next year.
Yeah, and a few things before we kind of continue. First, I was asked if we can put the link for Kevin and Zach React, so I'm going to do that right now. If you enjoy me and Kevin bantering back and forth about Orioles, all of that, the link is right below. I just put it in the chat. We will also be live later tonight to continue this conversation. We might do some call-ins as well to hear your opinion. But then I did want to get to some super chats just because I'm
got the Jewel check.
What was that?
Jewel check.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know where we left off, but Breaking Glenjamin, appreciate you. I was there for the first game where he looked around before the first pitch. Still have my Adley welcome to the show shirt. This one stings. Gonna go right into the next one from Breaking Glenjamin. Series against the Boston Red Sox Labor Day weekend will be tough. I'm going to Maryland Renaissance Festival instead. Too soon to see him in another uniform, I think. I'm so done with this team in Elias. Go Pirates. Pirates are making moves. So if you're gonna, which is so crazy, the Pirates are spying.
Get healthy Ryan O'Hearn for sure.
So exactly. We got a few alerts.
Alert.
We got at least not the Yankees. Appreciate you, Jacob. We are not fine. We are all in an abusive relationship. Yep, we do. We need
Therapy and prayer.
And then wanted to give this as well. Thanks, you guys, for the stream. Assuming for everyone. Can't watch more of this Orioles fire sale. Yep. Papa Beer. Hey, you know what? Buck Showalter, what a guy. So we'll get to more of those in a little bit. But Kevin, I have a question for you.
Let me hear it.
Would you be more upset if the Orioles traded Trevor Rogers and maybe like Kittredge, guys like that, and fully bought into the sell? Or would you be more upset if after trading Taylor Ward and Adley Rutschman, the Orioles give up prospects for a guy with a year and a half left to try to buy and sell? And let us know in the chat. Let us know your thoughts in the chat. Would you be more upset if they completely went all in on the sell or if they tried to buy and sell at this point?
I'm gonna be mad either way. To be honest with you,
Perfectly reasonable, Kevin.
I'll be mad either way.
Reasonable.
I would be mad if they bought somebody right now. Because it's just a slap. They clearly don't believe. And if you're just trading away prospects, like, again, the worst place you can be is no man's land, right? Like pick a side or pick a struggle, I guess, if you're the Orioles. Like, pick a struggle, right? Like, either commit to this, which you have done now by trading Adley. Don't like try to like half back into it, right? Like, I just think now they should hold. Like, don't trade Jackson. I want them to bring back Trevor Rogers, so don't trade Rogers. But if you buy someone now, I wouldn't assume that they would buy anyone. Like, it wouldn't be a Mason Miller or anything. If they did that, I wouldn't even know how to feel if they traded for Mason Miller right now. But it's a really good question because, again, I just thought they were going to soft buy, see how it goes. And, you know, you have a puncher's chance, even though your team really isn't that good and shouldn't be anywhere near the playoff race. Somehow you're there. And, you know, it's kind of like the Ravens last year where their defense like was not good and their team like was not good relative to who they were in the past, but they still had a chance. And I'm not saying like they did anything crazy at the deadline or anything, but like you heard like multiple Ravens players talk about how they thought they were going to win the Super Bowl if they made the playoffs, right? Sometimes it's just a spark. And I don't think this version of this team had that with the Orioles, but I didn't expect it to go this way.
I don't think anyone did.
But you have committed to, again, like Mike Bordick was awesome.
I love that
Mike Bordick was awesome, by the way. I mean, he spoke a lot of truths in that. But I think the big thing for me is you need to let these young guys play now. If you're buying guys and bringing back in vets, I mean, again, like I'm assuming that, you know, trading Taylor Ward frees up a spot for Bradfield or Heston or whoever you want to throw in that conversation. They'll just trade for another outfielder and say, yeah, sorry guys, stay on down there. Like, see what you have. Again, this is what it's so annoying that we have to have this conversation again, just a year after we had it after the deadline last year, where it's like, you can still find silver linings in lost years. Well, one, I'm tired of having lost years with the promises that we've been sold here in Baltimore. But two, like, you need to now figure out who you have. You need to figure out who can help contribute next. Because I'm not looking at not that I was. I mean, look, if you've listened to Kevin and Zach react, you know I've been out on this team for 2 months. Probably over 2 months at this point.
And you know what? Hey, Kevin, now we can acknowledge. Good call by you. Hey, great call by you.
You know, the haters. No, but I didn't want to be right. But like you could just tell that something was not there. That spunk, that spark was not there. But now you have to see who you have for next season, because that's where I'm looking. I'm not looking at this year. You know, if you were looking at this year, you probably keep Adley and see what you can get for him in the offseason. Then he probably, like we talked about, he probably gets traded in the offseason. But if you're looking at this year, you don't trade Adley away right now. You do it in the offseason. So I don't know. I mean, I guess Adley will get some playoff baseball this year. Maybe he can win a playoff game.
That just made me so mad. Yeah, I mean, I'll say it again. I know I've said it a million times. I'm going to say it again because, Kevin, it is so jarring to me. The Adley Rutschman era in Baltimore is ending. Not playoff series, not ALCS, not World Series. The Adley Rutschman era, and this is not on Adley, is ending with 0 playoff wins, 0 playoff game wins. It's unreal. It's just unreal. I don't know what to say. You know, like it's so disappointing. It's so disappointing because you sit there and it's all about what we were told. Like, it just feels like nothing has ever been told to us straight as Oriole fans. God, Kevin, do you remember that opening day? Angelos had just been gone. Remember the whole ding dong, the witch is dead, all that stuff. It was like we were like the Munchkins. We were like the Munchkins in The Wizard of Oz. And it's like, oh my gosh, it's a new era in Baltimore. They just won 101 games last year. They just got Corbin Burns. There's new ownership. And now here we are. Adley Rutschman is traded less than a year and a half later, or I guess 2 years later now. It's just sad.
And now again, you're asking the fan base to again just say, "Well, wait a few years. Just wait a couple years, and these guys will come up and we'll be back in content." It's the same cycle, and I think that's what's so frustrating to a lot of people. Is like we just went through this. We just went through the 100 loss seasons, and I'm not saying again what they do moving forward, we'll see. But we just went through an extensive rebuild to just get to the point of just seeing a little glimpse of success to have it all come crashing down. Hi, Brad. Sorry, we're ranting here.
No, I couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, y'all are youngins. I'm 40 years old and I've been dealing with this shit for 4 decades.
Yeah.
You know, I actually watched the minors, the mayor situation with my own 2 eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Watch Babe Ruth in person too.
I did watch Babe Ruth in person.
Wow.
I was alive, unlike the rest of y'all. I was alive, well, except for
Rocco.
I was alive when Cal actually broke the streak. Watched the whole thing myself. But like 28 years with 4 playoff wins, 4 playoff game wins. It's just insane to me. And I just feel like that I was just misled in the last week. Just in the last week. No, yeah. I mean, let alone the last, several decades, but the last week even. And it's not that you didn't see some sort of writing on the wall with Adley, but the fact is that like this just feels like an absolute sell. This entire thing feels like we're just selling into the season. Like we're already waving the white flag, even though the team is 2.5 games out of the wild card. In what way has any of the moves been made today? And again, Kevin, you're making the same. You made a good point about this. That this just feels like Groundhog Day. How many times? I mean, even in 2023, right, where won 100 games, there was nothing done to improve that team to actually get them over the hump, to actually, make them win a playoff game during that season. The trade deadline gets treated the exact same way from this front office every single year, regardless of whether they're winning or losing. You win 100 games, we're not going to do shit in the deadline day to make this team better, to try to improve our chances of winning a playoff game and improve our chances of going deep into the playoffs. And maybe, God forbid, we get into the World Series. But like, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is just a microcosm of everything that's happened over the last 8 years.
Yeah. And actually, I'm curious to get your guys' thoughts, Brad or Rocco or Nate, if you guys are there in the back.
Yep.
One of the things that I had mentioned, I don't know if you guys were listening, but, when they signed Pete, I'm sure the message to them, from them to Pete, was, hey, you're our missing piece. We're going to contend. You're going to slot into this lineup.
A new era of baseball.
Yeah, like all that. And like that message, because that was the thing. And I was telling Zach, like they finally got a big guy. Like they finally got a big name free agent with the money and everything. And like, what message does this send future like free agents? I mean, again, money talks. I mean, that's number one. But at the same time, it's like we saw the Orioles throw out a bunch of, or at least rumored throw out a bunch of deals to pitchers and them not want to come here, you know, whatever. But it's again, if you're going through this process again, and like for Pete, how does he feel right now? And like, what's Pete feeling in terms of how those conversations were going, I guess, with the franchise before he signed? He was clearly sold on the vision. I mean, what's that vision now that Pete Alonso was sold? I mean, it's not existent anymore because Adley's not there. I mean, again, the hope for them at least is they can maybe get back into contention in the next handful of years. But like you said, they're 2.5 games out of a wild card spot, and clearly they didn't feel good enough about their team to soft buy to see what can happen. So I don't know.
I can tell you with
messaging.
absolute certainty that there's a lot of questions that are being asked right now from that locker room right now.
I just think like when are things going to change? We say the same thing every single year. I feel like every single year in the offseason they say that we have some of the best lineups in baseball. And then it's the same exact story every single year. We sell every single year. Michael Elias has been around for what, 6 years?
8.
And he's sold for 5.
8 years.
Yeah. And one of the
8
buys
years.
was Jack Flaherty, you know, like, and then that was the big acquisition.
Like, what are we going to do? Well, why aren't we changing something? It is the same story every year.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's tough. I think I saw just
6 out of the 8. Thank you for the clarification. 6 out of the 8 years.
Yeah. Just we haven't announced any of the, let's see. We got Brewers are getting Dustin May and Jojo Romero from the Cardinals. Cubs are getting Ryan Zefferjon from the Angels. And then did I see something about Goodman going to the Yankees? Is that correct? Let me look real quick. It looks like they're in advanced talks, maybe. I don't think anything's finalized, but maybe Hunter Goodman from the Rockies to the Yankees. So we'll see. We're coming up on 2 hours to go, guys. Do you think all right, let's do this. Do you think the Orioles make another move, or do you think they're done?
Yes, I don't think they're done yet.
Who do you think they're going to take away?
It's hard to say what I think's going to happen, but who do I think is still on the table? It's alarming that Jackson Holliday is on the table.
Agreed.
But I don't think he's going anywhere. I
haven't heard anything else since that one post.
I would not be surprised if Trevor Rogers is no longer an Oriole after the end of this at 6:00. I'm a little surprised that we haven't heard anything about Ryan Mountcastle. I mean, I don't know what they're gonna. I guess maybe they'll just DFA him after, or they'll release him after the season. But I'm surprised that like he hasn't been part of any sort of deal. I know that he's suffering injuries and stuff like that, but like, what are they doing with him after this oblique injury that he's had?
Yeah, maybe a team would be interested and they just throw him in the deal.
I get that's what I'm saying. Like, he's obvious. Even if he becomes healthy again, they're not putting him anywhere. You got Pete Alonso that plays 162 games a year. So regardless, so I think the most likely trade I could see would be a Trevor Rogers. I think is probably the one to go.
Yeah, it may be the biggest. I mean, the
guy deserves to get paid big time. By the way.
And that's the thing where if the Orioles are going through like this, I don't even know what to call it. If it's like a soft rebuild or whatever you want to call it.
I don't even know what the rebuild. Why are we rebuilding?
Yeah.
This is the most talented team the Orioles have had since the rebuild. This is a more talented team that the Orioles have had, even when you put it up against the roster in 2023 and 24. Talent-wise, the most talented roster that they've had.
Yeah,
they just haven't been able to put it together. I mean, we had Bordy on earlier, and I'm very much aligned with some of the viewpoints that he has as far as like committing to the play. And Ryan's talked about this too, but just like committing to the guys that you brought up. Why aren't they playing every day? Right? Like, why isn't Jackson Holliday just playing every day? Righty, lefty, I don't give a shit. Put him in there and let him play every day. They tried to pull on that crap with Basayo, And then they put Basayo against who righties, lefties, doesn't matter, and he's tearing the cover off the ball.
Same thing with Kobe.
Colton Cowser, Kobe Mayo, the same thing. Yeah. And then you start playing Kobe more. And, oh, by the way, he actually can hit righties.
Yep.
How about that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Colton Cowser's the same way. I don't know why Leody Taveras needs to be playing defense in the outfield for the Orioles ever again at this point. At least for the rest of the season. Colton Cowser deserves that spot and he deserves to play every day.
Quick question for you guys. You Baltimore sports diehards in the chat. What would you compare today to? It doesn't have to be an Orioles memory. It could be a Ravens memory, but the feeling that you have, what do you even compare it to? It's
Nothing.
like what comes up in your mind when you think this is the shittiest I've felt since blank?
Since Mike Messina went to the Yankees. This is the shittiest I felt since Mike Messina went to the Yankees.
I see in the chat, feels just like Markakis leaving.
No, not even close. Markakis went to a whole other league.
I don't have one.
Yeah, I'm
I
trying
don't
to
do
think.
nothing.
Markakis though hurt a
one.
lot of people.
Someone
Like that
said
was
getting swept in the playoffs. That's a good one.
Which one?
Yeah, I've at least at that point.
I see other comments in here that I just can't bring up. But
Lamar
it's
Jackson almost getting traded, but he didn't. So.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't.
Cool.
Again, the Musina thing was not on my timeline, but like,
I know.
I mean,
I'm aging myself.
No, I
but
know. I
if
know.
you're
but, like,
looking
I'm
at the
saying
history
that
of the
was biggest
Orioles,
one, yeah.
if you're looking at the history of like, when was the last time a significant player went to a rival? Mike Messina probably, I would say, unless somebody else has got one out of their, pull one out of their hat. But
Hey.
I would say like Messina would be the one.
Get that Pepsi bottle off. They're not a sponsor yet. Get it out. Thank you.
Fucking interns, man.
That's a great point.
I mean,
Put a
there's
blank bottle up. Your sponsorship here.
I'll say this: it doesn't feel it feels worse than the 2023 getting swept, because I remember after getting swept in 2023, the amount of hope you still had.
Yeah.
Because you were like, man, this is just the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, now these guys got a chip on their
They
shoulder.
got a big window.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, you couldn't tell me in 2023 with 101 wins, the Orioles weren't winning at least one World Series in the 2020s. It was just, that was not a question. It wasn't are they? It was how many. And now you sit there and it sucks because it's the closing of a window. And maybe they can, retool and build with, more guys and all that. But the window of Adley Rutschman is gone. Like that's gone. And it's now playing in Fenway Park. And it's adding to their window. It's not just about what would Adley have done here, all that. It is the admittance of the front office that they didn't do their job. They didn't capitalize on it. I mean, this is a guy that, whether he turned out to be the all-world talent, whatever, this was the guy that was taken first overall. This was the guy that I remember I bought tickets to the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday games a week prior because it was rumored he was going to debut that weekend. So I bought 3 tickets and went to Friday's game. And then on Saturday morning, they announced, hey, he's coming up. Hopped in the car. It was like a 4:00 game or something. Hopped in the car, immediately went down to Pickles. No question. Some of the best vibes I've ever seen in a place. It's all gone. That feeling is done. I saw someone post it when Adley Rutschman was brought up to Baltimore. Youth baseball leagues, every single one of them made sure that every team had a 35 on it because kids clamored for it. Kids wanted to be catchers. Kids wanted to be like Adley Rutschman, the savior of the Baltimore Orioles. They sold you that this guy was going to come in here and change everything, change the trajectory of the franchise. And he did. And then 2-3 years later, 4 years later since his debut, now we sit here and he's in Boston. And yeah, they got a great prospect haul. Fantastic prospect haul. I'll say this. I can talk about it now. The text I was getting while it was up in the air with the medical stuff, I was told that pretty much this exact same haul minus Ianson. I was told they said no on Ianson, and I was like, I can't believe they're not going to get a top 5 prospect. So you sit there and you watch as they get a good haul. But the issue isn't the haul. The issue is it's the point, it's the principle of I'm tired of sitting here thinking about next year. I'm tired of sitting here thinking, what could he be? I'm tired of my hopes, my dreams for the Orioles sitting in the minor leagues, hoping and praying that one day they happen to be just what we hope. That's what sucks about this. Listen, was it probably the best thing when you think about you had Basayo? Adley had a year and a half left. Did you think you were going to win a World Series in the next year and a half, especially with everything happening next year with the lockout? Did it make sense to trade Adley? Yeah. That doesn't mean it sucks any less. That doesn't mean that for the fan that sat there and they all got their Adley Rutschman jerseys, they all got their Adley Rutschman welcome to the show shirts, they all piled into Camden Yards and know where they were when Adley hit that triple down the line against the Tampa Bay Rays, watching the eruption as he was announced, watching him take it all in. That time's over with in Baltimore, and that's why it sucks for fans, because for so long you sucked, and this was your way out, and now your way out's gone. And yeah, is the team better than it was when he first got here? 1,000,000%. But it's the principle of this was your hope, and it sucks when you see him go to a division rival nevertheless.
Zach, I would say you were clip farming with that, but that was absolutely from the heart and very, very well spoken. So 9 out of 10 times I would say, yeah, Zach is just, no, I'm just kidding. But that, yeah, dude, you couldn't have put that any better, just from start to finish. Like what he meant to this community, what he meant to the Orioles, what he meant to baseball. It's, hopefully Adley can flourish in the rest of his career. I know it's going to be, no one's going to root for the Red Sox, but you could still be an Adley Rutschman fan at the end of the day. I got to ask you this, guys, and everyone in the chat as well. Like, obviously right now it hurts. It stings for people. They're, pissed off about the trade, rightfully so. What in the next couple of weeks, months, obviously World Series is the answer to the question I'm about to ask, but it's, wishful thinking at this point. What makes this better at the end of the day? Like how does this get better? Trading Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox. Zach, I'll start with you because
you cut out for a second. I said, what's the, and then you cut.
Yeah, no, I said, what would make this trade better? Like, obviously, like the obvious answer is winning a World Series, but wishful thinking for you guys, for O's faithful Birdland, like what would make this trade better at the end of the day? Like in the next couple of weeks, what would make you feel better about it? What do the O's have to do
in the next few weeks?
Is it in the next couple of hours? What do they have to do to make you feel better about this trade?
Nothing.
Okay.
There's nothing they can do. But this is now by acquiring, and I saw some things I can give. I saw rumors that it was Marcelo Meyer and Peyton Toll. That was the original package that I saw. If it was that, then it would be completely on this year of, hey, Peyton Toll goes out there, continues to shove, and Marcelo Meyer probably send him back to the minors and bring him up, and he starts to produce. That would have been that. But the issue is there's nothing the Orioles can do in the next. I mean, Ianson can go and throw 3 straight perfect games. Doesn't matter for me in AA, AAA. They could all combine to never give up another hit again in the minor leagues. Doesn't do anything for me this year. That's the issue. Is it even if you're not punting on this year because you're still 2.5 games out, you have Basayo, you get Narvaez now to be your backup catcher. It sucks because even if they go on a run. Like, think about it this way. They go on a run and they make it to the playoffs. And now this is wishful thinking. I'm not saying they are. Go to the playoffs, and let's say they lose 3-2, in a win or go home game. I think people aren't going to sit there going, damn, what if you have Adley? What if you lose to the Red Sox and Adley has a series?
Yeah.
I don't think people aren't going to talk about that. Yeah. Okay, Nate, we didn't have to go that far. Okay, Nate, we were all like, we didn't have to bring nightmare situations up here. But,
It's
like,
already
that's-
got the tweet in his drafts
Yeah, he's got-
for Stool Baltimore.
Yeah.
Right now.
Graphic.
Unbelievable. This guy. What are we gonna do with him? But yeah, it's part of the business, but it's the shitty part of the business, and it's a shitty part of the business that why not? I'm not gonna say 28 other teams. I'll say why not 27 other teams? Because if it was the Yankees, same reaction you would have gotten. Red Sox, same thing. And then anyone else, I feel like it softens the blow a little bit more, but it's like, this sucks. So, yeah.
It's just that's what it is. It's what. Yeah, I mean, it does suck. It sucks. And it's like I said, I feel for the fans. And hey, let's look at positives here. There is a chance that we look back on this, and in 10 years, in 5 years, we all sit there and go, man, the greatest thing to happen to this franchise was the Adley Rutschman trade. Ianson's won 2 Cy Youngs. You know, all of it. You can go down the list. It's like, oh, we've won 2 World Series. That could happen. But right now, it's hard to get excited because I just got excited 2 years ago about prospects. I just got excited 3 years ago thinking about what the future may hold.
Well, and prospects aren't proven. Whether they're ranked number 1, number 3, number 47, it's prospects have not played a single game in Major League Baseball. And like we talked about earlier, the Orioles had the number 1 farm system. What was it, 3 years straight, 4 years straight? Correct me if I'm wrong, Zach. And it's like, what did you do with it? So that's kind of why the fatigue is there, because it's year after year. Your farm system is supposed to be the best in baseball. Now you trade a guy that was your former number 1 prospect, number 1 overall pick, to the Red Sox for a few of their top prospects. It seems like, you're doing this whole cycle all over again.
Literally.
Rinse, wash, repeat, rinse, wash, repeat. Are the Orioles, like you said, in a better situation than they were when Adley Rutschman got called up and, was the number 1 pick in baseball? Absolutely, from a roster standpoint. But again, they don't have anything to show for it right now at this point in time. Zach, you're muted.
I know. I had to figure something out. I did, just because we are live. We are reacting to everything that happens, and this is in the division. We have some breaking news. Jeff Passan just reported the Astros are finalizing a deal to acquire center fielder Dalton Varsho from the Toronto Blue Jays. I can say this with absolute certainty. I am, hopefully this goes through. I am so done with dealing with Dalton Varsho in center field against the Blue Jays. That guy caught everything. So good pickup. Astros, Kevin, ever since you
I know
they were dead and gone, now lead the AL West and are buyers at the deadline. So,
I got something about me with these jinxes, man. I got to use my powers for good.
one day, but that is also now just announced. So very weird day in the American League. The Blue Jays are kind of doing what everyone thought the Orioles were going to do. They go and they buy for Jose Soriano. They've traded away Kevin Gausman and now Dalton Varsho. So those were kind of the moves maybe you were expecting the Orioles to make. Can the Orioles, and actually I asked Kevin this while you guys stepped away for a second. So Brad, if you want to answer this, and then maybe Rocco.
Brad is, if you panned over to his camera right now, he is, I don't even know where Brad is.
I don't know.
Right
He's
now.
been gone
Yeah,
for like,
he just dipped
Okay,
out.
so Rocco, I'll give
Next.
you this from an outside perspective. What do you think would be worse now? The Orioles can continue to sell. Maybe they trade off Rodgers, maybe another piece. I'm not going to go crazy with Holiday or anything. Maybe the Kittredges, guys like that. Or would you be more upset if they decide to maybe buy a player or two right now?
I would be more pissed if they decided to, full on fire sale and get rid of some of their top dogs. It's looking at, again, we talk about how crazy baseball is and how weird baseball can get. All it takes is a team to get hot at the right time. And I know this season has been a roller coaster ride, and the Orioles have shown no signs of being consistent this year.
Yeah.
But looking at the American League and how bad it's been from an overall standpoint, you have what, 5 teams right now or 6 teams right now currently above 500, and the Orioles are sitting 2.5 games of that third wild card spot at the trade deadline. I think it would be a disservice right now to sell completely because, again, you just went through this.
Yep.
And I don't know. It would just, I feel like it would be a gut punch if they did, because again, you're potentially, if you're going to get rid of a Trevor Rogers or someone else within the organization that's already up at the big league level, you're probably going to trade for prospects. Correct me if I'm wrong, Zach. And again, you just went through this. What have the Orioles struggled to do? It's on the pitching prospect side, that's been one of their biggest Achilles heel. So to get the haul from the Red Sox that they did, it's nice to see, but these guys have to be developed the right way. They have to come up and play the right way. When they get to the big league level, how are they going to turn out? Are they going to turn out like an Andrew Painter with the Phillies right now, where you're 2-8 or 2-9, and you have your debut and then you get sent back down and get brought back up? Like a similar situation to a position player like Jackson Holiday, where he starts out 0 for 30 or whatever it was, and you're getting bounced around a little bit. You never truly know. So it looks good on paper, yes, but if they sold completely, that would absolutely suck. And I feel like that would be the worst case scenario. But again, that's just me.
Yeah, I agree. Kevin, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, they're in no man's land right now, and it is the worst place you can be. So, I mean, I don't know what their plan is, but going through this again, you're not trading away, because again, like a full-on rebuild would be like, okay, you're trading Gunnar, you're trading, Adley's gone, Kowser, Holiday, and you're starting from scratch essentially. I don't necessarily think that that's gonna happen, but at the same time, you've told the fan base that you don't want to competing and going all in, not all in, but going somewhat in by soft buying is not on the table for you, because if you were, you would have just bought and then traded Adley in the offseason. I don't think that Adley was necessarily a long-term option for Baltimore, with Pete being there, Messiah being there. But at the same time, I mean, it tells you a pretty clear picture, as I've mentioned, of how this team feels about themselves right now. And, I don't think a lot of the fan base really, I mean, I'm sure some people do, but I mean, I certainly haven't believed in them for a while because they just don't have the spark. So if you're talking about wanting to maybe try it again next year, I don't think it makes sense to trade off a guy for sure like Trevor Rogers, who should be a mainstay in your rotation, or some of these other guys. So I don't think that they should make another move today, for being honest, but they probably will.
Yeah. This is something that, I mean, obviously over the past week, it kind of seemed more possible, but like I keep saying, I continue to feel for fans, because that's, I see Red Sox fans tweeting right now that they're Red Sox fans, not minor league baseball fans. The Red Sox got better today.
True. Again,
and it sucks, because it feels like for so much of my life, I've been a minor league baseball fan. I've sat there. There were times in 2021 where you might as well, 2022, you might as well just turn on the Norfolk Tides game. If you want to be happy, go turn the Norfolk Tides on. Go put the Bowie Bay, Chesapeake Bay Sox. At the time, Bowie. Yeah, the rebrand, Chesapeake Bay Sox.
Get it right, pal.
Yeah. You want to talk about getting some things? You know what? We're not going there. It's a somber day. It's a somber day.
You don't bring that up in front of the crowd we have right now. Me getting names wrong.
You're lucky I'm
It's bad. It's bad. I know. I'm sorry. But yeah, Zach, I mean, I completely agree with you there on the minor league side. Yes, Boston Red Sox fan, you're a Baltimore Orioles fan. You're not exactly. Now I feel like it would be a good time. And Zach, I think you're much better at reading than I am, to thank our sponsors right now and kind of get to that. And we'll shift gears a little bit and keep an eye on other trades that are happening throughout Major League Baseball.
Yeah. So going from one stream to another real fast, that's not the button I meant to hit. But if you're sticking with us, if you are in the Baltimore area, our friends over at AutoStream Car Care Center, it's getting hot. You know, in Baltimore, it's August. It's going into September. There are going to be some unreasonably hot days that come out of nowhere. You're going to want to make sure that your AC is working. So head on over to AutoStream Car Care Center. Say the Ryan Ripken Show sent you and get $100 off your next AC service. But from one stream back to another, we'll get into our friends over at CQ in just a few minutes so that we separate them. But guys, I will say this. We are 1 hour and 42 minutes away from the official trade deadline, supposedly, because randomly I like how deals will happen at 6:20 and they'll be like, we promised they got in before 6 o'clock. And it's like, it's weird. I thought it had to be, and they're like, guys, we're okay. It got in before 6. Like, we were talking about it. It's like they're looking at the other GM and they're like, we were talking about it, right? So it's one of those things.
Yeah. They should announce one like the next day and be like, no, they got it in yesterday at 6.
No, God,
like,
It's like we agreed upon it, and the other GM just happened to fall asleep for a few hours, like John Henry did with the Red Sox.
like, you remember
today.
the AJ McCarron trade? He was supposed to get traded from the Bengals to the Browns, and they didn't call it in time, so it didn't go through. It's like,
I mean, Elvis Doomerville, I did see a few things.
That was fax machine. Yeah.
Well, I saw a few things of people and be like, Ravens, Orioles and Ravens fans were tweeting during that weird time period, and they were like, I'm getting word the trade is stuck in the fax machine. So,
Unbelievable.
I mean, but I will say this, we're about an hour and 40 minutes away from the official deadline. Winners and losers right now from you guys. One, I'll say this. The Angels are winning. They also just got Ballesteros from the Cubs in exchange for a relief pitcher. Obviously, they made the big trade with Soriano. The Angels are finally selling, and it's actually working out. I got to say the Red Sox right now, mostly because here's the other thing for the Red Sox. Like, yes, you get Adley Rutschman from the Orioles, but the New York Yankees have probably the worst catching tandem statistically in all of Major League Baseball. And they went from the Yankees, we're going to get Shea Langoliers, they're going to get Hunter Goodman, they're going to get Adley Rutschman. Oh, they'll get Liam Hicks. They're stuck with nobody right now. And the Rays got Hicks and the Red Sox got Adley. You got to feel like maybe there is some, I don't want to say panic, but if you're the Yankees right now, Luis Garcia is fantastic. Obviously, addition by subtraction, getting rid of Duvall. But if you're the Yankees, I think you're looking around right now going, oh, crap. The teams around us got better at the positions that we were kind of competing with.
Yeah. Also, the return for the Blue Jays is Spencer Arrighetti from Houston for Varsho. Something like.
That's it? What was Varsho? When was Dalton Varsho? Because did he not sign an extension?
I don't know. Mark Feinstein saying, I don't know if it's Arrighetti and more, but Feinstein just saying.
Oh, no, he's a free agent after this. Okay, that's why the extension was okay. So it was a rental. It was a rental. Okay.
Can I say the obvious winner of the trade deadline, and everyone's going to hate me for it, but was the Dodgers. It's like, it sucks, but like, you get Derek Scoopel,
Christian
you're
McCaffrey.
already loaded. They're the biggest winner of the deadline. They got one player, and they got a player that was the back-to-back Cy Young Award winner. And it's like 29 other teams in Major League Baseball could have prevented this bullshit, and we just sat back and watched it happen. That's what hurts. The Rays as well. I feel like the Rays got better today. The Phillies got better today, adding Luis Ariz. Harper goes back to the outfield, but adding a player like that of his caliber to the infield, Harper back in the outfield, it just like makes the Phillies better. So, I mean, to me, those are a couple of my winners just right off the bat.
This is the
I know. I love when Rocco gets asked these questions because it's just like, who's your fantasy
Dude,
number
one
one
day,
pick?
one
I'm
day
gonna
I
go
got
out on a limb here and say
what was
Christian
it?
McCaffrey.
It was one day it was like who's your top player to take in fantasy football?
It's who's a sleeper, and you said Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey. Yeah,
and then you
exactly.
said CeeDee
That's
Lamb
what you
right
get
after
from me.
that.
I'm a dumbass. It is what it is.
I
you know what? We got Jules, which is great. So unbelievable, and some questions coming in.
I'm
Captain Obvious. I know It's you can put me on mute when I talk. I respect it. It is what it is. Self-deprecating.
It's all right. It's all right, Rocco.
Chase Crosby, 5,000, 10 jewels, gold coin. Claps for Chase.
Appreciate you.
Going
Jake.
down the list.
Also,
We
is it
have-
just me, Zach, or is their camera frozen?
Their camera's frozen.
Our camera is frozen. See, I wasn't making it up earlier with what I'm saying. Chase again, dropping in 10 jewels to the chat, hiding. I don't know what these things mean, but people have been putting them in. We're going to clap again. And then, who else do we have? Groover71. Does this trade mirror the 2014 deadline deal when we traded Erod? Prospect for Andrew Miller, Eduardo Rodriguez, he's talking about, who was an all-star this season for Andrew Miller. And that's exactly what Dan Duquette, we had Dan Duquette on to talk about, who was a huge boost to an already great bullpen. I actually can fire up that clip when we had Dan Duquette on the other day, if you guys are okay with it. If not, we don't have to.
I don't think we
Okay.
do that.
Sounds good. I got overruled by Zach. He's my boss.
I think
at the
we
end
need
of
to
the
keep
day.
stuff in the moment. We got 1,200
Okay.
people,
Keep it in the moment.
1,200
God forbid.
people. And Ryan Ripken will be back soon, probably within the next 2 hours.
We'll answer the question then, Zach. Does it mirror the 2014 deadline deal? Because this person paid $4.99 to hear their questions answered. So I'd really like it if you answer the question and didn't move along. Appreciate it. Thanks.
I hope so. Listen, I hope so. If it works out where the Orioles get a pitcher, if Ianson goes out and has an Erod career where 12 years later he's an all-star. He's been fantastic. It's been a deadline. I mean, hopefully it's not the point where he's getting traded all the time like Erod hasn't been the face of the deadline at times. But if you get a guy like that out of it, you hope so. You hope that that's the way it goes. But it's just prospects right now. So I can be hopeful. I mean, I will say this. Once again, they are prospects. It does not matter what my opinion is, but they got a good prospect haul. Howell. Someone was saying I was pronouncing Hall wrong. It's just Hall. I get it.
I get told I pronounce golf wrong all the time.
Yeah.
Evidently, I call it golf.
It's the GIF. It's the GIF versus GIF debate, which is GIF, by the way. But
Thanks, Kevin.
you're
That was almost as obvious as me saying the Dodgers were winners at the trade deadline.
No, a lot of people think it's GIF.
GIF is peanut butter. GIF.
Yes, I
is-
agree, 100%.
Awesome.
Is his mic on?
GIF.
The mic's not on.
The studio is having a time right
I'm
now.
getting roasted by these two idiots eating pizza over here.
I'm eating right now.
Awesome. All right. So,
It's
GIF.
not GIF, bro. It's GIF.
No,
Nate also thinks he can outrun who was it?
Rocco, I can outrun you backwards with you running forwards.
Anyway.
I do want to bring this up. So, prospect writer for Baseball America, Ian Kundle. He is also a writer for the Boston Red Sox. So he is a prospect writer for Baseball America, also covers the Red Sox minor leagues. Just put a tweet out and said, early industry feedback is the Orioles crushed the Adley Rutschman return. People around the game can't believe how much the Red Sox gave up. And I agree. They gave up as much as really I thought. Like I said, when I was originally getting told what packages were on the table, I was told Ianson was not available. That was a strict no. That was who the Orioles asked for, and they did not receive. So I was actually, funny enough, I was told that the original package was just going to include Witherspoon and let me see the next guy. Have they updated this yet? If not, I was told it was going to be Primera and Witherspoon. So that would have been the 6th and 4th prospect. And I was told that was it. So from where I originally thought they were going to be to now, they did get an unbelievable haul. But once again, prospects are just prospects. That at the end of the day, that's all it is. So they have to prove something. But yes, if we want to play these fake games, oh gosh, we have Jim Palmer. tweeting right now. Hold up. Oh God.
Gotta
Before
bring that
before
up.
we get to Jim, Zach, Bruce had a question just about, or a comment and a question. If I can pull that up, the pond stock with pitchers. Where are the hitters? Who's going to be our righties? No, yeah. Shout out to Bruce.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Thank
Appreciate
you for
you,
the donation. No vet righty wants to play with that left field wall in Camden. Look at Ward's numbers. Wall is an issue, 100%.
Yeah. I agree with the wall being an issue. They've ruined that. I don't know what the hell. And then they'll probably try to move it back in another few feet in a few years. Absolute disaster on the wall. I completely agree. Yeah, I mean, the Orioles, it's so funny. We are now in the exact opposite timeline of 2021, 2022, 2023, where it was like, gosh, the Orioles we're going to build the bats and buy the arms. Well, now the Orioles have gotten all the arms that they could possibly want, especially when you include this. You have Jerwa, you have Boston Bateman, Luis De Leon, Trey Gibson, Esteban Mejia, Caden Hunter, Nestor German, Herman, Braxton Bragg. Like, you have guys that are up there. Obviously, Nate George is your number one. He's a position player. Ike Irish, Wahiwa Eloy, Aaron Estrada. But you added in more depth and more upside to your pitching. But Kevin, what do I say all the time? Not all these guys are going to pan out. You can only have 13 pitchers on the roster.
Yep.
And you got Bradish for multiple years. You got Boz for multiple years. Brandon Young is early in his contract if he continues to do this. You got to make the system work for you. Jerwa, now obviously you have to add in Ianson, but these guys, not all of them are going to be on the team, and not all of them are going to be good. Some of them probably aren't going to make the majors at all. You got to identify some beforehand. Trade these guys for valuable major league prospects. I'm tired of playing something's got to stick. Yeah, but you could just get a major league player that is going to stick. Stop taking the chance with all of them.
Here's kind of my thing, though, Zach. Why couldn't the Orioles have traded, these prospects that were so highly touted, some of them for proven players?
They should have.
That would have, again, hindsight 2020, but you had so many good prospects. And again, the number one farm system in Major League Baseball, 2 or 3 years straight. And now you have guys that were on that list, like a Heston Kjerstad, that is currently still in the AAA level. And you're not sure if Heston Kjerstad is going to come up and be a part of your outfield, or he's going to be in purgatory, 3A, like in between AAA and MLB, like a 4A player, like we like to refer to someone like that. And I saw someone comment that in here, like you're not sure if these guys from the Red Sox are going to be legit MLB players. You hope, and that's the goal, is they have so much upside that they can help a club at the big league level. Number one, but number two, they have to pan out. They have to stay healthy. Injuries always play a factor. They have to get developed the right way. That plays a huge factor. And then they have to come up and produce at the end of the day. And that doesn't always happen. That does not happen with every single prospect that you get in a return or that's on your top 100 MLB prospect list or on your team list.
Yeah, but I think that's the other problem, right? And like you said it there, or alluded to it at least, Rocco, where like the Orioles are already going through this right now, right? Like they're either trading for or signing veterans, and those guys are blocking other players. So either trade those guys who were down in AAA and just kind of wasting. Like that was the whole Stowers thing, right? When they traded for Rogers, it was, well, Stowers, where's his role? And they had to, like Norby in that deal as well. And again, that trade ended up going back and forth on who's won/lost like 10 different times. But like, you can only have so many prospects. Like, it's exactly what you said, Zach. You can only have so many pitchers. And like, they need to be aggressive this offseason in getting the right guys in, because like, you don't sign Pete Alonso just to like not be competitive. Like their goal here is ideally, like if we're talking best case scenario, it's to go out there and hopefully just try again next year, which is still like really awful. And it's a terrible thing. It's what's happened to them this season. but you need to be aggressive and move off of some of the guys like you did for Boz this offseason. You know, you did it for Corbin as well, but there needs to be a much greater sense of urgency because, again, even just on the pitcher side, which the starting rotation has been great for them this season, all things considered, you got to get the right guys in. You cannot be back in the cycle of, well, we have all these like guys who were good enough to be in the majors, but we don't really have room for them. So you're just going to kind of have to be in AAA. That's just wasting everybody's time. And it's wasting value in your organization if you're not turning those guys into players who can help you either win World Series or you reinvest, whatever it may be. We're tired of that though here. The reinvesting in prospects and just win games. And they haven't done that over the last handful of years, nearly up to the level that they have needed to. And it has resulted in them trading away one of their franchise, what we thought were cornerstones.
Kevin, we have Jim Palmer's got time today.
Is he going crazy?
Someone just posted and said, Jim Palmer, what do you think about the Adley trade? Be honest. What do you have to lose at this point anyway? And he just responded, my job. He's already said he's disappointed in everything. Jim Palmer is
shout out to Jim.
Palmer's got the Twitter fingers today.
Let's go.
I love it. I did want to though. I'm gonna have to download this. So they were talking on MLB Network, and I get it. Nobody cares about the prospect haul, but we're continuing to talk about it because really no deals have come in since then. Kevin, we were on fire, and then suddenly it just feels like
it just went dark. Yeah, it went dead.
And I'm obviously a few, the Varsho trade stuff like that, but I mean, I thought this was going to be so
it felt like last year the trades were coming in like one every 5 minutes. Like it was crazy last year.
Yeah, so I'm getting the transcription from this video real fast because Mark Feinsand said Hall is the right word when discussing the Orioles' return for Adley Rutschman. But I want to say, Mark says Hall is the right word. The Red Sox have sent, and then he names off all the guys. Anthony Ianson, their number 2 prospect, number 49 overall in the league. Kyson Witherspoon, right-handed pitcher, their number 4 prospect. Azakar, their number 5, and Carlos Narvaez, and the player to be named later. So 3 of their top 5 prospects, plus Narvaez, and a player to be named later. Steep price for Adley Rutschman for the rest of this year and 1 more year of control. He gets, then Dan O'Dowd gets asked, what are your thoughts? And he said, I think they did exceptionally well. The 2 starting pitchers they got back have a chance to be solid middle of the rotation. Hate that. If not better, like that. Starting pitching, an area of deficit within the organization. Outfielder has a chance to be an impact outfielder. And he says, the Orioles probably need to get some credit. When you're right in the middle of having a chance to win, there's 3 buckets: the rebuilding club, the competing club, and the contending club. They made a decision probably that they aren't contending club. They did really well on this deal because they were facing this decision at some point in time. I don't think they waited till the offseason. They would have gotten a better return than this one. So that was Dan O'Dowd and Mark Feinsand on MLB Network talking about these prospects. And once again, I will preface everything with these are prospects, and we don't know what's going to happen because isn't that fun, Kevin? We just get more fun times of sitting here thinking about what can happen, what could become. And it sucks that it feels like we were just here. And now Kevin it's like, guess who's back again. Hello, darkness, my old friend. We are.
Oh, is that what you went to record a short on the Adley trade? I'd wondered who you were talking to on the I saw you in the corner.
Oh, no. I realized I need to get something out on.
Yeah, I saw you in the corner. I thought you were on FaceTime. I thought you were getting like sources and like information. And
no, I was recording. I was ranting on video.
Dang. I saw that in action. I didn't know what you were doing.
Yeah, no, I had to get off because I was like, you know what? I got to do this, and I'm not going to just obviously like stay on and.
You should.
I was going to mute myself.
You 1,000% should have.
I was just going to mute myself, and then you guys would just see. But you saw me anyway, so
yeah. Good job. Good
Yeah.
job getting the news out.
But before we kind of
yeah.
continue, little call to action. If you're new to the channel, Ryan Ripken Show, like and subscribe. Ryan Ripken will be joining us back here soon in studio. But we are live Monday through Friday, usually 3 to 5 p.m. We have fantastic guests on each day, so you're not going to want to miss that. And over the next week, we are obviously going to be getting a whole lot of guys that will be joining. A few reporters, few maybe players, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that could be able to come on and talk about this. And then the second shameless plug, if you enjoy listening to Kevin and I banter back and forth, we have our own show on the Ryan Ripken Show Network under Kevin and Zach React over on YouTube. We will be going live after this stream as well as after every single Orioles game. So go join that awesome community if you enjoy listening to us rant every single day. Appreciate you. And Kevin, want to get to a few more of these.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to jump in a few minutes.
Yeah, you do your thing. Appreciate.
I guess I stay on for a little bit longer, but
yeah, appreciate golfer. And then Branda, fire Mike Elias. Adley should have been a franchise catcher. Trading for prospects is unacceptable at this point. Fully expect Gunnar to decline because of this too. I mean, listen, you have every right to feel this way.
It does put more pressure on Gunnar, though. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, this sucks. Overall, this is hard to go through as an Oriole fan. Like everyone that is calling for Mike Elias' job, like you have every right to. You have every right to be super disappointed. Like, because this is disappointing. This is your franchise catcher. Like, I get it. Vasayo made this easier. But it's still a hard thing to wrap around when you felt like this team was going to be competing. And now to a division rival nonetheless.
Well, and it's interesting too, because again, who knows if Adley would have stayed in Baltimore, right? Like extension stuff and Basayo and Pete being there. But the fact they're in this position, and again, you got a good haul of prospects. No one is denying that the haul that the Orioles got is good. It is when you look at it in a vacuum. But ideally at this point, the Orioles would have been in a situation where if Adley wasn't going to re-sign or return, or they couldn't work out an extension, if that was the case, then maybe they could package Adley for an MLB star type guy and say, hey, your guy's not happy, our guy, we don't know if we're signing. Maybe we could work out something. Now they decide to go down the prospect route, which is a completely different route. So it's not necessarily about Adley, would he have stayed or not. They could have had the tandem of Basayo and Adley work, and that would have been great. But it's the fact that you are here now because of your previous failures and the failures that we have waited so long to say, hey, they're not going to do that anymore. They're going to be in contention. They're going to be competing. And it's just been back to back, really 2.5 years now of just absolute disappointment, which honestly feels worse than their 100 loss seasons because of the expectations that has come with them. Because, if the Orioles were still in their rebuild era, losing a bunch of games, and the Orioles got this haul of prospects in 2019, oh, it would have been over. It was hey, look at this. But that was the plan that was sold to us the first time, right? It's, hey, we're trading away these guys, and these guys are coming in, and we're getting all these high draft picks, and look at these guys. So again, it's the same point that we've made a billion times over, but it's still shocking that we're sitting here today and Adley's no longer a Baltimore Oriole.
Yeah, it's just am I shocked from 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago, 12 hours ago, 24 hours ago? Not really. Am I shocked from 2 weeks ago, a week ago? I mean, Kevin, just a month ago, we're talking about, Elias is saying that Adley's a Oriole for life. We don't want him ever to play in another jersey. The last thing we want is Adley Rutschman to be gone. Then he was. Just like that. And it sucks that's a division rival. I will say this, there's part of me that's it's better than the Yankees just because I hate the Yankees, but it's a tough pill to swallow when you sit there and you see Adley Rutschman, September 3rd, Red Sox come to Baltimore. You don't think that's going to be weird? Seeing Adley in Camden Yards without, in a Red Sox uniform? That just
Yeah,
that's
I
where
don't
I'm
like
at.
it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate place that they're at. It's an unfortunate spot that they found themselves in, but avoidable. You know, if you just won, like you said. So it's where we are. Kevin, I know you have to hop off.
Yeah, well, I'll stay for a couple more minutes. I just want to. I mean, we're almost an hour away from the deadline now. I don't know if you were on when I asked Brad and the rest of the guys if they thought another move was coming. I mean, it's kind of died down now, but I mean, do you think they just hold at this point and that was it? And that's it? Like now that we're almost an hour away.
Yeah.
You think nothing else?
Maybe Rodgers is gone. You know, but I don't see any, like, I don't know. I don't know where they go from this. Jeez, you bet your ass I will. You know, I'm telling you this right now, and I'm not stopping until I see a playoff win at least. Like, I gotta see something. I mean, it's just so disappointing. I do want to bring up Lance Bradzowski. He is analyst for Marquee Sports Network, which covers the Cubs. He joined Foul Territory. And he said, I texted someone in another front office, and he said the Orioles got duped, where they're basically taking on damaged goods in Ianson and Witherspoon.
Did he say why?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go through this now and figure out why he's saying this.
Yeah, actually, I'd be fine with them trading Kittredge right now.
I would too. I think, well, at this point, I mean, here's the thing, Kevin, if let's say they don't make any more moves. Okay. Adley wasn't playing on this team right now anyway. Ward was clearly your starting left fielder. Now it opens up. Like, what are your expectations now for this year? Are you in like it doesn't matter if they,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, they're still within striking distance, but I mean, they're clearly telling you they don't think like they are not putting the best team out there the Baltimore Orioles could have put out there after the trade deadline. So that tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so disappointed. I'm going to try to get this real fast.
And I see Clay asking, did the rumor about Holiday going to the Padres get any more traction? Not since the other report. I mean, I would be floored if they actually traded Jackson.
At this point, I think that was, the more
teams can check in and call on guys, but that doesn't mean anything's going to happen, right?
I would say this. I'm sure that now, as we kind of know more, I would say the Padres probably called the Orioles and were like, hey, Jackson Holiday. And the Orioles were like, yeah, here are the guys it would take to get Jackson Holiday. And the Padres were like, cool. We're going to go hit up some other people now if you guys are cool with that. Like, I'm sure that's what it was. It's like that thing. I don't know if you saw it where it was like the whole Ellie De La Cruz. The Red Sox were checking in to see if Ellie was available. And they're like, yeah, Red Sox are discussing an Ellie De La Cruz trade. And it was like Red Sox GM. It was like, hey, we're wondering if Ellie's available. It was like Red Sox or Reds GM. It's like, go F yourself. It was like Boston media. The Red Sox have checked in on Ellie De La Cruz's availability. It's like, you can say they're discussing. I don't think they are. I will say this. Okay, I have the full quote from this. Lance says, I don't know if there's any that are jumping out right now saying, oh my God, this is a slam dunk. Actually, there people are. The one that I'm curious into your guys' thoughts, and I'm still trying to process, is the Adley Rutschman one. Let's see where he says this. Initially, when I saw it, I went, that package is insane. From my perspective, both of those arms are major league arms. Eidson and Witherspoon, you get a replacement catcher, Narvaez, who was a 2-WAR catcher last season, the outfielder in the transaction. Seems like he's interesting, but he's off and a hype guy. Then he says, where does he get into the point of, I don't know if they are just not in this video, but he said the Orioles got duped on that transaction where they're basically taking kind of damaged goods with Eidson and Witherspoon. I'm trying to reconcile my thoughts on that, but I do feel like I'm torn. Like, I don't know. That's one that I'm like right on the fence right now, and I'm trying to figure out what side to go on. So he just said that just to say that. I don't think there's any reasoning for it, which now takes all of that kind of out of it.
Yeah.
I'm very confused on that.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Like that was just, I don't get that one. I don't get why. Yeah. I mean, interesting to call them damaged goods. I don't.
Or maybe Groover's saying maybe he meant Adley.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't think he did, though. And Taylor Ward went to the Seattle Mariners. Do we have the Mets are acquiring Jefferson Rojas for Holmes Taylor. The Chicago Cubs are landing New York Mets starter Clay Holmes and Tyrone Taylor. Mets are making some.
Mets are being the Mets.
Yeah, we got another thing. The Mets plan to trade at least 8 players today. They are down.
They're in their 2025 Orioles.
They've already traded 7. They're just down to Luis Robert Jr. That's unbelievable.
That's crazy.
And we're back.
Boom.
Here, Kevin, before you hop off, I'll be right back.
Dude, Rocco had.
Yeah, they're
5
doing like a
picks
rotating
completed.
cast of members here.
Listen, this is what you got to do. You got to take shifts when it's a 7-hour live stream.
Yeah, I know. It's been a heck of a stream, though.
Oh, my God. And for those of you who are watching, RIpken will be back. He actually had a prior commitment that he had to go to earlier, so he is off to do that. That's actually ironically with the Orioles and the Ravens, and Chipper Pratt addressing some mental health awareness event. It just so happened that it was also on deadline day. But he will be back, and we are holding down the fort right now. And yeah, man. So we actually do have former Oriole pitcher Brad Brock on the show in about 10 minutes. So we are really looking forward to that and kind of getting his first time reaction as well.
Brad, before you keep speaking, Jeff Passan just dropped
Another
bomb from the Orioles.
No way.
Zach needs to come back for this one.
Yep.
The Tampa Bay Rays are acquiring right-handed reliever Tyler Wells from the Baltimore Orioles.
Are you fucking serious?
Oh my God.
Sources tell ESPN.
I'm sick right
Oh
now.
my.
Are you?
I am sick.
So they're just straight selling. Like there was no.
They're absolutely selling.
I just.
They should have just held after the Adley trade. That's crazy.
Awesome. Fantastic. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't even understand.
Welcome back, Slater LeBron. Is that
Wells has been fucking incredible.
I love Wells
for the
man.
O's
I'm
lately.
so sad.
That's terrible. I hate
I'm
that.
sad. Wells is like a friend. I mean, I know that Ryan, like obviously Dean left and everything else, and he felt that Ryan's going to be also heartbroken over this too.
Yeah, I gotta. I'm actually going. I know he's doing his event, but
You have to tell him.
I'm gonna call him.
You should call him.
I'm gonna text him.
Yeah.
And you know what? MIT Lab or MIT 80, shut your mouth. You got to deal with me. It's unfortunate. Just mute me when I come on camera. That's all you got to do.
Tyler Wells and Brian Baker.
It's all love.
I'm sick, man.
Yeah, it's
And that's another piece that could have helped you next year if you were trying to kind of restock the cupboard a little bit. I mean, through 2027. I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler Wells he was in the studio and we wasn't just that like he came on live and on the show and stuff. Like we hung out.
Yeah.
We would hang out, watch football games and shit. I'm fucking sick, man.
I just sent Ryan I sent him everything, and then I sent him the screen effect. It just says "We need you" in all caps, but it's the screen effect where it's sent with an echo, so his whole screen's gonna fill up with "We need you."
That's awesome.
So hopefully that helps get him back on the show. But yeah, Ryan's at an event right now. Sucks. Tyler Wells' journey with the O's has been an interesting one. Number one, he's a great dude. Like many of the players that get
That's
traded
why I'm
are.
sad, dude. Like, obviously, great player.
But-
The way he'd come back, but like, I'm fucking sad, man.
But with Wells, the journey from being a starting pitcher to getting injured to coming back to getting injured to then going to the bullpen in relief, and the last couple months especially, he has been nothing short of fantastic. Like, you go back to a game, like one of the lasting memories of Tyler Wells here in Baltimore, that 7-0 come from behind victory against the Tigers, where he just went out and put his you-know-whats on the line and said, you know what, I'm going to drop this on the table here, give you guys 2 innings strong. We're in a really shitty situation right now, but go out and just shove. And that's exactly what he did and allowed the Orioles to come back and win that game. So like, shout out Tyler Wells, just a really, good dude. The Rays are getting a good one, but it's, again, you look at what the Orioles are doing.
Another division rival.
Yep. That's
What the fuck are we doing?
To a
Two out of
division
three
rival that
division
is
rivals.
the division rival that is notorious for getting the most out of their pitchers.
I say this in the most just respectful way possible. I'm so happy for Tyler Wells because he's going to be a hell of a pitcher after getting out of this shithole. I mean, this
I
is
love
just
Mike Elias, bro.
like good for him. He is going to
Love
get
that guy.
Zach,
He
Zach
and
has been-
Brian
Zach
Baker-
has been a ticking time bomb all day. If the Adley one didn't send him over the edge, here it goes.
This is
I'm
like
ready.
last year. It was the Ramon Laureano
We're-
one. It
we're
was
so
an underrated
blessed
one.
to have
that gets
Ridiculous.
left me off.
Trade. It's ridiculous. I don't know what this
But
team's
see,
direction
but
is.
Zach, like the Ramon Laureano trade, like we knew was coming. Like everybody was prepared for that. Everybody knew that it was a sell season. But like you're 2.5 games away from being in the wild card, and you're just like, fuck it, we're done.
Yeah.
We're gonna give our division rivals all of the tools they need to actually win a World Series this year instead of doing it for your fucking self.
Yep, year and a half. This is the only thing that I can genuinely think of with all these trades is that the Orioles are dead set on they're like, we're not playing baseball next year. So they're selling everyone that's a 2027 free agent, like, or a free agent after next year.
And if that's the
It's just
case, what a shitty way to treat your fans, to treat your
thank
squad.
you. Don't tell us that you're going to half buy and half trade and then just absolutely do nothing of the sort.
There needs to be more respect for the fan base from the organization.
Can I just talk about-
better be coming back.
Can I just talk about Tyler Wells' last 2 months as we kind of give him his swan song here, if that's what that means? Not really sure. He had a 0.87 ERA in the month of June and a 1.10 ERA in the month of July. Tyler Wells had 3 total earned runs over the last 2 months. Him and Cano have been the Orioles' 2 lockdown shutout relievers when it comes to being in those high leverage situation and closing out games as of late.
Yep.
This sucks. It does. Again, interested to see the return. We don't know what that is yet, or do we, Zach?
I don't
Kevin,
even
do you
give a
guys have
shit.
the
I don't care.
No, I mean,
This is going to be the most.
I'm looking at. I'm saying, bring back Slater, bring back Bodine, get all those guys back.
Zach, do you think that this is leaning towards a 2026 trade deadline fire sale with Adley, with Wells, like with Rogers, with I'm sure this isn't the last domino to
leaning
fall.
towards. I think this is
I mean,
the sale. I think
It's
so,
happening right now.
when they traded Adley, that was when you're like, damn, what the heck? Wells, what are we doing? Like at this point, why is Kittredge on the squad right now? He's up after this year. Get him the hell out of there.
I agree. Hard agree.
If you are going to do this, go for it. Like, don't sit there and like if they keep Kittredge and stuff now, for what?
Yeah.
Blow it up. Everyone now. Rogers gone. Kittredge gone. But if you're going to commit to, if Mr. Rebuild himself wants to do it all again, let him do it. But he can go do it somewhere else. I mean, this is ridiculous. Just no urgency to ever win in this organization.
Nope.
Never. And that's what pisses people off. I'm going to make myself the big screen again. Like, this is what pisses the fan bases off. It's what should piss the fan base off is you sit there. Oh, Kevin, what we got?
They actually are getting back someone from the Boz deal.
Ferret.
Yep. They're getting back Michael Ferret from the Rays.
What a fucking joke, man.
It's just
Rich Dubroff with that one.
Awesome. More prospects that we can sit there. I already had hope for Ferret. And then we traded him for Shane Baz, who's been probably our second or third best pitcher this year. And I get to hope for Ferret back again because we're giving away guys who have actually produced for this team. I am just so done with this Orioles regime giving up in the second that any adversity is faced. You are 2.5 games out of a playoff spot. And listen, I would get it if your expectations were higher. I'd get it if you were like, hey, we've been to the ALCS, we've been to the ALDS, we're not going to go all in on this year, yada, yada, yada. You haven't won a singular effing playoff game, and you're 2.5 games out of a playoff spot, and you're waving the white flag?
Yeah.
You have such little faith in what you have built, that you're waving the white flag 2.5 games out of a wild card with a shitty ass AL. 83 wins might get you into the second wild card, and we're waving the white flag. Unreal.
Yeah. I mean, what message does it send to your? What message? Well, sorry, I have to go after this. I know Brad's coming on, but Brad Brock. But what message does this send to your players? You know, like
well enough so we can trade you.
Yeah, and all these players want to do is compete. Yeah, they haven't been a great team this year. There are a lot of cracks that this team has, but they are 2.5 games out of a wild card spot. And I'm sure there's nothing this team wanted to do more than try to right the ship as they've been trying to all season, but try to get into the dance. And again, it sends a terrible message to your players. It sends a terrible message to your fan base. And I get it. Like, I didn't think this team was winning the World Series this year, but at the same time, these things matter. Like, these little things matter. And some of them are big things. So I think it's ridiculous what's going on right now. I'm floored that they are selling. I thought that they would again soft buy and try to just see what happens, not really commit too many prospects or money to anybody this deadline and just kind of go for it and see, oh, well, if it works, great. If it doesn't, great. But the way that this has gone today has been pretty terrible. But I do have to go. Great stream. I'm hoping that the Orioles probably don't do anything else, but I got to jump now, guys. So keep holding it down. And yeah, Zach, are we doing something for Kevin Zach React after?
Yeah, we'll do something for Kevin and Zach React after.
Be sure to check us out over there as well. So appreciate you guys.
See you, Kevin.
Great stream is what I say to myself when I'm like 13 beers deep at the bar, going to the restroom for the first time. Just thought I'd put that out there. Not a time for jokes. I'm sorry. Breaking Glenjamin. Only renewing my ticks for my Lot A parking pass. You know what? Respect. At the end of the day, I respect that. What other questions can we answer? I know Brad's about to come in here. Not the Brad that's on stream right now, but
I cannot wait to talk to Brad Brock about that.
I know.
mean, yeah, and Brad Brock was a
shout out Josh too.
Yeah.
Thanks for donating.
Oh yeah.
Did we highlight everybody else here? Bruce Lee.
Yeah, we've been going through them.
Okay.
Also, shout out everyone who's tagging me on Twitter, telling me preach. I appreciate you all. I'm so pissed off. Is it just for Ferret?
Was it just for Ferret? Yeah, I don't know.
Looks like that.
I'm just I don't know what to say.
If this was his final year, I'd get it. Like, I would understand if he was a free. This makes no sense. And once again, I will state it could not be happier for Tyler Wells. The amount of stuff that he has in the Rays organization, he is going to be a stud. But I just cannot wrap my head around sitting there 2.5 games out of this wild card after you said you were going for it. The Adley thing is whatever. Maybe that's what happens, was the best case to go through. But you sit there and then you're trading Tyler Wells, who has been like, you don't have Ryan Helsley coming back anytime soon.
Right.
Like Tyler Wells was your guy. This is telling me that they have zero faith in the current roster that they have.
Yeah. I am at a loss for words. Tyler's a good friend. And like I said, outside of just business and baseball, he's just a good dude, good friend. And I'm sad that this is happening. And I'm also just frustrated that we were fed a whole line of shit less than a week ago and going against everything that we were told less than a week ago. And 6 weeks ago, Adley was also a full-time guy. But I am very interested to hear what our next guest has to say about this as well. For those of you who are just tuning in, we've been promoting this all the way up to now, but we do have a former Oriole and host of Foul Territory Orioles, and that is Mr. Brad Brock. What's going on, Brad?
Hey guys, how's it going?
I've been better.
I was gonna say, it's a little tough.
Yeah, I'm at shock, and I just saw Tyler Wells right before I got on here, and I'm kind of blown away. It's kind of hard to put into words with, just kind of being 2.5 games out of the wild card and kind of having a roster that you thought they really liked, and I mean, what they've done today, it's pretty obvious that they're not happy or weren't satisfied with what they have. Because I mean, I'm still shocked about the Adley thing, let alone everybody else they've traded away.
Here's my thing, Brad. And first of all, thanks for joining the show. Ryan is sorry he couldn't be here. He had a prior obligation with Shepard Pratt. But anyhow, for me, it's like, what weren't you looking for? I mean, this is arguably the most talented team that you've had since the last time the O's were in the playoffs. I mean, and that includes the 101 win season. So I'm just trying to, and to your point, being 2.5 games out, what exactly were they hoping for? Or is it something that we just can't really answer?
I know. I really don't know. It's you think that this is kind of one of those years where maybe you could get away with having the record that they have. And like you said, just when you look at the talent up and down this roster, pitching side and hitting side, I mean, if this team gets hot, they could beat anybody. They proved that when they went to LA and they beat the Dodgers. And it's just kind of, like I said, I'm still in shock. I mean, I'm sure I'm similar to many of the fans of Baltimore right now. You're just you're frustrated, you're angry, you're shocked. You don't really know how to put it into words. And I'm kind of in the same boat right now.
Yeah, I mean, Brad, obviously you just kind of talked about being shocked. From your perspective, a guy like Tyler Wells, who recently, once he kind of got comfortable in the bullpen, had been lights out for this team. One, I guess, what do you see that Tampa's getting? We've kind of joked about before, knowing Tampa's track record. This is probably the best case for Tyler Wells. He's going to probably turn into an absolute star, even more than he is. But I mean, from your perspective, Tyler Wells is a guy that helps a good team compete.
Yeah, I always said he's got that gumption. He got some big cojones, and when he goes out there, his stuff plays up. I mean, when he was pitching 8th, 9th inning in big leverage, he got the job done, and he's gotten better and better as the season went along. I think that being sent down to AAA there in May or whatever time that was, I think that was a little bit of a wake up call of like, this can be taken away unless you go out there and you perform at a high level when you're going out there to be a high leverage guy. So ever since he's come back though, he's been incredible. I think his fastball up, his change up, and then the little wrinkles he throws in there. Tampa's getting a really good pitcher, and I think I'm more shocked at the fact that they're trading multiple guys in the division, and it's just kind of one of those things where you're going to have to face these guys. They still have more control. So it's not like you're just giving them up as a rental and you're giving up on this season. You're giving some of your top pieces to the teams that you have to face again next year. And I think to me, that might be the most shocking part of it. There's 29 or 24 other teams you can trade with besides these 5 in your division, or 26 other teams, whatever it is. And it's just kind of, I'm shocked. I'm just shocked.
Real fast, Brad. I mean, what is, as a former player, obviously you've dealt with multiple trade deadlines. What do you think the locker room is like right now? I mean, Tyler Wells, Adley Rutschman, yes, obviously top players, but also guys who have been there, glue guys, guys that meant a lot to the locker room. What's it like when you see 2 guys like that suddenly, are gone?
Yeah, I can't like compare apples to apples because in 18 when I got traded, when Manny got traded, it was kind of like Adley, but I knew I was going to be kind of one of those guys going next if a team still wanted me. So it was kind of like, oh no, here we go. But I just think when you trade a guy like Adley, who is the face of this rebuild that they've done, and Mike Elias, I mean, you can't help but think that, okay, why not Gunner? Why not, Pete, if the team wanted him? Or it's just kind of, to me, it just kind of opens the doors for a lot of possibilities of what could happen with this organization in the next couple of years. And it's just, like I said, I think I'm just shocked because in the last couple of weeks, it went from trying to compete in 26 and then if you can't compete in 26, put a roster together that helps you get back to the playoffs in 27. But now I'm kind of, which direction are they going here? You can't tell the fan base it's another rebuild again, because that would just, I'm devastated for the fan base right now because I think everybody's super confused about where it's going and who knows if they're going to get any answers. So it's going to be one of those things we just have to kind of wait and see, but it's definitely a tough day. And I think in the locker room, it's just as tough as it might be for the fan base right now.
Yeah. You got to wonder, if the fans feel like they're being deceived, do the players also feel that way? Now, obviously I would hope that there's at least a little bit more transparency with them than us on the outside. But by the same token, I can't imagine that it was completely the opposite of what was shared to the public. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, no, I don't think it is. I don't think it was much different than what was told to the public. I think whatever they heard publicly, it was probably all they knew, because any team I was ever on, there was never like a GM meeting where he came in and was like, hey guys, this is what we're going to try to do. So I think they saw the comments all the fans saw and that we saw. And I think today's it's a little shocking. I know Adley's name had popped up here in the last week, but I just can't believe they got it done, and then let alone got it done. But now you're going in the division, and it's just, there's no real big major league pieces. Yes, they're getting kind of a backup catcher coming. Seen him play Narvaez. He's a pretty good catcher. He's not a huge hitter, but seems to handle the pitching staff pretty well. But outside of that, you're getting a lot of minor league guys and guys that you hope turn into somebody that's a big league player one day. So it's that was a interesting move for sure to go to the Red Sox and do that.
Yeah, it feels a lot like Groundhog Day. Rocco, I know you got something. Go ahead.
Yeah, Brad, thanks a lot for joining the show. First and foremost, can you kind of take us through your mindset, or a player's mindset at the deadline? I'm in 18, like you talked about, you and Manny. What does a day like that look like? Like, is there, like, how do you find out? Do you get a call from your agent? Do you get a call from the GM? Like, I would love for you to take us inside the mind of a player that has been traded and what they might be going through, or what that day kind of looks like. And number two, with the Orioles, with these dominoes falling, the Adleys, the Taylor Wards, and then Tyler Wells, I'm sure you don't think this is the last domino to fall, do you?
To answer your second question first, I just can't imagine it could be. I don't see, if you're getting rid of Tyler Wells, like Kittredge, that could be another piece somebody would want. And I don't know, it just seems like if they're breaking it down so much, why not go all the way with it? I don't really know where the stopping point would be, because the few guys they did trade are guys you would expect to help you win this year. So it's, I don't really know if this is going to be the last one. I wouldn't be surprised if it was, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if it was the last one. So it's kind of been a weird day with that. But yeah, when you get traded in 18, it was, I was pretty much scheduled to pitch that day. Hadn't thrown in 4 or 5 days. And I was almost positive I was going to pitch the 9th, and I didn't. And that was kind of my indication. It was, there was a mix of emotions. There was, Dan Duquette had a good friend of his that was, would come in the clubhouse a bunch on Sundays. And he kind of came up to me and had some really nice words to say. And it kind of got me. I got a little, choked up, and I was like, man, this might be it. If it's not my last Sunday, it could be one of my last days here at Camden. And got done playing catch. And as I'm leaving the field, I was just sitting there and just kind of remembering all the 5 years that we had there, and just the great teams and the great teammates and just all the great times we had. And like I said, after I didn't pitch that day, I kind of had a feeling when I got in the clubhouse, Dan Duquette pulled me to the side, brought me to the training room, and just thanked me for everything that I did. And just kind of said, we're sending you to the Braves, and we wish him nothing but the best. And if there's anything he can do to help out, let him know. And then Buck took me in his office, and he got a little emotional too. And it's tough, because when you're with somebody for 5 years like that, you're not just the teammates. You're not just like manager, coach. It's family figures, it's brothers. It's like father figures that you're around Buck every single day. So it was a lot. And then saying my goodbyes to the media guys, they treated me so well when I was there. It was tough. I I almost pulled a tire school and had tears coming down. Like I kind of composed myself, but it's tough. It's tough leaving a place you love playing at, a fan base you love playing for. So I today, to me, it feels like it might even be more shocking than 2018, just because we kind of knew it was coming. We had a bunch of guys that were going to be free agents. We were way out of first place. We weren't going to make the playoffs. So it was kind of a matter of not if, but when. And it happened pretty fast with that team. So there really wasn't a lot of time to prepare for it. But today, I can imagine it being way more shocking than it was in 2018.
Yeah, obviously you bring up that in 2018, it was pretty much a foregone conclusion. Not going to make a run this year.
Yeah.
That was, yes, it has not been a good year. Yeah. Record-wise, you're looking at it for this year and you're like, hey, not great, but you're only 2.5 games out of a playoff spot. Do you think that any sort of message has been sent to these players, not directly, but in their heads of like, you have no faith in us, like you don't trust us to make this run?
Yeah, I think it's a confusing message more than anything else. If it's not, we don't have faith in you. It's kind of like, I kind of thought about it the other way. I thought about this is an opportunity, a great opportunity for guys like Cowser and Beavers and those guys to get everyday at bats. And if those are the guys they're going to be using moving forward, maybe today makes more sense. But if they're going to continue to do the righties can only face lefties, lefties can only face righties type lineups, then yeah, I think the message becomes pretty clear that we don't have faith in this team to win, and we need to do something now before we lost everybody. So I think it's time will tell here, but I just can't imagine them all of a sudden just throwing lefties up there against lefties. I hope they do that. I think Cowser should play every day. I think Beavers should play every day and see what you have, especially now that you've done this. To me, it just doesn't seem like there's any other option at this point. So I think only time's going to tell with what the message is truly going to be with these guys.
Yeah, that's the other part of the equation, right, Brad? Because I think, and Ryan has talked about this extensively, and a lot of the other veteran players or former players have talked about this too, is just, and what makes this a little bit more confusing is that there has been such a lack of consistency on the commitment to these guys. You're not committing to, okay, fine. Kobe Mayo struggles against righties. Then what does he do? He hits against righties, and then you still sit him. Like it doesn't make any sense. When you start rotating guys around and you're not committing to the guys that you thought were going to be starters, and now you're trading guys away too. So it would be one thing if you could actually see the vision that has been put forward. But at this point, I don't even know if they know what the vision is at this point.
Yeah. And I think you're right. I don't know if it's almost like they have 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and it gets confusing. Like I understand analytics, and I'm going to sound really old school when I say all this stuff. I do understand analytics, and it has its place. I just feel like they don't use the eye test as much as they maybe should. When there was one game, Jackson Holiday, I think, had 4 or 5 hits. The next day he's sitting because I don't know if it was because the lefty was starting. I don't know if they were trying to give him rest, but he's 22 years old. The guy that's 22 doesn't need rest on a day game after a night game. So it's confusing across the board. I said at one point when I was doing the show's Birdland Territory, I do with Steve and Tim, and I said to them one time, it was I don't know if they've done the same exact lineup at all this year. I'm not even talking back-to-back days. I don't know if they've played the same 1 through 9, same order, same position the entire season. This was like back in June. It was just watching the lineup every day. You have Tavares hitting 7th one night, then he's hitting 2nd the one night, then he's playing right field, he's playing center field, he's playing left. Like there just seems to be no consistency with it. And like I said, I come from, it hasn't been that long, but it feels like a much different era. And I know it had to be tough. It was tough for the guys I play with to have to deal with non-consistent managers or decisions that were being made. But every day we knew Jones was going to be in center, Chris Davis was going to be at first, Manny was going to be at third. And then you kind of plug in the other guys around there. But this club just feels like that's happening every day with everybody except for Gunnar and Pete. And if Adley was catching that day, or Sammy. So it's been an interesting year. And I don't know what the messaging is, honestly.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, it's hard to know right now, Brett. I mean, no one blames you. You sit there, and I agree with you 1,000%. Obviously, analytics are one thing, but I do feel like the eye test at some point has to be taken into account, especially in situations where you see guys are going up there like a Jackson Holiday and doing what they were hoping to do, and then your message is like, "Awesome, you're just not ready for this." In your perspective, how does a guy like Craig Alvarez go about this? How do you rally the team after this?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because he's a first-time manager. This is his first time being a manager through a trade deadline, and I guarantee he's coming up with something to say tonight because I just feel like most times when trade deadlines come and go, you kind of just let it happen and you let guys kind of come into the clubhouse or leave the clubhouse and you kind of let guys figure it out on their own. But I think after today with Adley going, you have to have a sit down and you have to kind of have a meeting with the guys and just kind of say like, hey, this is out of our hands now. And we've done what we've done. And we got to go out there and we try to win games like we've been doing all year long. It's not going to be the same guys as it was before, but there's no better time to go out there and kind of prove yourself more than there is now. And just kind of still give the belief that they can win with the guys they got. And you just got to use that message and really just kind of make sure that the guys hear, because if it's not said, there's going to be a lot of guys thinking and talking outside of what's being said by the coaching staff. So I think it would be an important time to have a meeting tomorrow. Whether or not he does that is obviously up to him. But if I was doing the managing, I think that would be the first thing I'd do is kind of have a team only meeting there.
I mean, is this something where you lean on, even as a manager, a veteran like Pete Alonso, who obviously has been there with the Mets where they have sold off guys and had disappointing seasons? I mean, is it something where you kind of, even though you're the manager and he's the player, you're going to him like, hey, how are we getting these guys, all on the same page? What's worked best for you?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's really what you got to do. You got to lean on your veterans. He's been around the game for a long time. He's been on big league staffs and everything. I just think being in the manager spot, first time through this, is definitely a different beast. So I would be asking anybody who has any more experience than I had. And I think Pete, and if Bassett's around too, if he's not out on rehab, I'd be gathering his thoughts and just kind of get a thing together where maybe Alvarez starts it and then Pete and Chris kind of just chime in and put in their, 10 cents more than not even just 2 cents with this one. You got to get their 10 cents with it because they've been through it all and they've been on teams that have bought, they've been on teams that have sold, and you just got to really kind of lean into their knowledge and their wealth of experience at this point.
Yeah, Brad, to your point that you made earlier, I was just looking through the teams that the Orioles have just traded to. So the Rays actually have 6 players that have played 90 games or more this season. And then you go to the Red Sox and they actually have 5 players that have played 100 or more games. And then do you want to take a guess as to how many Orioles players have played more than 100 games this season?
I'm guessing 2.
It is 2.
Yeah.
That's correct. It is 2. It's Pete and Gunnar.
Yeah.
And so, you can put as much talent as you want on the field and, rebuild, we'll call it rebuild, retool, whatever you want to call it. But it doesn't matter if these guys aren't playing every day and you can't commit to any of them, in my opinion. And I mean, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but it just seems like that's kind of what you were alluding to earlier.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like I said, it's just kind of, at some point, I feel like you just got to kind of pick your guys and go with them. It's hard enough to play in the big leagues, let alone when you're not getting consistent at bats. At least that's what I've heard from every single hitter I've ever talked to. Coming up with San Diego, we had a lot of guys who were kind of platoon also, and they were full-time players in the minor leagues. They get to the big leagues, they become platoon players, and it's a different animal when you're not playing every day and you're not getting consistent at bats against same-handed pitchers. So I just think it's one of those things where you got to find out who your guys are, and I just don't know if they've done that to this point. And to me, I keep harping on Cowser. I just think there's so much more there than what has been seen, and I just would love to find out. And the only way you're going to find out is if he gets to play every day. And I just think he brings way more to the team than what's on the stat sheet. Also, I think the way he plays center field, he does an amazing job out there, and just the way the guys react to him is more than you see about anybody on that team. And I just think if you start getting at him on a more consistent basis, I just feel like he's going to perform better, give you better stats, and he's going to bring more to that team than what he's allowed to do right now. Yeah,
I couldn't agree more. So, obviously this is a very unique situation, so nobody kind of really knows where we go from here. But in your opinion, where do you think the team does go from here?
It's like you said, it's a unique situation. So I would like to say that they kind of rally together. Everything I've heard from them this entire season is that they all have each other's backs. And I mean, it's been uniform across every single interview I've ever heard. They just talk about how they have each other's backs and they really care for one another. And if there's ever a time for that to show up, this is it. And sometimes when this stuff happens, teams get hot. And there's no rhyme or reason. It doesn't make sense on paper, but somehow they're able to go out there and kind of rally with each other and just play for one another and just go out there and put their best foot forward. So I'm hoping that's what happens because, like I said, I think this fan base deserves to have a consistent winner. And I hope that they can get going on the winning track here and make a run at the wild card, even though they're making these moves. And some guys who are going to be put in spots that they haven't been put in yet. I just think of some of the bullpen arms that are going to get some big opportunities now that Wells is gone and Helsley is still hurt. And there's going to get some guys put in safe situations that probably wouldn't have thought that at the beginning of the year. So you just got to have guys step up. And I just kind of hope that they all pull together and really just have each other's back at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we got 38 minutes till the deadline. Probably safe to say the Orioles aren't getting a closer before that happens. So then what do they do? I mean, there is no closer right now.
Yeah, I have to imagine Nunez will get a shot every once in a while, but I think Rigo Garcia will be back in there. Kittredge will kind of get some shots here and there. I don't imagine they're going to be trying anybody that hasn't had a shot yet this season, but I just think on a more consistent basis, if Rigo Garcia is one of those guys, or even Yennier Cano, if they just signed him to a 2-year extension, so maybe he slides back to the 9th and they see what he can do. I know he didn't have the best success when he was doing it at the times when he's had a shot at it, but I feel like he's just got a renewed confidence this year, and that extension tells you that they want to have him here, obviously beyond this year. So I think he'll get some shots, and hopefully he just kind of comes through because I always found being in bullpens that don't have closers, it's kind of like someone's got to step up, or else it's going to get pretty ugly pretty fast. And I think there's enough guys in there that somebody will step up and kind of take the reins, and hopefully just everybody slides into the spot after that. So, like I said, that's kind of my hope for them, and I just hope that they can kind of look at all this as a positive as they move forward. It's easier said than done. Easier said than done.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah.
I mean, that's my hope too. But, obviously with Rico, he's been struggling here. And Kittredge, understatement, he's been struggling as well. So, the leverage side of things is going to be very interesting. Maybe Cano's that guy, or maybe they're just punting the season. It just kind of feels that way at this point. Brad Brock, thanks for coming to the show, man. Where can everybody find you? I know Birdland territory is where you live. So when and what time and where can they find you at?
Yeah, we do 3 shows a week. We're actually going to have one tonight and kind of just deep dive into the trade deadline like you guys are doing here. And thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. It's always great to talk Orioles with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Zach, anything else?
No, Brad, appreciate you joining and putting into words what we can't right now. Even if it's just an attempt, I mean, I think we're all just kind of a little shocked still at how today's gone down.
Yeah, I'm right there with you guys, but just got to keep faith. You never know what can happen. Sometimes this stuff gets crazy and teams just kind of rise up. So I'm really hopeful for the city and for the guys that are on the team, because honestly, it's not their fault. They didn't, they weren't the ones doing this stuff. So it's just got to have the city kind of back these guys hard, and hopefully they get something going here and make a run at the playoffs like they were planning to do before today. So.
All right. Well, appreciate it again, man. We'll be sure to have Ryan on next time you're here.
Yeah, no problem. It's all good.
Days. One of those weird days. But thanks
absolutely.
again, man. We really appreciate it, and good luck tonight.
All right. Thanks.
All right, Brad Brock, everybody. Oop. There you go. Great insights from Brad. Really appreciate him coming on and giving us that time there. Reaction to Brad Brock's thoughts, Zach?
I mean, he nailed it. I mean, this is just, I don't know what the message is right now for this roster. That's my biggest thing. It's like, how do you go in there right now and say, we have faith in you guys, all this, but we're trading away guys that are helping? Like, it's one thing, even last year, like people understood, the roster understood that guys were going to get traded, especially expiring deals. Now it's guys that were here for multiple seasons. It was the face of the franchise. It was Tyler Wells, who's been here through it all. And other teams are getting better. I mean, the Boston Red Sox just finalized the trade to acquire left-handed reliever Eric Miller from the Giants for infielder Marcelo Meyer. So that's a massive trade right there. And the New York Yankees also just had a massive get, as they are sending Caden Kent, who is the son of Hall of Famer Jeff Kent, to the Giants for Heliot Ramos. So probably the best right-handed bat outfielder available on the market at this time. So every other team in the division is making some sort of push to get better. It feels like a lot of teams in the American League are doing that whole they're buying and selling. You know, a lot of teams are buying, some teams doing both. And it feels like the Orioles, even though they're just 2.5 games out, waved the white flag on this group. And that's what's just kind of disappointing is everyone else is kind of like, yeah, you know what? This is an American League that we can go for. And the Orioles were like, not us, partner.
And Zach and Brad and Nate, I guess we have to bring up the O's trade with the Nats that happened when we were on with Brad. I don't think we talked about it yet. Andy Costco was the first to report that the Orioles are acquiring outfielder Christian Franklin from the Nats. He's been in AAA for Washington. Franklin, he played college ball alongside Heston Kjerstad at Arkansas. He can play all three outfield spots, hitting .249 with a .735 OPS in AAA this year. Still trying to figure out what's going Washington's way. That was from Andy. And then he followed that up with a tweet thread. It's right-hander Joe Glassy going to the Nationals. Source says Glassy is a 25-year-old reliever who is currently in AA. So just want to get your reaction to that and what the Orioles sent and what they're getting in return.
Cool.
So
I'm so
really
proud
gets the juices flowing, right?
Yeah, it's like I was just looking him up. Like
Sick.
Nothing against Christian Franklin. 26-year-old center fielder, but like what I hate to be this way. What am I supposed to be impressed with right now? A .249 hitter in AAA?
Yeah.
Okay, we have enough guys that struggle to hit in the majors. I
will say this. Congrats, Rays fans.
Yeah.
All 5 of them. You got Peralta, Hicks, and Wells today. I mean, if you are a diehard Rays fan, you have got to be absolutely ecstatic right now. You short up your catcher. You got a stud in Peralta, and now you got somebody in your bullpen now as well. And who knows what? So obviously the Rays have an incredible, are incredible at developing players. Wells is a starter. Even if they wanted to develop him back into a starter, they could very easily do that. I just think that the value that Wells has is probably underrated, and it's one of the big reasons I think probably the Rays saw that value too, because they could make him a long relief if they needed to. They could put him in as a starter if they needed to, or they could put him in a leverage situation too. If I'm a Rays fan, I would be absolutely ecstatic today.
Yeah. I mean, they do it right every time. It feels like they know when to sell guys. They know when to buy for guys, and they're putting on another clinic of what
they won the trade deadline so far.
Yeah.
Even with the Red Sox trade, they won the trade deadline, and Dodgers included in that, because the Dodgers have gotten Skubal, but they have what else? They got one more.
They just got Bubik, and
Bubik,
then, yeah, and then they've gotten. I don't think they've actually gotten anyone else since.
Yeah, so I mean, if just looking at it as a whole, the Rays have won this day for sure.
Yeah, and got him with obviously Tyler Wells has this extra year of control. Like you said, I'm sure he sits in the bullpen this year, but would not put it against past them at all. That if over the offseason they turn him back into a starter, and the next thing you know, I mean, people forget in 2023, first half, Tyler Wells was the best starter for the Orioles. I mean, he was their ace. Yeah. He was the guy that they relied on.
Yeah.
So it's so wildly disappointing. And it's the fact that once again, it's with division rivals. It feels like they're just giving up players.
Dude, how many Orioles players are on the Rays right now?
Too many. And I guess we can technically, because of it was for Ferret, you want to just take out Ferret, you can just now add into that long list of, this is what the trade really looked like. It was Shane Baz for Brian Baker. You had it for Tyler Wells. You had it for Bodine. I mean, all these guys. It's just like that trade tree just keeps getting worse and worse, it feels like.
I'd have been happier if Bodine came back.
Oh, my God, I'd be so happy. He's already a top 100 prospect. I think
I know.
He's got the best batting average of any qualified hitter in all of minor league baseball, not just his level, all of minor league baseball.
He's a stud, man.
It's going to be funny as shit, too, when Wells goes to the All-Star game last year like Baker did this year as well. Like, it's...
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, man. We're probably going to get Rip in a lot of trouble with certain people today.
All right.
But whatever.
Relax.
I don't.
Where's
I'm
Ryan?
just
Need his input on this. Ryan's not getting in trouble. This is a nice sports talk show. We're being cordial on it, so no trouble here. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. Where's Ryan? I need his input on this.
We do.
Ryan is at an event right now for Shepard and Pratt. He picked the best day
for Shepard
of all.
Pratt.
Shepard Pratt. Sorry, I'm bad with names. You know that.
I know.
As you all know, I butchered the name of all names back in the day. But he'll be back in about hopefully 30 minutes. He'll be able to hop on stream
said
and
6:30.
give his input. I know he has a lot to say about the Tyler Wells trade. And
did he give you anything? Did he text you about it?
No, the only thing. Well, let me see. Let me just check my phone real quick and see. He goes.
Yeah,
he goes. What's another F-bomb for the day? He just goes, "I'm caught up, but fuck." Hey. I'm not sensitive.
Yes, you
I
are.
can take the ball busting. No, it's all love. It's all love. I'm just self-deprecating. It's okay. Anyway, yeah, Rip will be back soon and we'll get his because again, it's this has been a day.
Yeah. I'm just sad, man. What's so funny?
It's just like I'm reading the comments. Good day for a mental health break is right. It's like
Unfortunately, Ryan was also traded.
Yeah, that's why he's not on the show. We traded him away.
And the Cleveland Guardians are acquiring Foster Griffin from the Washington Nationals.
That's a good trade for a while, depending on who it's for. But good for the Guardians, yeah.
I just don't. Once again, I'm just so the Adley trade just beyond disappointing. But I can rationalize it. I just don't understand trade. Like they didn't have to trade Tyler Wells.
It doesn't make any sense, dude. Doesn't make any sense at all. None whatsoever.
It's just hard to look at what the Orioles did today and feel good about it. Just as a fan. And like I said, maybe we look back in 5 years and we celebrate this day as one of those man, what a turning point in Orioles history. Man, could you imagine if we never did that? Could you imagine what it would be like if we didn't get so-and-so in that trade? Maybe we do that. Maybe this is a great day in the long run, but at the end of the day, just sucks in the moment to be an Oriole fan right now because you sit there and all you wanted, they got no success out of this group, they got regular season success.
Mm-hmm.
Very fun. I will always have 2023. That was the most fun year I've had watching Orioles baseball my entire life. It felt like they could do no wrong. Like you said, they didn't get swept a single time. And it just felt like the domino effect was going. They were ready to take over as the next great dynasty in the American League. Everyone just said they were the Astros 2.0.
Yep.
That's all you heard. It was Mike Elias did it again. He went from the Astros, saw how they did it. Now he's going to the Orioles. The Astros made the big move and got Justin Verlander. Once they saw their window open, they go out and get Corbin Burns. And you're sitting there and you're like, this is it. This is it. And it's been nothing ever since the Phillies came into town, end of June 2024, and the Orioles took 2 of 3, and you sat there and went, this team can win the World Series. It has been nothing but downtrends over and over and over again since.
How many players are left from that 2023 team? 1, 2?
I'm going to look up the playoff roster. That 2023 team, gosh. You got, Kyle Bradish, Yennier Cano.
Mhm.
That's all the right-handed pitchers. That's actually all the pitchers. That's all
End
the
of
pitchers.
list.
All the pitchers in general.
Kyle Bradish and Yennier Cano are the only two pitchers. Obviously, Tyler Wells and Dean Kramer were also there, but no anymore.
Not anymore.
Neither catcher. Gunnar Henderson, and I guess Mountcastle and Westberg, if you want to count them right now, and technically Heston Kjerstad. There is your
Yeah, Heston Kjerstad was that late call up, right?
yep.
Late in
Wow.
the season.
But then he went right back down.
Yep, just like they planned.
But like you list that roster and you're like, there's no shot that this team actually has a chance to go anywhere, and they win 101 games. But then you look at this team, and we've said it earlier, but it's just like the amount of talent that was on this team, and you're 2.5 out. You like your chances.
Yeah.
You like your chances.
We did just get another trade inside the division. Jeff Hoffman is being traded from the Blue Jays to the Twins.
Mr. Frowny Face himself.
So the Twins get Dean Kramer and a great quality pitcher, and then they get Jeff Hoffman. Not sure I like that trade for them. I guess it depends
yeah.
on what they get, but great
Also,
for the Jays. The Jays finally.
Dude, I'm just laughing at some of the comments of these mock trades. Rip traded for tequila. That's actually like a very good chance.
I like that.
something like that happened.
Yes.
Well, I feel like he'd have to be a package deal with tequila. Otherwise, he wouldn't be going anywhere.
Yeah.
So, jeez, some of the other ones I can't bring up. The Oriole bird for cash considerations.
Yeah.
It's a good trade.
Tough for the program.
Cash considerations. What's that ever gotten anyone?
It got Ryan
Ryan O'Hearn.
O'Hearn.
No, I know, but I'm saying, what has it gotten the other side?
Oh, cash.
Yeah, considerations. What does that constitute? It's like,
I don't know.
we'll consider it. When? How much? Where's it going to? Always wondered how that worked.
Well, Kyle Korver, I mean, different league, but we know where that went to.
Mm-hmm.
Bought a copier with it.
The one of my personal favorites is semi-pro, when they traded the washing machine to get Ed Monix. And that's what I think like cash considerations is. It's like, oh, like we'll buy a new water jug, or, I don't know, laundry detergent for the team, something along those lines.
Yeah, I want to address a couple of other things too. So while we had Brock on the show, we did get 1,000 more joules.
Oh my God. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's got to be the official sound of the joules. I can't get too excited about the joules though.
Then we also had 10 joules from Chase.
Hell yeah, Chase.
I don't. They like the hiding one. The hiding
I don't
one's
know what
creepy.
hiding is.
It's
Yeah.
creepy looking. If you see it on YouTube, it's just someone in the fetal position trying to hide. It's
Oh,
very
that's
interesting emoji.
Sounds
And
like
then
a
we
lot
got a
of this
$10
fan base right now.
donation. Thank you for that. God damn.
Appreciate that. Well, pop it up. It says watch Alonso request a trade within the next year or two.
You gotta. I mean, that's why Alonso came here. He saw all the talent. Was like, yeah, I want to be a part of this winning ball club.
Well, Alonso also got trade. And again, bringing this up, the entire infield is Scott Boras clients when they're healthy, with Jordan Westberg, with Gunnar, with Jackson, with Pete Alonso. So Scott Boras basically has his own baseball team here in Baltimore
Yeah.
that he's put together. So
And then finally we have Jonathan asks, do you think all this is Elias panicking? I don't think that I don't think he's panicking at all. I think this is just a philosophy that he chooses to stand on, and this is what he's been doing for the last 8 years. Is it shocking that this is the way that he goes? No, because this is his MO. This is what Mike Elias does. That's just his strategy. That's how it's been since the day he walked in here. And you can even go as far back as Houston to look at that.
well, Brad, piggybacking off that, what you're saying, not to cut you off because I hate doing that, but Narniak saying $28 million for Ryan Helsley, then deals Tyler Wells for a scratch-off ticket. It's already passed hands twice. It's that's kind of what when you put it that way.
It is really hard to make sense of. It really is. because at some point, like I understand that, like, hey, this is the strategy that you found success in previous eras. But at some point, it can't just be, hey, this is the way that we've always done it. Things change, people change, talent changes, and you kind of thought that this was a moment where it's like, hey, we can actually make a push for something. And they didn't again.
Again.
And I don't know what else to say about that.
It's hard to find the things to say right now. Like, that's what sucks. Is it's like we sit here and obviously we don't have all the answers. We don't have half the answers usually, but it's hard to put into context. I wish.
I honestly would. Listen, that's not a bad trade at all. I can get behind that.
Go ahead, Zach. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just it's difficult to put into words the experience and the feelings of Oriole fans today, because even when you like, the only positives are like, yes, I think they've gotten back some very nice prospects today. The issue is I'm tired of rooting and waiting for prospects.
Yes.
Like, that's the thing. Do I sit there and, like, I acknowledge this could be the best case scenario for the Orioles. We could look back and they killed it. They won everything about this deadline. Could be the biggest winners we've ever seen at a deadline. But I'm tired of sitting there and having to play the movie in my head instead of seeing it on the field. I'm tired of sitting there thinking about what's 2029 going to be. I just finally got done thinking about spending 4 years thinking about what 2026 was going to be. You know what it was? A sell. Thinking what 2025 was going to be. A sell. And it is so frustrating to sit there and think about the fact that it did on paper feel like this team was the best we've seen in so long. And then you go out there and now you get to be excited about prospects. You know, we're back. We're back. And that's just what sucks. As an Oriole fan, you spend so much of your life just living in this dream world that something is going to happen, that someone is going to come up and be this savior. And they thought they had them with this group. And then you look at it and you're like, we're back again. We had 3 number 1 prospects in baseball. Are you getting 3 more number 1 prospects? Like, that was it. And you couldn't capitalize. So, like, maybe they retool, maybe they rebuild, maybe they blow it up, maybe they figure something out. I'll say this, in the next 16 minutes, they have better either trade Trevor Rogers, or we better be getting an announcement in the next week that he's signing on for the next 3 to 4 years.
I agree.
Because if you are selling off everyone and then you let Rogers walk after this, let me just say that. That's an even worse look than there already is.
If that happens and ownership chooses to keep Mike Elias, there's an even bigger problem.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, truthfully.
And listen, I will say this. And I know people don't want to hear this, I will defend Mike Elias right now. I thought on paper, Mike Elias gave the Orioles a damn good roster.
Me too.
I thought he on paper, the Orioles were a damn good roster.
And before today, they still were.
Yeah. And they, on paper, look great. The issue is, unfortunately, Mike, you get hired in this industry to be fired. It doesn't have to be your fault. Last year, it was not Brandon Hyde's fault. Did he have something to do with it? Probably. Was he the all overarching reason for the downfall of the Orioles? No. But he was the fall guy. And the Orioles gave Mike one more chance. They said, we're going to get rid of the manager. We're going to bring someone else in. We're going to give you another chance. But unfortunately for Mike Elias, whether I think he did, he went out and he did what he thought he was supposed to. He went and got a closer in Ryan Helsley. He went and signed Pete Alonso. He tried to get the big time starter. Didn't happen, but then he got Shane Baz. He did, I think, a lot of the right things. But at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. It's the results that matter. And whether fair or not, he's the next guy in line that has to go.
So he did do a lot of. Mike Elias is extremely talented at finding talent. I don't think anybody can argue that, period. But I think the overarching issue here, and we've talked about it on the show already. We talked about with Brad Brock is just committing to guys. That wasn't a joke. 2 players this entire season has played more than 100 games. This deep into the season, 2. So you can bring all the talent you want to a team, but if you don't commit to them, if you don't play them every day, then this is what you're going to get every time. It's going to be the definition of insanity. Just doing the same thing over again. So when it comes to finding talent, there's few people that are better than Mike Elias at finding talent. And go ahead and argue with me on that if whoever's watching. But like when it comes to the philosophical way that the team is ran each and every day on the day-to-day stuff, that's where the real big problem comes.
Yeah. I mean, and it's also, you can talk about, development, all those things. Just been a total organizational failure. And that's what sucks. It has been a top to bottom failure. Even when they've done well, it didn't go. They won 101 games and didn't win a single playoff game.
Yeah.
They were the best. And like the most Baltimore Oriole, the best representation that I can give of the Baltimore Orioles was from the middle of 2022 to the middle of 2024. They were the best team in baseball, record-wise. It wasn't like, arbitrarily. No. The best team in baseball. And they didn't get a single playoff game, not series win, didn't win a single playoff game after 2 years of being the best team in baseball record-wise. That's the telling part. That's the overarching theme from this era of Baltimore Orioles baseball. Every time my phone buzzes, I just assume we're going to get a bombshell of Trevor Rogers. But
yeah, Brooks responding to the Hyder comment.
Without a
doubt. For sure. All right. Well, thank you guys for watching. We are still going strong here. 1,300 of you on YouTube watching after 6 hours of live streaming is unbelievable. And a Ryan Ripken-less Ryan Ripken show, by the way. So I don't know why you're sticking around, but I certainly appreciate it. He will be back, by the way. He had to step out to a prior commitment. He should be here within the next 30 minutes or so. So please stick around, because I know for a fact that you are not going to want to miss Ryan Ripken reacting to Tyler Wells leaving Baltimore. He reacted instantly on Adley Rutschman shortly before he had to go, and then this happens now. So I have to imagine that he will be reacting to that. Maybe more F-bombs will ensue.
I wouldn't blame him. I mean, I gotta feel like
boys, by the way, as we are talking about Ryan, we have another trade to announce. Lars Nootbaar, the Diamondbacks, for John Heyman. Well, Jorge
Japanese
Castillo
legend
was on it first.
Japanese legend.
There you go.
The amount of so Ryan did post on X, just simply saying Tyler Wells to the Tampa Bay Rays. Damn.
Yeah. Do you think that was Ryan who posted that?
Whatever. Ryan Ripken's account did. Either way.
Or do you think it happened to be someone that's on the screen that's in the smaller box?
He also didn't post the F-bomb clip. Okay. We're doing work for him.
I don't think Ryan's posted shit on his
Why do you have
account
to give it all away? Regardless, okay, there's 80 comments on it already that just went up.
Yeah.
20
People are
minutes
feeling
ago.
real good.
It's great. It's good.
So yeah, it's just fellas, you got anything?
No, and that's the perfect. I mean, that's exactly what this is, right? I don't think any of us do. I mean, correct me. I mean, Rock, Nate, like, is there any, like, it's hard to have any sort of reaction.
I mean, it's hard to say the same thing over and over again in different messaging as well, because at this point I feel like it's beating a dead horse, but for a purpose. Like, we should be beating a dead horse with this. We've said what we need to say over and over and over again, but until there's another trade, this is exactly what we're reacting to. The deadline or lack thereof that it's been for the Baltimore Orioles. So
The Orioles have 9 minutes left to uphold their
The buying part of this.
buying part of it.
Who knows? It could happen.
Yeah. Hey, when's the buying start? Great. We got through all the selling now. Can we get to the buying part now?
we need I wish we had like a countdown right now going.
I do want to put this out there while we're talking about prospects. Eric Miller is going to the Boston Red Sox, as we said, for Marcelo Meyer. This is a 1-for-1 deal. And yes, Eric Miller has been great this year. I believe he has a 2.75 ERA. He's got 3 more years of arbitration. But Marcelo Meyer, let's not forget when we're talking about prospects. And okay, sometimes not all prospects pan out. As we sit here I look at the 2025 rankings for prospects. Let me read you this. The number 12 prospect in all of baseball was Marcelo Meyer. The 13th best was Samuel Basallo. The 14th best was Kobe Mayo. Up there, you also had number 8, Andrew Painter, Dylan Cruz, number 4, and Roki Sasaki, number 1. Prospects are just prospects until they prove in the majors. They are suspects, I should say, until they prove that they can stick in the majors. This is why it's always tough to get fully bought back in on prospects, because I just read off some guys that in the top 10, you're expecting Christian Campbell, number 7 back then. Remember Christian Campbell, that 5-10 game stretch? Then he signed that massive deal, and we were like, man, Christian Campbell is going to be a nightmare for the Orioles for the foreseeable future. He's stinking it up in AAA now. Boston fans are like, crap.
Yeah.
That backfired. That's why it's hard to get too married to prospects, to get too high on prospects. Orioles have gotten some great prospects back today. I didn't want prospects back today.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you really want to make a silver lining about it, but like, again, it only means something if they actually commit to somebody.
Yep. It's a day filled with disappointment. We have 6 minutes until the quote unquote deadline. Like I said,
now it doesn't mean that further announcements won't be made. It's just that the trades could have been made before the deadline and then they get announced later. So that is why we will be here till 7:00 or later, depending on when
get made
happen
before the deadline.
Right. Exactly.
I forget what MLB executive a few years ago was asked about that. And they're like, yeah, so it's like cuts communication off at 6. Like you're not making any deals. He's like, if something goes through at like 6:05, the teams kind of look away. Now you can't be making it at 7:00, but if it's 6:05 and you're like, hey, we agreed to this, Major League Baseball might be like, oh, you mean this deal that came across our desk at 5:58? It's like, yes, that deal that you didn't read until now. So we will have some of those. Charlie Morton got traded like 5 minutes after the deadline last year.
Correct.
Things happen.
Yeah. Apparently there were reports, and I'm not sure how legitimate this is, but there are reports that Adley was made an offer as recent as May of this year. And apparently his camp didn't want any parts of an extension.
Who reported it?
I just saying reports. There's multiple reports through just various accounts. Local beat, not beat reporters, but just local stuff. Foul Territory also saying that there was I guess rumor swirling around from other front offices that some of the players that the O's got from the Adley deal were damaged goods.
Yeah, Kevin and I actually read that full quote. I'm out on that quote because I read the full quote out loud, and this guy said that and then was like, yeah, but I'm not sure what they're talking about. So I'm like on the fence about what they're talking about, but I'm not really sure what they meant by that. And like all this
just
going on, because Kevin
trying to make news at that point.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, so this guy doesn't really know what he was told.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't think this guy actually knows what's going on.
Yeah. Also, I was talking. This is another thing. It's hilarious. You see this tweet by somebody that added Jim Palmer?
Yes.
Oh, and his response is my job. I'm looking right at that right now. I was just about to say, is this real?
Yeah. So Jim.
Is this a real tweet?
Oh yeah, Jim loves the tweet. Jim loves the tweet.
Bro.
So somebody asked Jim Palmer, "What do you think about the Adley trade? Be honest. What do you have to lose at this point anyway?" And he just simply replied, "My job."
That is awesome.
Jim's a national treasure and should be protected at all costs.
Hey, it's okay though. The Orioles just got to win 7 out of every 10 rest of the way.
Yeah, no problem.
I still can't believe that's a real quote. I mean, we're now 3 minutes.
Nate Lowe to the Guardians?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. We have a former Oriole being dished in a deal. Jeff Passan tweeting, Miami Marlins are acquiring right-handed reliever Victor Vodnik from the Colorado Rockies for infielder Connor Norby and right-hander Aiden May.
Whoa.
This is tell ESPN.
Wow.
Good for Norby. He's going to hit nukes there. Oh, my God. Good for Norby. That's going to rock. Connor Norby is going to be the centerpiece of a trade package in 2 years because he's going to just hit like 40 bombs in Colorado. So good for him.
Then did we get the Guardians acquiring Nathaniel Lowe?
Yeah, we just got
Lau, the Low Lau.
I think that's low.
Well, yeah. Brandon Lau?
It's
Yeah.
Lau. It's Lau. Right?
Dude, I always forget who's Low and who's Lau.
Rob Lowe.
It's like the Pan Pam situation from Step Brothers.
It's Rob
It's not-
Lowe, right?
It's the second M. There is no second M.
Pan.
Unbelievable. The Orioles put out a thank you video for Adley Rutschman. I tweeted out immediately. I was like, I don't have the heart to watch this right now.
Yeah, I'm
the,
not. No thanks.
I feel like the equivalent of a thank you fans after a postseason loss.
Yeah.
Obviously a nice tribute to Adley, but that's just like,
All right, we're 50
feeling
seconds
of-
away.
just stop.
You know what's crazy too? The Yankees still don't have a catcher.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, who's catching for the O's tomorrow?
You.
I know.
Did you not hear?
Adley was on the IL,
Trump,
but is
Trump, I guess.
Basayo coming back soon enough? Is it going to be Trump? Like,
It's Trump. I guess Trump at this point.
yeah,
Maybe
me,
Basayo.
yeah, me.
But I guess.
Don't
Well,
put me
look,
back there.
that's where the Yankees were. What Ben Rice is catching, and like they haven't done anything on the catcher front. That's interesting to me. Creed Williams is not there yet. Just FYI, he probably won't be here for the season. Just temper your expectations, guys. He's just coming back, right, from injury, right? Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, I mean, I said this before, maybe like a September call up, but I don't think they want to bring him
Not
up.
if
And it's
Not if
technically
they're giving
6
up on the
o'clock.
season already.
Yeah. Yeah, congratulations. It is 6 o'clock. Let's give a round of applause.
Yeah.
One, we've been here
Yeah.
for 6 hours, so congratulations. everyone.
Yeah, well done, guys.
Ugh.
Nate says it all.
Yeah.
1,358 of you guys watching on YouTube. There's 19,000 views on X. I don't know how many of you are watching on Facebook, but we appreciate all of you
yeah,
watching and hanging around. We're not going anywhere because the deadline is over. We're actually continuing to carry on
yep, for another hour,
for
until
at least
7.
another hour.
Yes.
And
Heyman,
our-
Casey Mize of the Padres,
Casey
Good for
Mize,
former number 1 overall pick.
Wow. Okay. Our fearless leader will be back in about less than 30 minutes.
Yeah. So Bob Nightingale just posted. He said the trade deadline is over. ... But there will be a handful of deals trickling in the next 30 minutes.
Which is what, which
Yeah.
is what I was alluding to earlier. Just because it's 6 o'clock doesn't mean that news won't continue to break here. Guys, I'm looking this 21,200 views
It's,
over all of the platforms that we've had throughout the day.
Not to get sappy, but like whether you love us or you hate us, I know how most people feel about me. Thank you guys for tuning in and sticking with us all day. It's been a fun show. So This is our highest huge stream of all time. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, right?
It's close, if not the highest.
It's the highest. Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, you will see.
Yeah. Pretty crazy day. What else do we want to stop? I don't even know what to talk about right now. We've been firing. First of all, congrats to you, Zach, because you've barely taken a break in the last 6 hours. We at least ate.
I told Rocco beforehand. He called me and he was like, "Yeah, you ready?" And I said, "Yeah, I just took my Vyvanse and I have 2 energy drinks." I was like, "I am lying."
You were saying you were going to get energy drinks. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I told him, I was like, "I'm going to be announcing trades by the end of it. I'm going to be on the
Guys,
phone.
I
asking,
know.
like, what are we doing?"
Kevin Ostrander. It's not how you spell his last
Ostrander.
name, but you know what? We'll call him.
We
that.
do have
We'll
a photo of Kevin Ostrander
Ostrander.
as a catcher in West
my
Virginia.
God, let me find that right
West
now.
Virginia.
The O's
Oh my God,
catcher for
that's who's
tomorrow is
catcher.
going to be this guy. Yes, 1,000%. Oh my God, I gotta find this right now.
Oh,
Holy
shout
shit.
out.
Yeah.
Padres got Casey Mize from the Tigers.
Yeah. Welcome to the show, bud.
I'm sorry. I just got the notification.
Yeah, well, we all did about 5 minutes ago and actually talked about it on the show. Don't know where the fuck you were,
No,
but we were all here.
I totally missed that. I've been sitting here.
It's all right, Nate. It's all right, man. You had a long weekend, buddy. You're good.
God
You're
damn.
good. You're good.
Shout out to Wally Booth.
Hey, Wally.
Hey, donating $5. The Orioles deadline is just as bad as Geraldo opening at Al Capone's vault. Yep. Okay.
I don't know. I get that reference, but maybe it's something I gotta look up.
I probably said something super offensive, and I don't even know.
Man, hopefully not.
So
Don't get us in trouble, please.
Dark Wolf 2K said, when will we stop being the AL East farm system? Gosh, isn't that the truth? Does it take removing Elias? I'm tired of the same old shit. Different day, whatever. Thanks for the $5, by the way. I don't know. I really don't know, but I would say that if the front office stays where it's at, meaning that Elias and crew, they nothing changes there, then they have to change. Obviously, the philosophy that they've been putting forth has not been working, and something has to change. So either they have to change, or they will have to be removed. I mean, I just feel like, I know that seems a bit oversimplified, but I feel like that has to be the truth, because you got to put butts in the seats, and the only way you do that is by winning. As Ryan eloquently put 5 hours ago.
John Heyman's tweet just 2 seconds ago is beautiful. He just goes, "Yankees did nothing beyond what's being reported." I just find that, like, the wording of that funny, but I guess since it's 6 o'clock,
Yeah,
past the
well,
deadline, it's just like
lots of Yankees
done.
fans are probably like, "Why didn't we have a catcher?
Yeah.
Cashman's got to go." That's like as much as Elias has been go ahead.
And the biggest news here, Ken Rosenthal tweeting, at 6:03, Orioles keeping Trevor Rogers. Source tells The Athletic. So Trevor Rogers is here to stay, at least for now. It'll be interesting to see how the next couple of months.
So now they have to
go with
extend
him.
him.
And yep, that's got to be the goal then going forward, is to extend him, because you cannot let him walk for nothing.
You cannot. No, I agree.
I gotta find this Kevin picture. When do we go to to the casino, that group trip?
Oh God,
that-
I don't know. Actually, it was
Scrolling through the
over a year ago.
1,000.
It was over a year
on
ago.
my phone.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, it was over a year ago.
Oh my God.
Sometime.
No, because we did 2025. We went and then did the interview with Santana Moss, but we went well before that.
Yeah, I don't know. No, it was before Santana Moss. Yeah.
For sure. Anyway, Zach, how you doing, buddy? Is he gone?
Yeah, he's taking a pee break.
This is
Just us. Just
It's-
three of us.
just us for now, Nate. Lighten up a little bit, buddy.
Mirror,
You look
I'm
like you
locked
need
in,
a
I
nap,
promise.
dude.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm locked in. I promise.
I could use a coffee. Rip needs to get here with some coffee.
I could use a coffee.
Didn't you guys tell me we had like an espresso machine?
If he comes in here empty-handed, yeah, we do a Nespresso machine.
An espresso machine.
We do have that.
Rip hooked it up with a. He's got the Breville, and we were rolling with that the last couple streams. So fantastic. But what questions do you guys have? I guess the deadline's over for the most part. We'll see what deals trickle in, but what questions do you have just overall? We've seen the comments all day about what the Orioles did or lack thereof on the return side. So let us know what questions we can answer. Happy to get to them, and then kind of take things from there. One is the Elias press conference? Jason's asking that. I actually have no clue.
It will not be this year.
No, he's got to do one after the deadline. Brad.
I'm just
Got to do one
saying.
after the deadline.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Let's see. Looking at others. All right, rolling with Rock coming in here. I get keeping Rogers. Why did they keep Kittredge but trade Wells?
That's a good question. They probably nobody saw the value in Kittredge. I guess.
It's what moves would you guys have liked the O's to make? Brad, I'll let you take this one.
What moves would I have liked the O's to make? Well, I
And
talked
keep-
about this
there you
last night, and we had, as we were going through some things, and I did talk about pitching. Like I would have loved to have seen the O's get some pitching, but I wanted to get MLB ready pitchers, not prospects. I would have liked to have seen a closer. I've talked about this for weeks now, that the Orioles need a bona fide closer. They didn't have that. Obviously, Helsley just hasn't worked out because we can't get the guy on the field. And it's no knock to Helsley. It's just that is what it is. So I would have loved to have seen that. Going into this yesterday, I was feeling quite optimistic because still liked our chances of getting into the dance. Everybody knows all you got to do is get in and win. And I thought that there was a strong likelihood that we could see that because of what was told to us less than a week ago, that the Orioles were going to be both sellers and buyers at the deadline. And turns out that it's just the selling that took place. So I would have loved to have seen maybe a trade for another solid starter, someone with a sub-4 ERA, and or a closer. And that's what I would have liked to have seen. And quite frankly, I think that there was actually the tools to be able to do something like that. But it appears that there are other opinions. But, I don't get paid the big bucks. So
Zach back yet? I gotta bring.
No.
I'm gonna wait for him to bring up the picture of Kevin, or maybe I'll just bring it up now.
no. What would you have liked to seen?
What's that?
Rock. What move would you have liked to seen?
Me, simply for the O's, I think that, I think they were obviously a couple pieces away from contending, but would have loved for them to have gone out and gotten a knockdown, shutout reliever. And you could have had Cano and Wells at the tail end of the bullpen helping out in the middle to end relief right there.
Mhm.
And then going out and get a guy that can close down games for you that you don't have to worry about when he comes in. Much like Felix Batista, when he came in, it was game over. When he was healthy, it was like we got the game locked up. But it's been a bit shaky if guys like Cano and guys like Wells aren't on the mound in late game situations right now. Would have loved for them to have gone out and gotten another bat, maybe another veteran bat as well. That's what I thought they needed. A lefty reliever would have helped as well, but that's just me. I know I'm not speaking for everyone, but I thought if they went out and got that, they would have been in a much better position than they were entering the trade deadline. And I don't know. We don't know how the season plays out, but again, looking at how the AL is and how bad the AL is this year, there's 5 or 6 teams that are very competitive right now,
Mhm.
and the O's being 2.5 games out of that last wild card spot. It's like, why not take a shot? And that's the thing, Brad, with, when they played in Texas, and I was covering the team at the time, and going out to Arlington and them getting swept. It's like you felt like that team had a chance going into it. And
Yeah.
You ran into a buzzsaw in the Rangers that got hot at the right time, and they went on to win the World
Well,
Series.
they swept everybody.
They were unfreaking believable, that team. But the mood in the locker or the clubhouse after that game was okay. Like they were sad as shit, obviously.
Yeah.
But you wanted to go back and say, okay, this team will be back, because that's what you feel and that's what you felt as, a collective. It's like, all right, this team will be back. It's not the end of it. They'll compete for years and years to come. The simple fact is, it's so hard to get back in baseball. It really is.
Mhm.
It's you say that like, okay, we just, a team wins the World Series. How hard is it to get back and win another World Series? How hard is it to get back to the postseason sometimes? So for the Orioles, you thought, okay, they'll be back. And they did get back that following year as a wild card. And then the next year, they're like, okay, we got swept by the Royals. Maybe we'll get back next season. Or the hope is that with this young core, talented core, there will be another shot to do this again. And there hasn't been. And that's what sucks.
Mhm.
So again, I hate it for the fan base. I hate it for people that have been watching this team for longer than I've been alive, 33 plus years. So it felt like a shitty deadline at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But again, a couple years from now, you don't know what this deadline turns into, but we're not talking about a couple years from now. We're talking about the now for Birdland and for the Orioles. And right now it sucks.
Yeah, I agree. It's just one of the most frustrating trade deadlines I think I've ever been a part of. The Tyler Wells thing, like even though it was, I guess, saddening to see Adley go, and like we aired out those frustrations, but at the end of the day, you could make sense of that because it seemed like the Orioles did make him an offer multiple times, and he just kept turning it down. So it also felt like perhaps Adley just didn't want to be here anymore. Okay, fine. Get what you can get. That makes sense. Ryan also talked about it being a business, on the business side of things, that like, while this is still a frustrating time, you're either, if you're convinced that you can't get Adley to a long-term deal here in Baltimore, then you have to do what you have to do. Okay, fine. I can live with that. The Tyler Wells trade makes 0 sense. 0. I cannot make sense of that at all. At all. Steve donated, says that maybe thanks you for the donation. Appreciate that. Maybe they have good news on Felix. They're not sharing as of now. Felix isn't coming back this season. Just putting that out there. We already know that. That's general knowledge. So maybe it's good news for next year, but it's not happening this year. But yeah, the Tyler Wells thing just doesn't make any sense at all. And to basically get back what you had already traded back to them in the Boz deal, just lots of head scratching, man.
When's this guy coming back?
Rip, I don't know. Text him.
Let's see. Any other trades? Hey,
Yeah,
man.
so we can recap the trades that happened
Yeah.
leading up to the deadline, right? So I guess we'll wait till Zach comes back because I think he'll be able to give us some more insight on the haul that the Orioles did get as a result of the trade, starting with Dean Kramer leading up to today.
Real quick, Brad.
Yeah.
John Heyman just 4 minutes ago. Sandy Alcantara stays with the Marlins. They didn't have interest in trading their ace, never have. So,
Well, that's got to instill confidence in Sandy for sure. Well, and what a year that guy's having. I mean, my God, man.
Checking for others.
Yeah. So the Rays, I mean, like I said earlier, if you're a Rays fan, you've got to be absolutely ecstatic. And it's also ironic that like there's a fair amount of players on that team right now that are former Orioles.
We're back.
There he is.
There he is. All right. So Zach, as we wait Ryan's return, which should be happening here within the next 15 minutes or so, wanted to do like a quick recap of everything that's happened leading up to, well, from the Dean Kramer trade all the way up to today.
Yeah. Well, I can actually, I can
bring up everybody that we've of course lost, which everybody kind of knows about, but bringing in everybody that the Orioles have now gained as a result of these trades.
Yeah, so I can actually shout out to MLB Pipeline because with their quick updates, we now already know where these prospects fall in the Orioles' top ranking. So we do have a new number one prospect for the Baltimore Orioles and Anthony Ianson, the right-handed pitcher formerly with the Boston Red Sox. Then
and for people who don't know, can you give some insight on him and just how good he could be for the Orioles?
Yeah. So really, this is a guy where, I mean, it's not when I was getting texts throughout this kind of process, once the Boston Red Sox emerged as the front runner, I was being told over and over, I was not happy with the reported what it was going to be. And they were like, yeah, they want Ianson, but they do not like the Red Sox do not want to give this guy up. This is a guy that the Red Sox are very firm on. They do not want to give up. And the Orioles were able to get him. So really, he is a guy where his money is his slider. That is his best ranked pitch. He is a fastball slider guy, has a decent curveball, doesn't really throw his changeup anymore. But, just a quick recap, it says his best pitch is a tight mid-80s slider that beats up lefties and righties alike, and he can use it to get chases or swing and misses in the strike zone as well as expanding the zone. This is the prize of the deadline. This is the guy that if the Orioles, when you made the Adley Rutschman trade, they looked and they said, we are banking that Ianson can go out there and be a guy that is a bona fide number 2 to 3, maybe a high upside 1 that can be added into this system. Then you go to Kyson Witherspoon, the next guy who is now the number 6 prospect for the Baltimore Orioles, just behind Joseph Jurwa and Wahiwa Aloy. And little thing about Kyson Witherspoon, he was actually the 15th overall pick in the 2025 draft just last season. And he was highly regarded as the best, one of the most polished MLB college arms in the draft. So this is another high upside guy where the Orioles are kind of going, okay, what are we going? You now have 2 pitchers that you feel pretty decent about, that you're going, okay, these guys can be something. We know the Orioles always have lacked pitching, it feels like. Then you go down the next guy. So you have 2 high upside pitchers that have now been added to the Orioles farm system. And Witherspoon comes in number 6, and number 7 is actually Andy Azokar, the outfielder. He is a 19-year-old in high A. We'll see where these guys obviously end up over the next probably day or so. We'll see where they get assigned. But he is another guy. He's got solid speed, can flash the run at times, but he is an apt base stealer. And really that's kind of his thing. I mean, he's got in 2026 in high A. I'm trying to see. He's only played 46 games in high A. He has a 279 average with an 885 OPS. So this is a guy, he has 12 home runs in high A this year already, 37 RBIs, 4 stolen bases. So can steal some bases, but not his go-to. This is a guy that gets on base and obviously has some slugging with a 547 slug. Kind of going down from there, I'm trying to see if any others have fallen, at least not updated yet, into this top 100. Obviously, Michael Ferret, guy you get back from the Tyler Wells trade. Funny enough, I've been seeing a lot of these. They don't mean anything. So I'm not sitting here going like, oh, the Orioles won. I've been seeing a lot of these databases and stuff that talk about, okay, where is the value of these guys? They're actually rating the Tyler Wells trade as a extreme overpay by the Rays because of Ferret's upside. I'm not sure, he has not been updated in this. I would assume he probably falls somewhere in that 6 to 8 range for this. So, I mean, from the trades today, it's been, and then Taylor Ward, you get a guy that immediately in Hoppy joins the team as a reliever. His expected numbers are way, way better than his actual numbers right now. He is another guy that he is going to get it up there when it comes to velo. He's got 97.8 is where he sits. That's in the 93rd percentile. Avoids the barrel. He's got a very high K percentage at 27.6, and his whiff percentage is 28.7, which is in the upper echelon. He's another slider, sinker, four-seam changeup. Doesn't throw the changeup too much. Only 1% he shows it, just to let you know there. But he is mostly another. He sits with the slider and four-seam fastball. I think he's obviously the guy that is going to. I think he just starts on the team. I think he is a guy that we see in the bullpen probably tomorrow. You know, he might play for the Orioles tomorrow, and then after that, you get some prospects that maybe turn out. I mean, I've seen some guys, it's all pitchers. It is definitely upside potential, but that's what they're hoping for. It is just straight upside and hoping with these guys that you can turn them into something a little bit more. I've seen a lot of people talk about Brock Moore, who has not had the greatest outings, has a 5.56 ERA in Double-A Arkansas this year, but he's a guy that I've seen people speak highly on. If they can fix a few things, he's got potential. I mean, they kind of overhauled the pitching prospects in this. I would guess that was kind of their idea, but I will say the biggest thing for me is, and it's something that I wanted to see, and I'm glad that they did in some capacity, Anthony Ianson. Like, if they were going to trade Adley, I needed someone that was either going to help the 26 or 27 team. Ianson should be up here in 27 at some point. I don't think he starts the year here, but that's a guy that they went after, and they were not making that trade without him. I do not believe they're making that trade. And then I actually, Brad, not sure if you were on for this, but I went and to the guy we were talking about, Giraffe Neck Mark. I messaged him because we've been following each other, and messaged him, and I was like, hey, dude, I need an unbiased reaction to this Adley trade. And he straight up said, he was like, you guys rolled in this. And he actually, in his personal rankings, he comes out with his own prospect rankings. He said that he has, let me get it. He had Ianson in his top 25, and Azakar and Witherspoon were both just outside of his top 100. Some publication, I think, have them in it. So you got good prospects, you got good upside, but as we've said ad nauseum on this show, it's prospects. They are not, it's not known what they are. They are lottery tickets. So you hope for the best. You also could see, and we said this last year, and they've already started to do it when they got Aracena from the, I believe, Gregory Soto trade with the Mets. They packaged him with Cade Stroud and went and got Blaze Alexander, who has been fantastic for them so far. Obviously, the injury puts a damper on that. They've got talent now. You got to make this work for you. Over the offseason, you need to, you get all these guys. Not all these guys can play in Major League Baseball. You know,
figure out who you're going to commit to and actually commit to them.
Exactly. And then I think the other guys, you got to find a way to maximize their talent, their upside, their potential to go and get Major League ready players that can help the team.
Yeah, I keep thinking about this as you're talking about some of the guys that have come in, and you look at teams like the Dodgers. Take away the fact that they have all the money in the world to spend on players, but or like the Brewers or even the Rays. You know, they always have a surplus of talent in the farm system, and when they don't know what to do with when I guess there's a backlog, I should say, of guys that they've already committed to and they're already winning ball games with those guys, what do? Well, you trade them away to make your team better now. And we've seen that. We actually saw that today with the Rays, and we've seen that with the Dodgers here recently as well. When you have a team that's playing in the big leagues right now that is so good that you don't know what to do with your other players, you trade them. And I think that's the formula that especially a small market team needs to do.
Yeah.
And my hope is that with these new prospects coming in, that is the case. You commit to the guys that you said you were going to commit to, and don't deviate from that. Stop changing it. Stop changing it every single day, and see how it goes.
Yeah. And I'm sure you guys talked about this as I was off, but we did get the Ken Rosenthal report about Trevor Rogers officially saying yes. So, I mean, and it was just a weird deadline with that. I mean, if you told me Adley and Taylor Ward were getting traded, I would assume, especially once you told me Tyler Wells was getting traded, I would assume that Trevor Rogers was getting traded as well. I will say this. You better sign his ass. You better get an extension, because if you now get nothing but a compensatory pick, assuming he declines the qualifying offer, like, that's about it. I guess they would rather take the first round pick, but it just that's another one that it just feels like they sold weird pieces that they didn't have to. And then a guy like Kittredge, where it's like, obviously he would be the obvious sell piece right now if you're getting rid of guys in the bullpen, they keep him. So that's just kind of where I guess the disconnect feels.
Well, we have it is his show, and he's behind the scenes right now. He asked me to send him the link.
Yeah.
So if you can give us a thumbs up, sir, we can bring you back on the stream. It would be fantastic if we could get your take.
All right, here we go.
Yep.
Hey, Rip.
Hey, kids. Trying to get out of here. What else did I miss besides
everything?
Okay.
Well, Trevor Rogers is an Oriole, and he will be an Oriole.
So how do I?
Okay.
Hold on a second, guys.
This guy, man, technical difficulties.
No, it's not technical difficulties.
It's just Ryan.
It's
Ryan.
mental difficulties.
It's human difficulties.
Yes, it is.
So the Orioles that left, guys. Sorry, the Orioles that left. Tyler Wells, Adley Rutschman, Taylor Ward.
Yep.
Anybody else?
No, those are the trades today.
Okay. Well, I have some thoughts. I'm almost out of the stadium.
Well, we can recap some things for you.
Yeah. Hold on one more second.
Yeah, you're good.
Right. What parking garage are you at right now, by the way?
I do want to give quick credit to Dylan.
I was going to say, is it M&T?
Yeah. Quick credit to Dylan Atkinson on this tweet. Fantastic tweet. So I'll give Mike Elias credit where it's due. Genius move to recognize Ferret's talent and send him to Tampa to properly develop before getting him back in the organization.
Oh, that's tough for the program.
All right. So I'm back now. So recapping.
I was just going to recap thoughts from Brad Brock, and it's good to know that the confusion from the fans is shared with someone who's a former player of the Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah.
So he really could not make sense of the Tyler Wells trade. He actually came on just minutes after that news broke.
Oh, wow.
And so he kind of reacted with all of us.
Yeah.
And his sentiments on the Tyler Wells trade was that it made no sense to him.
I mean, that one was extremely shocking. I know that the thought can be, well, what is Tyler Wells going to be for you moving forward? Is he a long reliever? Is he a high leverage closer? What do you want him to be? Regardless of what that answer is, he made your team better, and he was a controllable piece, and he was a guy that enjoyed being here. And for me, my problem again is a guy that wants to be here. He had proven himself. It's easier to, I know, to find bullpen arms, but to find bullpen arms of your own that you like and to keep, I don't understand that one at all. What's going on? So until Rocco, nothing else is going on. Or I'm outside. I'm in a glass case of emotion. Rock, you hear that?
I hear a lot of keys jingling. It'd be nice if you could knock it off.
It'd be nice if you would get a nice glass to shut the heck up. But anyway, guys, I mean, this is what I'll say with all of this. Business is business. But having said that, today was a day for Orioles fans. If you're upset and you're pissed off, you're confused, every right of those feelings is justified. You have every right to feel that way because the wording of how things have gone, I know that down the road, mainly it's if you had the belief that things are going to work out the way. If you knew that you were going to make these moves and you knew next year was going to be a successful year, like you knew, okay, we're going to be back. Well, you did that last year and you thought this year would be the year, and it wasn't. But here's the other part for me, guys. It still can be or could have been. You're 2.5 out with still a talented enough roster that you could do this, but what you're telling your guys in the locker room is we don't think you can. So we're going to look to the future. And I think that's the messaging there that bothers people.
That's what bothered Brad Brock too. He almost said the exact same thing word for word.
Yeah.
Was that, the message kind of just gets sent to because I was like, is there any sort of is there any more transparency in the locker room that we don't get as regular fans? And he was like, I would be surprised if they got any different transparency than they gave to the media. So whatever the clubhouse is feeling and seeing is the exact same thing that we are, and I would imagine that there's just as much confusion going on with the club. And to what your point is, the message is basically being conveyed that we don't think that you can do this.
Yeah, and I think it's going to galvanize the team or they're going to fall flat. And I know that those guys are professionals, man. Like, they're going to go back to work. They're going to keep focusing. But when you talk about, you're going to say the right things. We have belief in the team. We believe in the organization. And I'm glad that they made moves to extend players in the last year, right? You've extended Basayo and Boz and Bradish, which is a telling sign that you're willing to extend guys. But also, if I saw that report correctly, guys, didn't the Padres just went full in, didn't they?
Yeah.
Right? Did I see that?
Yep.
So, and the Padres are like, oh, screw it. We're going to try to win because we think we can win. And I think that's what fans are afraid of is when is the moment going to feel like we're going to win right now? And I think that is the feeling. Again, I honestly... What move would have set me off was all the rumors and reports around Jack.
And we lost you.
Yep, lost you. Now you're
Up,
back.
you guys. We're back. Sorry. You can hear me good?
Yep.
But I said the Adley Rutschman conversation for me is, for all of it, and Birdland should feel upset about because the results of why you failed. You failed of what you wanted to accomplish. But the bigger thing for me is it's still made, you could make the sense for the business side. I'm glad Jackson didn't go on. That would have been a move that would have. I know they're saying, Zach, you might have said the straw broke the camel's back with Wells.
Yeah.
I think of them trading a younger player, it would have been even worse. But now here's one thing I'll say is, what is the plan for Trevor Rogers? He's an Oriole, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
What is the plan? And guys, just for safety, because now I have to start driving, I'm going to put my phone down so I can just talk.
Yep.
So
Wasn't the report, Rip, that he wasn't going to talk contract negotiations throughout the season? Like during the season, that was. Am I making that up in my head?
No, you're right. I mean, I think here's my thing. You didn't trade him. Good. Now find a way to sign him. Like if you want him, keep him, and you should. Like of the expiring deals, you want to make the case for Rodgers. You want to make the case for Ward. Cool, but to me, that would be a very good signal if you keep those guys. And as bad as it might seem, let's go on the glass half full here. As bad as it might seem, you still have a lot of pieces, but you the number one priority, guys, is they have to figure out who on their roster that isn't a core guy for them, meaning their infield for next year, and Basayo, and their three pitchers of Bradish, Boz, and Young, who are going to be under team control. Who is your guys? And I want that to be established. And you heard it from Bordy. You've heard it from other players about platooning. I just want guys to go out there and you find out, are they our long-term solution or are they not? Because I think we're stuck too much at that right now.
I was just gonna say, Rip. So I actually talked to Brad Brock about this when he was on. And do you know how many Oriole players right now have more than 100 games played this season, Rip?
Yeah, that's probably if it's not Gunnar, Alonso, and Ward, then it's nobody.
It's Gunnar and Alonso that have played more than 100 games this season, and that's it. No one else on the team has played more than 100 games. Do you know how many players on the Red Sox have played more than 100 games?
Elaborate.
5.
Yep.
And there's seven that have played more than 90. So, and the same thing goes, I think it was 6 over 90 for the Rays. So it's just to your point, and I think to what everybody else is saying, there has to be some sort of level of commitment rather than just this revolving door of players each and every day. Brock also brought up Colton Cowser needs to play every day, and he still can't understand why he shouldn't or isn't, as he thinks he's the best outfielder on the team. And so, I think there's a couple of frustrations. I see a couple of people in the comments talking about how the haul from Adley is great. Not and trying to, I guess, like find the silver lining. The other half of this is it's one thing to trade these players away because you don't feel like you can sign them, or you want to try to make sure that you're selling high and not low, which I get. But the other part of this is that both of these players, and Tyler Wells and Adley Rutschman, were traded to division rivals. And that's the other part that is frustrating. It'd have been one thing if Tyler Wells went somewhere else and we didn't have to see him several times a year. And same thing goes for Adley. We're going to see Adley potentially go off and win a World Series with another team. And quite frankly, Tyler Wells could also be experiencing that same fate too. And it's just we're helping them along with that. And I think that's also something that's extremely frustrating for fans.
I think, and I'm going to go back to this, you take the best business deals when you make deals. Now, after saying that, the bigger problem is that if you make deals that has given the track record that will play out for you and have success, I think fans would feel a little bit better about this. But the problem is that there's been no playoff success, right? So you're putting, but on paper, a lot of people will say what the Orioles got for Adley is a great deal, which I agree. But the other part of this is, does that turn into anything? Because we haven't seen it yet. And that's really the main conversation, right? It's we haven't seen, or our faith is wavering because we have not seen it yet under these circumstances. We sold last year and we sold for a lot of prospects. Well, we're not going to see that come to fruition this year. Maybe it helps next year. And with this group, we're not going to see it this year. We might see it next year. So it would have been way different, Brad, if the Orioles had won more games or gone to the playoffs and won a playoff series, but now it will be a factor for fans of saying we're not winning, and say the Red Sox go to the World Series and Adley plays really well. It's going to be, well, what is the full plan? Because clearly that's Adley's helping the other teams win games. Why didn't he help us win enough? And it's a team effort, obviously, but it's a deep-rooted conversation that we're going to have to wait out here over the next couple years, unfortunately. We're not going to have this answer now in the short term.
Hey, Rip, I got a few questions for you here. So you talk about, now the goal turns to keeping players here long-term and focusing on those guys that you haven't locked up long-term. How do you do that with a guy like Trevor Rogers, who, like you said before, is not interested or doesn't seem interested in talking about an extension during the season? Do you just have to offer him a number he can't refuse? You have to wait until a good time? Like, how does something like that happen? You could give more perspective on that.
Oh, how it happens is you pay the damn money that he wants, to an extent, right? You got to figure out what the value is. And in fairness, again, to the Orioles in the front office, you're still trying to figure out how this year ends for Trevor Rogers. And it's almost like the biggest gamble for Rogers. If he goes out the rest of the year and shoves, dude's getting paid a lot of money. And he's probably then made himself a lot more money. If he pitches average down the stretch or doesn't have that solid finish, well, then it's up to a team to make a choice on how good they think he's going to be in the future. So the problem with all this, though, Rock, is the closer it gets to the offseason and you don't have an extension and then you have this looming lockout, it makes it harder and harder to feel that you're going to have an advantage to keep him. And I think that's to me where I hope that both Rogers and the Orioles open up and say, hey, you want to be here? We kept you. Let's in good faith here, let's try to get this done. Because, guys, I just like the fact if you let guys walk to free agency, I'm just not a huge believer when you let it get to that far that you're going to keep guys. It's a hard thing to ask. It's also the same thing of, well, if you trade them away, we get guys and we might get you back next year. Well, you might, but you also might not. And I think that's where the worry comes in for me. But Rogers' price point and how much he gets per year is going to be dictated on how this year finishes up. And then, quite frankly, guys, does that impact with how the new deadline is? There's a lot of question marks here.
And the second thing I got for you, C-Riggs 2630. Just a statement here.
Donating $10, by the way.
Yeah, shout out. The Oaks showed their hand with the extensions they gave in getting Pete. Just nobody would accept it. There was no shot for Adley once Sammy deal. They chose Cano over Wells. Would just like to get your thoughts on that as well.
I wouldn't say they chose Cano over Wells. I think it's two conversations. And appreciate the question and the thought and the super chat. Means a lot. The thought is clearly Wells became expendable to a price, and Cano, stuff-wise that he has, you see that upside that he possesses. And so you went on that of what he's done, that you made this move. For Wells, I think if I'm going to put a crystal ball on or look at how this is constructed, they're going, what role is Wells for us moving forward? Is this the highest value that would be for Wells? And one thing I hate with that conversation, at some point you got to stop looking at what's the highest value for a guy and is he in your plans for the future? So I think in this case, Wells wasn't in the plans because they also don't know what Wells' long-term play is. That's personally my thought. But if it were me, I would like to keep Wells and keep building around Wells and Cano in this bullpen, because I think that can continue to create a really, really solid group with those two guys anchored in it. And now you got to look for another arm. So, and relief pitchers, you got to see how much they move. It's not that you can't rebuild your bullpen. That's in my mind, one of the easiest parts to do of your team. But at the same time, I just think it's a move that you didn't need to make, but but the value was there for you, and you made the move because that reached what you were looking for.
Appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
And I just parked, guys, so I'm about to walk
Nice.
on up here. Hey, how? Hey, now we
Are
doing?
you gonna pop off and then hop on? Is it gonna be like one of those things?
I mean, do you want me to keep walking to talk to you, Rock?
Sure, that'd be fantastic. Love when you talk to me. It's basically like every other night when I call you and we have like a hour-long conversation. So,
how are we feeling, guys? How's the chat feeling? How are people feeling?
Everybody's depressed.
people are pissed.
Very pissed. A lot of people, including myself, feeling like we were lied to.
Yeah, I just wish that the thing that I just hate for Birdland and for people, I just hate the I hate where this is at. You know, I hate that the results that are here, and it's not. You know, the other thing that stinks, and people don't want to hear this as well. I know how hard people are working in the organization to try to get back to winning, but the reality is, the results are saying we're still trying to figure it out. So, overall, here, you know, that's the biggest conversation.
I mean, here's the things, though, too, Rip. I mean, and Jacob Calvin-Meyer put this out a couple hours ago, that Adley had played only 13 more games as an Oriole after Mike Elias had said that they want Rutschman here forever. And then forever lasted only 37 more days. So, like, I think that's where people are coming from when it feels as though like they kind of got duped a little bit on. And then you go back to the last time he spoke to the media talking about how they were going to be buyers and sellers, and this feels a lot like a rebuilding type of deadline.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's again because of where the situation is. You know, for 2 straight years, you didn't think you'd be in a situation that you weren't competing. But also, it was the choices that were made in this, because whether you believed it or not, you could have made the choice to buy if you wanted to. But I told you guys this before. I think they were in no man's land going into this, but because of how they had not had answers on what their outfield situation is going to be, and still trying to figure out organizationally what they have to fix. And I think that's a big part of it. And I'm actually coming right into the studio, guys. So goodbye.
All right. See ya. Ryan Ripken actually coming back into the studio. He's walking in. So yeah, I mean, just kind
It's like a Sergio Dip moment. He's having the time of his life.
And goodbye.
There he is. Where is he at? He's not here. Who the hell knows?
Taking a piss. Probably. So as we wait, guys, thanks so much for tuning in. We're going to keep this stream rolling as we get into some more reaction here. We have now been officially live for 6 hours and 50 minutes, and there's still 1,000 of you guys in here watching. So appreciate you guys tuning in and being a part of the stream. It really means a lot. And thanks for everybody who's donated. And I did see a new member here as well, Stephen Walker. Welcome to Rip's Good Kids. Appreciate you coming in. And then some more jewels rolling in. I still don't know what they are after 7 hours of being on.
We got Jules. We got Jules. Hey guys, we're back.
Can we buy something for the studio with all the jewels we've gotten over the past 3 days? Please.
Well, are we buying the espresso machine?
Yeah, we need a Breville. That'd be
great
fantastic.
idea.
We do need a Breville, yeah.
We can make you a nice iced latte with all your almond. What's the honey boo boo bear latte?
Oh shit!
I hate you so much.
It's okay. You know what?
Stream was so great without you.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, guys,
It was all
if you're new to the channel, again, appreciate you. Man, what an interesting day. And I know there's a lot of different situations. And Rick, member for 25 months, appreciate you.
Ryan Ripken show loyal.
Loyal. I'm disgusted and disappointed. Disappointed Elias is a coward, afraid to go all in. We will never win with Elias running the show. He needs to go. Rick, appreciate the comment. Zach?
I said that rhymed.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just, I don't know. It's kind of a bar there.
So here's the thing. Again, I'm with the actual moves themselves. Just to look at this now.
Mm-hmm.
Taylor Ward makes sense. I'll even say Adley to an extent, if you don't think you're going to sign him, the deal makes sense. It doesn't mean it doesn't hurt of how it's gone down and where you are. The Tyler Wells one hurts because it's saying this year we just don't believe. Again, there's good and the bad, but right now I'm not going to stop people from feeling how they feel. Right? It's a tough situation. It's because you want to be attached to players. You want to feel this connection. And I think that's one thing I also talk to you guys about is the connection of the team back with Birdland, the community, the fans. And I think that's a really that feeling's delicate. You have there's so many people that are diehard Oriole fans, but they still are struggling with how things are. Things have changed, and above all, winning cures a lot. And just the reality is the winning has gotten less over the last couple of years, so people's faith is tested. The Orioles go and win the last 2 months, fellas. I'm telling you, people are going to be happy. Not happy that Adley's gone, but if the Orioles go to the playoffs, it's going to mean they're going to go on a bender of the last 2 months. And people are going to say, here we are. Here it goes. And that's how quickly this all can change. But for right now, I'm not stopping any of you from feeling how you should feel because it does hurt. This is an organization and a fan base that is a baseball town that loves the Orioles, and they just want to have that triumphant feeling again. And it's been a tough time. 7 playoff appearances, guys, in 43 years. The reason why so many people at least appreciated this past weekend, Chris Davis going in, that group was a group that brought that hope back. And then the reason why the Adley one hurts is because they thought, like that group in the mid-2010s, Adley was going to be a part of that group to bring those memories again. I think that's the double whammy here for fans when it comes to the Adley Rutschman situation. Yeah, I mean, what you guys have lead me here where I can jump back in.
Yeah, I actually, if you remember, Rip, before you left, we were talking to Bordy about, I had brought up, there is the other part of this equation in which Adley just refused or just for whatever reason didn't want to be here anymore. And I thought that this was interesting that Jim Palmer had tweeted this out, that we don't know all the details about the Adley trade and that maybe he disdained signing an extension and that Mike felt that this was adequate trade value in return. And that the Red Sox probably feel this is another Jason Varitek moment. I thought that was just some very interesting insight from Jim Palmer, who is always a straight shooter.
Every team has a different value of what they want or what they appreciate. And it's not that the Orioles don't appreciate Adley. They 100% did. But they also realized that they had another catcher that took an offer. And again, we don't know all the details. But what I can say in some of those things, I know there was a tweet out there of saying that Adley had all these offers and extensions. I don't believe I said those words. If I said those words specifically.
Yeah, you didn't.
I don't think that I did.
Nope.
But of saying conversations, I think it's evident that they had conversations for a long period of time. And we don't know every conversation, but this was the problem, at least when you look at it with Adley. How long do you expect him to be your catcher moving forward? And if you don't have a good answer or a pulse on that, and this is the highest value you're going to get for him, you have to address that problem that you have. And today, they, in their minds, solved that situation, made the solution that you make a trade. Again, doesn't make people feel good, but they made a choice to do this. So, and I see the super chat again. Thank you. 100% tired of seeing my favorite players traded. This is the other part about being attached to players. We're in a day and age where by no means is there loyalty involved with teams, or like in a day and age of
not loyalty involved in sports anymore.
Sports, that was what I was saying.
In general.
Gone are the days of the times.
Lifers.
So that's also why, guys, with everyone saying Mike Trout, go to the Phillies. Dude, Mike Trout made it clear. He goes, there's something to staying with an org. And even though I could have left, there was something that was valuable for me to be here with this organization and to be a lifer with the Angels. I think that creates a legacy that people will remember for generations.
Yep.
I truly do.
Yeah, Mike Trout has been through it all. He's been through the ups and downs of
Talk
Angels
about
baseball, and there haven't been a ton of ups with them.
He hasn't won one playoff game his entire career.
It's exactly. So, but for him to stay and stay in a place that he loves and values, good for him. It helps that he got a couple $100 million, by the way. But it's
he
could have gotten
win
it
ball
elsewhere
games
as well. Exactly, for sure. Sorry.
I was going to say we skipped over Steve, so I just want to make sure we got Steve in there too. With those moves, is there anybody that could get called up? I don't know if there's a clear answer to that at the moment.
Could we see a Heston get called up in the next couple of weeks?
They got to make an outfield decision.
Yeah.
I mean, yes. The answer is yes.
Okay.
Bullpen arm. How do you classify with your arms that are on the cusp of AAA?
I don't know if there is one. Is there?
Well, there's arms, but I'm saying like
reliever.
Not, you're not going to put Cade Povich in the pen, are you?
No.
Are you now leaning on is the move to rely on Cano as your full-time closer now, and then you see what happens with Bassett as well, and you maybe move him to the middle to late relief, in the pen? Do you see that happening, Rip, or do you see them going in a different direction there?
The biggest question mark too is the closer position, because I mean you do have Rico, but Rico has also been a bit tough.
It's going to be It's going to be by committee. It's going to be Kittredge. It'll be Rico. It'll be anybody else. I don't think Cano will close out some games, but that's not the role that he had been accustomed to. But he'll be thrusted back into this situation.
Yeah.
What was the other question? I'm sorry, Rock.
No, that was it. But we did get another super chat for $20.
Damn,
that's a big one.
And I'm sorry that we have Rocco back.
Listen, MitLab, talk all the shit you want after that. That's good for I guess probably 30 screw Rocco comments going forward. So it's all love.
Also got more jewels from Bobby Y.
Love it.
Rules.
Hell yeah.
And then Sam Walls says O's and Nats finally made a trade.
Yeah. Did you see that one as well?
I did.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
did.
So,
but to go with
thanks, Sam.
With MitLab, it is an unforgiving business, sports. And here's
it's not just baseball.
It's not just baseball, but here's the situation. Again, the emotions right now, people are very mad. Again, rightfully so. I understand. These players could end up being what the Orioles could set them into the future, but it's not about the future. It's about how it feels right now. And right now, if the Orioles had success in the past, it'd be a different feeling as tough as this is. But I still love what the Orioles got back from the Red Sox. I still love what they have. We just don't know how it's going to be. It doesn't help this team this year. So that's the part that hurts there on the business side. And one thing I'll say this, I think at times the Orioles wish they made business decisions earlier on some of their guys, because you have to do that. One thing I give the Padres a lot of credit for, AJ Preller. When he goes, screw it, we're going to just make moves, and Mason Miller didn't get traded, right?
Nope.
They said, screw it, we ain't trading this dude. Let's go run this shit back. And we got Robbie Ray and Casey Mize.
Yep.
They said, hey, we're pushing the chips in. Older roster, but they're saying, screw it, we're going for it. And you know what it does in that locker room? They said, hell yeah, we're going for it with this group that we have.
You know what, too? The Rays did that this time around, too. before you got in here. I mean, I would say the Rays are probably the winners of the day.
Oh, dude, yeah. If we're doing a winner of the day, the Rays, no doubt, awesome for them. Hicks, Peralta, Tyler Wells. Who else did they get?
That
was it.
Yeah, but
Tremendous.
I mean, to a team that's already winning the division to get those guys, like I was saying earlier that, you know, if you're a Rays fan, you got to be ecstatic about what happened today.
If I'm a Rays fan, you feel every bit confident moving forward that you can be the team that represents the AL in the World Series.
Yep.
The Red Sox are dead hot. They're red hot. The Sox fan base, they should believe they're going to go and win the damn thing. You just swept the Dodgers. Hey, now this is the year.
Right.
Also, again, this is baseball. 2 months ago, the Red Sox faithful wanted the team sold, and they wanted to sell everything. And here you are. You're right here. You got Adley Rutschman. It's another big piece for you. You feel like you're on the cusp. So
here's my other question to you, Rip. Obviously, former player in yourself. When this happens to a team where you're 2.5 games out of making it to the playoffs or making it to wild card, and your org basically sells at the deadline, what kind of message does that send to the rest of the locker room?
for not making moves for the
well, they clearly didn't do anything to help this year's team. So what does that do to a ball club? And you know their morale for the rest of the season.
Well, first off, this is in a business of sports where the goal is to still win. That's the number one objective. But underneath the players or pieces, these are humans. So from a human standpoint, some of those guys in that locker room, that Adley is one of their best friends. So it's a gut punch. It's not that your friendship's over by any means. You're going to be friends for life. It hurts. It stings. That's number one of just the human element of going, what the hell just happened? I can't believe you're not going to be here. When you're in a locker room, by the way, when you've been spending hours and days with guys and something changes, I've been on the other side, guys, where I've been in locker rooms then where guys were released. And I remember in Norfolk, we won a game and there was this euphoric feeling. And then as we're celebrating to get on the road, two of my teammates that I've really come to enjoy and be around came to dap me up where I was like, oh, yeah, we won. It was, hey, Rip, best of luck rest of the way. I just got released. And you know what? I haven't seen that teammate in person since that last day in 2021. It's 5 years ago. And again, life comes up. We haven't been able to connect in person, still talk to them, still friends. But that was a shocking moment. So the sports side of it, that's the human side. Or it means to, on the other emotional side is, yeah, your front office is saying, we don't think that this group has enough to get it done. Now, it can go two different ways. They can galvanize, which the Red Sox, they fired their staff, and the Red Sox players were like almost wanted to have a mutiny and be like, screw this front office. But you know what they did? They came together. Chad Tracy did a tremendous job. As much as people want to get on him, Chad Tracy, tremendous job. He should be take the interim off. He should be your manager next year for the Red Sox. But those players came together unlike anything else, and they did something special. Can the Orioles accomplish that? Time will tell. Are they capable? I think they could be capable of going on a run, but they're going to have to really bear down as a group and realize that it's got to be so tight-knit in there that they find a way together. That's the only way they're going to do this. They can do this, but they're going to have to really work freaking hard and then roll as much as you can if you get hot. So that's what it does to a locker room. And on the other side, if you buy, it just gets the juices flowing of like, all right, let's go do this shit. We're here. And the Padres were on the cusp of that. They did that. The Red Sox go, yep, we're right here. Awesome. And the Rays are saying, this is the year Tampa Bay finally wins this damn thing.
Yeah.
You know, it freaking matters. It matters tremendously. So did I answer your question on that?
Yes, you did.
Is that your burner?
No, it's crazy that other people might think that I have some good comments.
You know what astute means, Nate?
Oh,
I didn't think so.
I have no idea what that means.
Means he's an asshole.
That's definitely
Actually,
a
you want the
burner.
definition: having a very sharp mind, excellent judgment, and a high ability to notice details and understanding situations quickly.
How about
You know
that?
who is not very astute?
Don't hit the camera and put it towards me, Brad. I know
That
you
guy.
want to, but
Actually,
don't hit that
both
button.
of those guys right
No,
there.
no,
Don't
honestly.
hit that button.
I know they say
Short Kings unite.
I know that they say
Not that
Brad,
short.
Nate might be your son. Not Nate and Rocco could be brothers for all we know as well.
We're not brothers.
I mean, yeah, they're
We're
almost
not brothers.
almost the same height. You know.
No shot.
Couple of more dollars rolling in. Cody Holland, appreciate the $5 donation. Orioles
yeah.
need to make to the ninth with a lead before they need a closer. Yeah, you know, not wrong there. I don't know what Sid Thrift is, but thanks for the donation.
Appreciate that.
I think I do.
More Jules, party hat Jules, and then Chuck T
Oh yeah.
says another $10 donation.
Shout out Chuck T. Yeah.
To all
Yeah.
those diehard O's fans out there, this
Love
is
it.
how it is and how it's been. Hashtag feeling numb. Chuck,
Oh,
Chuck
God.
T.
Here's the Chuck's comment right there. It goes back to this overall thing. So all those diehard O's fans out there, this is how it is and how it's been. Hashtag feeling numb. And I think this is the part of it. It's deep rooted. If the Orioles over the last 7 years had made this push and they saw that they had that moment of winning and excitement, you sit there and go, yes, all right, we're down, but we're going to be back. It's because you felt like you hadn't seen the phrase liftoff. We're having the liftoff, right?
Yeah. This
And-
is the new era of baseball,
Even
though it's the same era of
and
baseball.
quite frankly, it did. It did for 2.5 years. It did feel like it was right on the cusp. And then last year was bad. So the focus was it was one down year. And I'll be the one to say it right there. I thought they would be playing better right now. Fortunately, everyone in the American League is still having trouble figuring it out. So you're still in it. But it's because there hasn't been that result. The 2023 season happened. But guys, the funny thing is there was no expectation for the Baltimore Orioles to be nothing more than a dark horse in 23. The dark horse of they might win, they might get to the playoffs. I remember when Rocco and I were doing hits on Fox 45. I remember you had me do a prediction, Rock. You probably don't remember it because, you know.
I do because I ask you the questions.
You did. So what was my answer to 2023 on who was making the playoffs from the American League?
2023?
That's correct.
I think you said the Rays or the Red Sox.
I said the Orioles would be the team that sneaks in there as well, and that the Yankees and the Red Sox would not make the postseason.
Oh, yeah, you did say that. Exactly. That's what I said.
Not what you said.
That is what I said. Okay.
But my point being, I felt that they could be a dark horse back then. And Orioles, Rays made the playoffs. Yankees and Red Sox did not.
Sorry, it slipped my mind because we did so many takes because you kept messing up over and over and over again when we did those hits on Fox 45. But, you know, you changed a lot. Proud of you. You're very astute now, as some would say. So doing a great job.
See, here's the thing. I won't talk about his shortcomings.
Don't say
Both
it's not-
literally
we're not-
and when we were doing.
Seems like a height joke.
Well,
But you know what? Hey, Rock, I'm a peacock. You got to let me fly. And I am trying to continue to figure it out as well as everybody else. And again, appreciate all of you guys. We're here just having, I know we've been running, but I feel like it's therapeutic for some people at the same time.
1,000%.
It's been a
We have
tremendous.
Mike Elias comments.
We have Mike Elias comments.
Yeah,
Well, Zach,
so-
let's show them.
So Mike Elias started off his presser earlier today, about a few minutes ago, saying, I want to thank the players that have left this organization that we traded. I want to thank them very much. They poured their hearts and souls into this organization. It is an incredibly emotional moment to have Adley depart the organization in this way. I just want to thank him very, very much. When he was projected to be the number one pick and he realized the gravity of the assignment ahead of him, he really embraced it. He's a wonderful human being. We love his family. This is unfortunate reality of the business of Major League Baseball. Rock Kabatko then says that Elias in his video call says he still thinks the Orioles can make the playoffs. We'll be playing with that goal, but the 2 losses to the Phillies and current record prohibited him from focusing only on 2026 at the deadline, but he didn't in his words, dismantle the team.
I agree he didn't dismantle the team. He didn't. Jackson Holiday would have been a dismantling if you did that piece there.
Yes.
But here's my thing. At this point, they're saying how the Phillies series went. So if the Orioles win that game and they're a game and a half out, they win one more game in the series, you're still not trading Adley Rutschman. I think he was getting traded regardless.
Yes.
So while I understand that, that decision was made before this Philly series was happening.
Yeah.
And you have to say all that you believe you can still win, but the moves don't always match the words on that.
No.
You know, and I want to say this again. It's not me defending with things with Elias, and it may be just because I've known over time. I know he has looked at it and said, this has failed. This is not the way it should have gone. Now, fans want different reasonings of what failure should look like then, and what does that cost? Is it cost shaking up the organization? But also in this process, the Orioles have changed some things that never were a thing a few years ago. Extensions have become a thing where you lock down 3 key pieces for next year. 4, Cano, Bradish, Boz, and Basayo, you have all signed to extensions within the last year. And I think that is important. You traded for Blaze Alexander, who I think will be a big part of this team moving forward. Brandon Young has been a great sign for this team. Unfortunately, though, there's still 3 spots in the outfield that you have to figure out. And I'm glad Brad Brock brought it up. I'm glad that Bordy brought it up. I've told you guys this. If Kowser's your best center fielder right now, this is the time to see if he's the guy. And I think you live with the offensive struggles. I think we got to stop putting the success of what Kowser does with his bat so much and think about, is he the best guy that can help out there and make this team better defensively, because that has value.
Well, and that's the weakest part of the team right now is the defense. So why wouldn't you put your best defenders out there right now?
Correct. So it hurts, man. I mean, it hurts for fans. And nothing of what happened today, guys, shocks me. I want to point that out because of what he just said. It's Major League Baseball is a business. It's just a hard thing right now when the Red Sox are going to have a chance to go to another World Series, if you think they're still going. Everyone in the American League East has experienced the Fall Classic in the recent memory. Like, think about that. I think that the Blue Jays doing what they did last year, and they're having a down year. But guess what? This down year is okay. Why? They just went to the World Series.
Yep.
And they were a couple outs and one slide that was a couple feet, inches away from them being the world champions over the Monstar Dodgers. And the Orioles just haven't had that moment. They haven't had a win in the ALCS, guys, since 1997.
Yeah.
That's a hard thing to swallow.
Haven't won a playoff game in 12 years.
If you're new to the channel, guys, hit that like and subscribe button. And I hope you guys know with all this plays, when I talk about these players and teams and everything we discuss, I really want to know. I know how you feel. We all know how you feel. And I hate that Baltimore's hurting in that capacity. And the baseball guy, I'm excited for these prospects that came in. I am very excited for what they can be. It just doesn't solve the hurt and the problems that are happening still right now. And I'm an optimist. I still believe that what those guys have in that locker room, if they can do it right, they can figure it out. And hell, the 10 days versus the Rays and Yankees, we're going to find out, guys. If they go out and kick ass in those 10 games against those teams, well, guys, the momentum is going to shift back in Baltimore's favor for this final month. And Birdland, which is a day that is going to go down right now as being one of the most depressing in Orioles' recent memory. Well, the final month of the season could go down as one of the most exciting in Orioles' recent memory if this team is still in the running. And they got the Angels here, guys. They should win this series. You win this series, you're probably gaining ground. And then you have the teams in front of you that you play. You play the Minnesota Twins, the Yankees, the Rays, the Rangers, every team. It's all in front of you. Now, I hope these boys say, hey, all right, fuck all the outside noise of what's happened. Fuck all the moves that happened. Let's go play some damn baseball. And let's go see if we can make this city proud. That's what I want to see. And that's all you can ask for the rest of the year. In some cases, guys, hey, take the pressure off. No one thinks you're going to win games now, right? You sold. This is it. Well, good. Go fucking prove that that is not the case.
Yeah.
The Red Sox, they just did that.
Yeah, they
literally just did that.
have every reason to be in the basement. The Red Sox do, and now look at where they're at. It's crazy.
It is. Again, if you're new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. Ryan Ripken Show. We're live here Monday through Friday right here on YouTube, X, and Facebook. Sorry for being a potty mouth.
Woo! Goddamn!
Well,
Holy smokes. Stand up, Nate.
Up. Yeah, let's see the height difference, baby.
Holy shit!
That was awesome. Awesome. It's all right that you're a potty mouth.
Nice potty mouth, dirtbag. That's an Austin Powers reference. Oh, your ass is happy. Oh, your assignment is an unhappy one. Nate, you should add that to your list of movies to watch. It's Austin Powers Gold member, phenomenal. But thank you so much. The comment, I'll have to go at 7:30. I thought was Jan was the first name. I apologize if I missed the first name, but I'll go by the username PB9-20. I'll have to go at 7:30 p.m. Thank you to all of you for today. I can see why why Alonzo fell in love with Baltimore and Birdland. I feel for you all tonight, and I see the biz side. Let's play ball.
Love it.
And again, all these things, it is about the people at the end of the day. And I just came from the mental health training camp, guys, with in conjunction with the Ravens and the Orioles, as well as Shepard Pratt, to talk about the mental side and how hard things can be. And believe me, I understand the mental side of how it feels for fans. Fans make this whole thing go, right?
Yep. That's why we're here.
It's why people watch the games. And believe me, there's only a X amount of players that can go say that they played professional sports or professional baseball, football, basketball, you name it. It's because they're so talented enough in doing that, but that's just part of the experience. They don't have jobs without the fans and the love and the passion that goes into this. That's what makes it special. When you win, why is it so fun when your team wins? Because it brings people together.
Nothing like it.
There is nothing like seeing a community come together for something that you watch, that you love. It's so awesome. It's the same thing if you don't play sports, and we talk about it all the time. Why do we love our community? The people. It's the people that make it. And right now, there's a lot of people in Birdland that are sad and they're frustrated and they're upset. But also those same people have been with this team through thick and thin, a lot of them, and they love Baltimore. And yes, Pete Alonso, I think, has realized how much love is in the city of Baltimore. I think a lot of people here that follow us understand how much not only we love the city, but we really appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in with us each day. And it's a reminder as well, we do this Monday through Friday. We have grown because of you. Right now I'm getting on a soapbox, but it's true. We have grown because of you guys. And I can't thank you all enough for this journey. It means the world. And I hope one day that we can all celebrate the Orioles getting back to that. And I'm sorry today is not a day that a lot of fans are extremely happy about. But baseball continues on. The show goes on, so to speak. And we will continue on with you guys Monday through Friday right here on YouTube, X, and Facebook. And follow us along at Ryan Ripken Show on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, wherever you get your social media tidbits. Follow us there. I do some talks. I do some interesting sponsor advertisement things over there. And we appreciate all of that. Was that okay, Rock?
Thank our sponsors one more time.
What?
Thank our sponsors one more time.
Would you like me to?
Be a good boy.
Well,
we appreciate you, and we appreciate.
It's Nate got it. Nate say it.
No, too. But I was gonna have you say it.
No, I wanted you to do it. No, you beat me for a second. Go ahead.
We appreciate you, and we appreciate
CQ.
And you can bank on it. We
Hey.
changed the different roles. And our friends at CQ, by the way, CQ Maryland Foundation Golf Tournament is at the end of September 28th. We will be there. And yes, you can try to win the round like we did last time. But there's gifts, there's raffle, breakfast, lunch, happy hour, and a Bloody Mary bar. And you have gifts and raffles that you can win by being there. But the biggest thing is the CQ Maryland Foundation is giving scholarships throughout Maryland to those that need it and to help out. This is about people helping people in our community. And we're so grateful to be a part of that. So if you'd like to be a part of that, go to cqmdfoundation.org/golf-classic for more information. So we appreciate them. Proud sponsor of the Ryan Ripken Show, and we appreciate our friends over at AutoStream Car Care Center. $100 off this month, guys, for an AC service. Mention my name, Ryan Ripken. They got 11 locations and counting. They have been great to us. And Merit Club, we got a couple things coming out on social medias. Did I do it right?
Yeah, you forget anyone?
I think we're good right now. We
Yeah, I
did
think
our
we're-
Next Move Charm City thing earlier.
I think we're good for now. Yeah. Many more coming soon.
Yep. And thank you for the super chat again. Dark Wolf, appreciate it.
Dark Wolf has been donating all day.
Hey, we appreciate it. Hey, you know what? Again, it means a lot. It goes to helping with Rocco's conditions and then getting a new espresso machine, meaning
Have conditions.
it's just
You do have conditions. You're holding a microphone next to a perfectly good stand.
Yeah.
You just turned off the microphone, so there you go.
you did just turn off the microphone.
Fucking moron. This is exactly what we're talking about, Rock.
So going back, I'm sorry. What are the thoughts
It's your
with
guys.
So hold on. Sorry.
I saw with Albarnez?
Got
I
it.
want to make sure I have the right thing. What are your thoughts on Albarnez so far this season? And how important will his leadership be going forward? Again, probably unpopular. I am a believer in Albie as the person, individual, and I think he will continue to get better as a manager. I think there are certain moments that he might have tried to do a little too much at times. But as far as if I could say even more, I can't tell you how much he goes to bat for his guys. And I can't tell you how much he is in on every single every single meeting because he wants to. He wants to understand the guys more. He wants to understand how to get more out of them. But you came into a situation where there was extremely high expectations given where the team was supposed to be. So, yeah, the Orioles' success, a lot is going to be with Albie.
Mhm.
And developing these guys, whoever's going to be with the team next year. It's a huge part of this. And I think he's up for the task. I also think he's dealt with a lot more that people will not ever see that reaches the media. I think he's dealt with a lot to try to change things for the Baltimore for the better. But again, like I said, as a manager, there are certain things he'll probably tell you that he's still trying to learn. But I am a believer in what Albie can be for the Orioles moving forward.
Next up, we have NASDAQ Index with another $5 donation. Lifelong O's fan, bummed to see Adley go. To his credit, though, Gunnar has remained healthy. Let's give the boys a standing O with a W streak.
Let it rip.
Let it rip.
And I agree with him, man. You know, one thing people can be mad with Gunnar Henderson about, you can be frustrated that he's not playing well. But you can't fault him for the effort levels. The guy is busting his ass and going out there to try to go and play the best he can. The problem is he's not doing what the Orioles need him to do and what they want him and need him to be right now. You saw the emotion on that triple he hit, man.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say it didn't matter to him.
Yep.
And for those that are saying, this is one thing, it's a pet peeve of mine, is saying these guys don't care. No, these guys care a lot. Gunnar cares tremendously. And even with all the contract talks around him, the dude is going out there. And you know what? Even with the struggles of people saying, give him a day, move him down, get him out of the lineup. You know what he is? He's been available every damn day for you. That matters. I love Adley, dude. I do. Adley's been very productive when he's played. I don't know how many games has Adley missed this year.
Got a lot of games.
And that does matter.
Yeah.
100%. So I applaud, even with the outcomes not being there for Gunnar, I applaud the professionalism to show up each and every day and be available for your team. I think that is so important. You just hope that, O's go on a win streak. You know how they can do that? If Gunner gets red hot the last 2 months, I'll tell you what, he gets going, this offense will look drastically different.
Lastly, we got 6-7 Jules.
Do I have to do it again?
Yeah, why not?
Awesome.
6-7.
All right. I will say
What the
I'm going to
hell?
go eat real fast before I hop on and do more reaction. But
This is what
Yeah,
my
what's
life.
up? What's up, Zach?
is
Go
what my
ahead.
life's
Hold on.
called.
Hold on.
I got to hop off to actually go eat something before we continue on Kevin and Zach React in a little bit for more coverage on all this. But
Damn, you're having
Go
a
O's.
day.
good shit, everyone.
Zach, you're a real one, man. Way to
Yeah, you're a trooper, bro.
hold the fort down today.
I try. Appreciate you guys. And yeah, Kevin, if you still want to listen to all this stuff later tonight, Kevin and Zach React will probably be live in like an hour and a half. So go
I'll
O's.
never forget Vivance Bollinger until the end of time.
Vivance Bali, baby.
Vivance and 2 energy drinks, and we're out of here. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, thanks, Zach. You're a
brother.
real one.
Good stuff.
Zach Bollinger, everybody. Hey, we got a tremendous group here. They've been going for over 7 hours, and Bali was, while I stepped out, really stepped up when we had to take a break. Kudos to him. He's a good kid. I don't care what we say about him. He is a good kid. Appreciate all of his efforts. Kevin and Zach React will be over on the channel. Make sure you are liked and subscribed to them. It means a lot. Yeah, guys, 7 hours and 19 minutes doing a stream.
Yeah.
And
Let's just go for 24.
what?
We're doing that someday.
Let's just go for 24.
We're not going
Make
to.
it
not-
24
we're not
straight.
doing that.
Cowards.
We're doing
No.
that. We're doing that one day though.
Cowards.
We will do that one day. Is there, I you know, if there's any other specifics that people want me to answer and to talk about, glad to do it as we get closer. But I think we've reached a quota here.
Hold on. We got the and I have this picture ready.
Oh yeah, we were just determining who was going to be a catcher.
Kevin O is going to catch tomorrow, and at this point, Kevin O might be catching tomorrow, and
There he is.
that's the O's
Getting
catcher
called
for
up tomorrow.
Oh, my God.
Kevin's going to be catching against the Angels tomorrow.
Oh my God, that's great, unbelievable.
All right.
Guys,
We thank you for watching with and without Rip. Can't believe that we just had the numbers that we had. 30,000 views on YouTube alone today. Pretty wild.
you guys stuck with us through it all. And to recap this, a lot of moves went down. Did the Yankees make another acquisition? Did I miss that?
No,
No.
They did not.
They
No.
did not acquire a catcher today, which is kind of wild.
Wow. So in this case, the Blue Jays got Jose Soriano. That was a big name that was brought. They traded away Kevin Gausman. The Yankees' big bat was Luis Garcia Jr. from the Nats. And did they make any other moves pitching wise overall?
Mm-mm.
Nothing of no seismic moves because I was out of the loop. I'll take a look at it. The Red Sox, obviously, they cashed big. They acquired Adley Rutschman from the Baltimore Orioles. And the Tampa Bay Rays, well, what a deadline they had. Freddie Peralta, Tyler Wells, Liam Hicks, as they are poised to try to make a push to be the team representing the AL in the World Series. And as far as the Orioles are concerned, guys, they sold 4 big leaguers, or 5, I believe. I'm sorry if you're counting Jake Rogers. But the Orioles said goodbye at this deadline to
Dean Kramer.
Adley Rutschman, Taylor Ward, and Tyler Wells. And then the 5th would be Jake Rogers. You know, I might, right after the stream, I'll do a toast. And the toast will be, appreciate those boys for the time and effort they put in. It's the end of their time here. They battled their ass off. I wish them nothing but success moving forward. Should be great for them. But right now, the Orioles, they weren't buying. They sold off at this deadline here. And this is kind of how it will all be. So that's it. Rock, are you okay?
you and I looked at the same time. It's like, this fucking guy. Why does he do that?
Because he's
Why
hilarious.
does he do that?
Because he's hilarious. That's why.
hilarious, but he's such a jack.
That's why.
All right, guys. Well, that will do it for this episode of the Ryan Ripken Show. We're going to figure out tomorrow. I know we wanted to take some time off, but we will have some members of the Ryan Ripken Show helping to keep things moving and grooving. So, as always, guys, I don't think we need the music today, Brad.
Nope.
Have a day. Have a night. We love and appreciate each and every one of you. Hit that like and subscribe on the way out, and make sure you're following on X, Facebook, Instagram at Ryan Ripken Show. We're putting out all variations of content on all the platforms. Be good, be safe, and it's the Ryan Ripken Show. Come join us again Monday through Friday. We'll be right here on YouTube, X, and Facebook. See you guys.